Gretzky as the NHL's all-time goal-scoring leader. A huge road win for the Terps, who are rolling. They're winners of 6 of their last 7. Maryland over Michigan 71-65. Senior day in College Park Saturday at 3 against Northwestern. Listen on the Team 980. George Mason will be the 2 seed in next week's A-10 tournament. They rally to beat LaSalle 69-62. A big road win for GW, blowing out Fordham 81-58. Now Keyshawn George scores 23. Alex Sarr adds 21. The shorthanded Wizards beat the Utah Jazz 125-122. And James Wood homers his first of the spring. The Nats 8-7 winners over Miami. From the Crub Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What up, everybody? The morning is starting with me and B. Mitch yelling about Ovie.
No, we're not yelling about Ovie. We're yelling about the idiot that called the game last night.
Yeah, dude. Like,
he's a hater ass is what he is.
I heard him on the Junks this morning, and I respect that he called in and tried to clarify his comments. But all his clarification was trying to do was credit Carberry. He was like, yeah, you know, Ovie used to be a one-trick pony. Now Spencer's got him playing on a level where he's moving all over the place.
He's always played at a different level. Let's be real. That didn't start with Spencer. You know, Trotzy and all those guys started getting him to play more stuff because he told me it was basically, if you do it, then everybody else, it'll motivate everybody else to get it done. And he did that a long time ago. But I would love to say this. If someone is a one-trick pony and scored that many damn goals, I mean, he's the best one-trick pony in the history of the damn game because can't nobody stop him.
Here's my comparison. Steph Curry, when you think of Steph Curry, you think of him bombing threes.
Bombing threes all the time.
Because he's the best to ever do that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that's the only way he can score.
Hater.
And he scored in a million different ways.
Hater ass.
Yo, when you think of Ovie scoring, sure, you think of that. You think of him from his office, right?
Okay, but think about
that.
But
he's done it a million ways. You don't score that many goals.
He scored on his back. He scored flipping. He scored from the right. But if he can go to the same spot and score consistently, all of these great coaches, managers have come around. They haven't figured out a way to stop him. All these great goalies, they know what he's doing, but you can't stop it.
Totally.
So when you start talking about legendary is a person who you know can do something and you cannot stop him.
What's unbelievable, I think the dude's name is Darren Pang, right?
Where you from? Canada?
That's what I wonder if he's not Canadian.
Probably so.
Yo, Darren Pang is a Canadian former professional ice hockey goaltender. He played for the Blackhawks, now does TNT.
They only score him?
That's a good
he probably
question.
scored on him.
I doubt
Had a hat trick on him, little Bama.
Dude's 61, so I doubt it. But the Canadians
it just shows
hate
you
Ovie, dude. And they can talk around it all they want, but they love Gretzky so much. And I posted a thing on Instagram over the weekend. Remember that idiot Don Cherry?
Yeah.
Who said Ovie was going to get taken out of the league because of the way he celebrated goals?
Uh-huh.
Everybody celebrates goals like Ovie.
But see, that's the problem with like
Kachuk. American kids.
My mindset had always been, so you know what? They got the people who call themselves purists in all sports. Well, act like you've been there before. You know who says that? Those people who've never been there. It's hard as hell to score in any sport. And when you score, guess what? You have a right to celebrate it. If you don't want me to celebrate, then damn it, stop me. Like the guy throws a high ball in baseball to hit a home run. Oh, he took too long to go around the base. Don't give me that to hit a home run on. Don't allow me to run 100 yards on you. Don't allow me to go out there and go down the middle and dunk on your whole damn team. So if you don't want celebration, stop it.
And, dude, all these people that think there is zero debate about who the greatest hockey player of all time is. It's Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky's just assists total would outpace everybody else's goals total. Like all the numbers are crazy for Wayne Gretzky, right? But you know what Wayne Gretzky wants? Ovie to break the record. Ovie says Wayne texts him all the time. Like, good luck. You got this.
This is the problem. The person who goes out there on the field of play, the ice, the diamond, the court, they know that one day that record probably will be broken. This is one that many people thought would never be broken. Even Gretzky probably thought it wouldn't be broken because it seemed to be out there.
It feels like
the guy was like, well, you know, Wayne, if he could have played 3-on-3 hockey in overtime, maybe he would have more goals. Ovie has more overtime goals. He has more power play goals. It's just what he does.
Also,
and you can't stop it.
Missed a year and a half of his career to COVID and a lockout.
Like, if
that doesn't happen, this joint's already
the level
broken.
of respect from the people that's why sometimes you got some fans and some people who are a long way from the game, their mindsets get a little distorted. The guy went over there and said, "Man, what the hell you put in that leg?" You know what I'm saying? Because what he is doing is out this world, hands down. But I'm sitting there last night. I say, "Oh, I got to bring this up." And you walk in and say, I look on the thing and I was like, "Okay." So we were all on the same wavelength. So where this is a hater.
Yo, it was straight hater, and it's cool that he called into the junks. I support that. But like, he trying to credit Spencer Carberry, who's been coaching in Washington for 2 seasons, I believe. For Alex Ovechkin's 884 goals.
He's an 885 idiot is that man. That's what he is. He's an idiot.
No, I don't think that dude's an idiot. I think he's a Canadian, and they are just ride or die for Gretzky.
And I think
his comment last night was he said, yeah, you know, people have called him a bit of a one-trick pony. So you said the one-trick pony thing that you claim you didn't. And people have called him a bit of a one-trick pony, but Spencer Carberry's really got him moving around now. He's been in the league for 20 years.
You know who would tell you that he's not the reason Ovie is as good as he is?
Carberry.
You're right. So
hell, he might be on the junkies this week.
I don't care about this fool, man. And listen, the whole thing about it is I have gone through different phases of this radio thing where you go to the point where you try to be so respectful to others where you forget who the hell you are. I am not a person who sugarcoat. That man's a damn fool is what he is.
What is White Brian not here today? What years was Dale Hunter the coach of the Caps? Because let's be real, that was some god-awful coaching. Mm-hmm. They tried to play super defensive, and Ovie's job is to block shots. Like, imagine if Alex was coached by a dude like Carberry his whole career. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about
he might have 1,000 goals right now. Dude, then you'd really be upset.
Some of the coaches along the way for Alex. Like, there are so many things, and the dude 100% said one-trick pony. And then he said, but Carberry's got him doing other stuff. Even he referenced the video clip that TNT put together. And in that, it was highlighting how this year Alex is moving around so much more. Like
I thought he started moving around a little bit before this year. But, I mean, hell, that's what a coach is supposed to do. Find other parts of your game to make you better. I don't give a damn. He's 39 years old, and he's gotten better. Okay? So we can try to give who we want that credit. The person has to be willing to get it done. And you have seen him add stuff to his game throughout his career. Smith's not skating for him, and he damn sure not firing those one-timers for him.
Is Steph Curry a one-trick pony?
No, but you think of it because he's so damn good at what he does. And he's so good at three-pointers that you forget the dude's a ball handler.
Right.
Okay? And people go, well, he doesn't play defense. He's a liability on defense. You know what he does? The person that's checking him is tired as hell because he runs the whole damn game. And when you run the whole game, the guy that's chasing you has to run too. The guy that's chasing him is not in the shape he's in. Because Steph does that all the time and still lifting in the fourth quarter, putting 3-pointers on you, hitting 12 3-pointers in the game. Come on, dog.
Dude, so Dale Hunter coached for 2 seasons when Alex, I think if I have this right, was 26 and 27. Now, Alex had scored 65, 56, and 50 goals. Then those numbers dropped to 32 and 38 and 32 again. Like, you want to talk about a coach having an impact on Ovie, I think it goes that direction, not the other.
They send a lot of these Canadian coaches here to mess him up.
I just
he probably would have broke the record.
The Canadian hate on Ovie is so real, and if anybody wants to be dismissive of that, you're lying to yourself. And I think what last night really, really cements, B, and I don't know how this can get done, and I understand television rights and big dollar contracts and all of it. But last night was such an egregious example of why we need Joe B on the call for Ovie's game.
Well, see, it probably won't happen because, they're going to have their head going.
But I think Monumental could do a altcast.
Yeah,
do something.
Now, the altcast thing is that should happen. Ain't nothing they can do about that one. So you have the altcast, and I would love to hear it because, believe me, I'll go back to the old school days of when the team was the Redskins. I would turn off the national sound, and I would just turn on the local and listen to that.
Sonny, Sam, and Frank.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people did that. Like, a lot of people. I think, I don't know. I watched that last night, and of their next handful of games, how many of them are national broadcasts? I feel like it's more and more.
You're going to start seeing more of them be pushed to
At least Monday night was on ESPN Plus, but it was also still on Monumental. So when I perhaps left the game early and watched the final period at home.
That's not perhaps. That's what you did.
What do you?
I'm starting to get rid of some of this trash.
We're gonna have this place spick and span. I think I'm going tomorrow. That's a lot of papers,
but they were organized, and it was stuff I put here. Nothing somebody else put here.
A lot of the mess is mine. I will own it. I just don't know why it has to land where I sit as opposed to where it was previously. We've had a hell of a morning in here. It was a great night, though.
Yeah.
Caps won against the Rangers in OT. Caps were down early. It was an impressive comeback. And also, dude, the Rangers, maybe it was Greenberg or maybe it was like some hockey person I talked to not on the radio. But they were saying the Caps look like they're going to cruise to the 1 seed in the East. And they were like, man, the Rangers are a team you'd really like to not see as the 8 seed or a 7 seed. Mm-hmm. So I think we've got to kind of focus on making sure that team does not get into the playoffs.
We can't do anything about them. The Rangers playing other teams. We can't stop that from happening. We got to just worry about being at our best. That's all you can worry about.
I think you're right. But eventually, right now, I guess Columbus would be the 7 seed, and then it'd be I'm not sure who would have the tiebreak between Ottawa and the Rangers. 2 teams that played the Caps tough this week. But beyond that, dude, Terps got a really big win last night. On the road, take down Michigan. I was really impressed by Maryland because, playing at Michigan's a tough spot, and they got it done. They got it done late. They made some big free throws late. I still need someone to explain to me why you've got this big bunch in the Big Ten. So I think Michigan State might have secured the Big Ten regular season title because they had a win last night. But then you've got Michigan at 14-5. Maryland just beat them head-to-head.
Yep.
Then you have Wisconsin, Maryland, and Purdue, all 13-6. The top 4 teams in the Big Ten get a double bye. The top 4 teams. Top 4 in the Big Ten get a double bye. So we have Naki today. All right, Chris Naki is joining us at noon. Maybe we can get Naki to come on and help us understand how that all works. Then we got Smoking Al Koken joins us at 1:00. I want to ask Smoke about these national broadcasts and if Al's been doing this a long time. Like, I've been paying attention to hockey. Al Iafrate, Dino Ciccarelli, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that was the beginning of my hockey knowledge. But I didn't really start watching and listening and understanding until kind of Ovie, right? When I started watching every night. The Canadian bias against Russians and Alex Ovechkin seems so obvious to me. And maybe that's dissipated over the years as some of these old kind of
it hasn't dissipated.
moronic.
You heard it last night. It's fresh. Come on, dog.
We'll ask
And
Al
that
about
doesn't happen just with one person. It was always happening. It kind of calmed down a little bit, but guess what? It's back because he is about to top someone in a position that they never thought could happen.
Yo, the Wizards won last night, B?
Yeah.
In Utah, right?
They won, but they didn't win by more than 5. And they did not, and they did go over.
You get rich off the Wiz last night?
No, I'm going to say all that. Just saying.
Hold on, the Wiz were favored by 5 last night?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah.
When's the last time the Wiz were favored,
Last night.
and then favored by 5?
Last night.
Wow. that was off my radar, man. Good for the Wiz. Wiz are now, what do you think their record is on the year?
They have less wins than goals, and I think that was the one that was we had that one in the beginning in Ovie. They probably got what 15 wins, 12 wins, 13 wins.
12
Okay,
and 49. Yeah. So in the race for Cooper Flag, Wiz are 12 and 49. The Hornets are 14 and 47. Out west, I think Utah's bad too. Utah's 15 and 47.
Yeah.
The Pelicans are 17 and 45. So the Wiz are in pole position to get at least the most lottery balls. Who knows?
Only thing about it, bro, when you do that and then you get there and you get the most balls and you don't get the first pick, that seems like, oh, I did everything for naught.
So last night I had all ears. I got home about 9:30 or so. I'm glad that for the last 2 Wednesdays, Maryland's had a 6:30 start, but whatever, get your money, Big Ten. So then I got to watch the end of the Caps. And then you know what I watched that you gotta watch. I don't give you the you gotta watch very often, but I'm giving it to you on this one, B. We beat the Dream Team. Have you heard of this?
No.
So obviously you know the Dream Team.
Yeah.
Magic, Michael, Bird, Ewing, the Dream Team, the original, 92. So before they left for the Olympics in Barcelona, they went out to San Diego for like a week of practice.
Yeah.
And they brought along what was called a select team.
Yeah.
College kids to scrimmage against them for the week. And the college team was loaded. It was Penny Hardaway, Grant Hill, Bobby Hurley, Jamal Mashburn, Allen Houston, like a lot of really good players. Rodney Rogers, who, it's sad, man. Rodney Rogers was a physical beast. He has since been in a bad dirt bike accident. So it's a little sad to see what has become of him. But he seems happy and chilling. But it's awesome, man. So you have that level of basketball from my youth anyway. And the whole premise is in one of the scrimmages, the select team beat the Dream Team.
Yep. And they ain't beat them no more.
No, they got their ass kicked the rest of the time.
You know what they did? They said, oh, we're going to just beat these dudes. They went in there going through the motions. And then when they really went for it, that team realized real quickly you wasn't close.
So, sure, and that's what should happen.
Yeah.
But the conspiracy coming out of the documentary, which I believe is HBO or whatever the hell, what's that called now? Max. So you can watch it. It's easy. Just say, I just said we beat the Dream Team into the remote, and it appeared. Coach K, who was an assistant on the Dream Team, Chuck Daly was the head coach. Coach K is the assistant. He is now saying that Chuck Daly, who's dead and can't define the record, he threw the game, that he benched Jordan in that game, and he wanted them to lose so that it would be the eye-opener to go kick everybody's
that's
ass.
the thing that's been said for a long time. So I haven't seen this documentary, but you've heard people say that after it happened, because when the first person said something about it, and the first question I asked was Jordan playing? Because, he'll kill before he loses to them. And then you start hearing
Jordan was on the bench a lot.
Yeah, so, come on now.
But what I liked of the players that got asked about it, and it was Barkley, it was Magic. They're like, listen, anytime you underestimate your opponent, you can lose.
Yeah.
Now, could things have gone differently? Sure. But he's like, nobody on the court was throwing that game. Those guys just beat us. Now, Coach K's point is Chuck Daly could have called timeouts. He could have subbed in more players.
Mhm.
But, like, the dudes on the court, I think the college team was just outrageous.
Yeah.
All right, so we have decided Darren Pang, hater, undoubtedly. Let's get into some NFL stuff. A lot of news moves being made around the league. Free agency opens next week. Teams got to clear salary cap space this week. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Good morning, everyone. Well, the Great Eight is 10 goals away from surpassing the Great One as Alex Ovechkin's 885th goal sends the Caps Rangers tilt to overtime, where Tom Wilson wins it in a 3-2 Washington victory. Maryland wins on the road at a top 20 tilt at Michigan 71-65. The Terps have won 6 of their last 7. The Wizards get 23 from impressive rookie Keyshawn George in a 125-122 win over Utah. And a busy day in the NFL releases receivers Tyler Lockett of the Seahawks and Christian Kirk of the Jaguars, alongside edge rusher Joey Bosa of the Chargers. Now both Eagles linebacker Zach Bond and Raiders edge rusher Max Crosby have signed 3-year extensions with their respective franchises. The Cowboys have restructured the contract of quarterback Dak Prescott, and Seahawks receiver DK Metcalf has requested a trade. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Listen, Bleep You Thursday comes early. They might have picked the wrong day to have an early Bleep You Thursday. Lot going on in the prison cell today. Got a text, though, from a friend of the program. I'll leave it at that. I'm glad you guys said it. Canadians don't give anyone else credit, and for some reason, nobody can mention there was nowhere near the same goalie play or equipment for half of Wayne's career.
It wasn't.
I'm not here to discuss Gretzky. He's the greatest hockey player ever. But there is zero reason to try to diminish Ovechkin.
But there's no falsehood in that statement that was just said.
Right. But Ovechkin is going to prove to be the greatest goal scorer ever. And if you have a problem with that, you probably say
Bite
a lot.
me.
Yeah. All right. There's a lot to discuss in the NFL. A lot of this is not unexpected per se, but still now it's happening. It becomes much more relevant, right? Can you retext the show sheet because I got kicked out of the group chat this morning? I don't know how that happened, Jeffrey, hater.
Well, you made a comment that you should never make.
Yeah, that was only supposed to be 5 minutes.
It should have been a whole day.
I was excited.
Yeah, it should have been a whole day.
I was excited.
No, you should never.
Caps,
don't get that damn excited.
Wiz.
No, not that excited.
Hey, man, I was excited. Lot of cuts. Let's start with Zach Bond. You and I talked about this yesterday, and we completely nailed that situation, like to the number. I think. Listen, it sucks for Washington, but Philly is really well run.
Yeah, they are.
I wish they weren't.
I don't think it sucks for Washington. I just think that you know what you're competing against, and you got to go out there and build with that. And I would say this moving forward. Well, I know he doesn't care anyway. Adam's going to spend when he needs to spend. But the mindset around here with all this, we can't do this, we can't do that. Why? If they're spending and getting better people, you need to be spending and getting better people.
Totally agree. I don't think free agency is generally where you spend on better people. I think the best players don't become available in free agency. They found somebody in Bond. He cost them nothing last year. They realize he's the right guy, then you pay him.
The best players don't ordinarily become free in a regular free agency. But when everybody does every contract to try to make it backloaded, the best players do become free a lot in this league.
I think,
and a lot of
later,
but still, I mean, I look at most of these guys that were look at my man up there, Garrett. Garrett is as good as anybody out there. He could possibly become a free agent.
Nah,
if he doesn't deal, if he just let them go with the salary cap, franchise tag, he could become a free agent if he wants to. A lot of times that happens, it's just in this day and age when people can still play. That 30-year-old thing is done.
That's a different discussion.
But
that's
what I'm
when
saying,
guys
a lot
become
of times
available.
guys will become free or force their way out because it happens all the time in this league. And you got to, whether it's free agency or trade for
That's
somebody,
what I'm saying.
you could get them.
The best players rarely hit true free agency.
Yeah.
Now, do they become available? Yes.
Well, that's what I'm
But
saying. If
what
they
I'm saying
become
is
available,
true
you have
free
to be able
agency.
to spend on them. I don't care if they're just free agents.
You and I are saying, the only thing I'm trying to caution are fans that think next week they are going to sign 4 players that dramatically alter the course of the season.
No.
I think those types of players, the true blue chip players, Myles Garrett, to your point, those dudes don't very, very rarely hit true free agency. Like everybody's talking about receivers. You know why they traded for Debo? Because the best receiver that's going to hit the market, the true free agent market, might be Christian Kirk. Like Higgins ain't going to hit the market. I think Godwin gets signed by Tampa before the market opens. So I just think people got to recalibrate. Look at the Niners, all the talent they've built that they might now be getting rid of, frankly. Warner, Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, all draft picks. Purdy's a draft pick. They traded for Trent Williams. They traded for Christian McCaffrey. Like, even teams that mess up situations with great players, i.e. the Washington Redskins of old, they're not dumb enough to just let somebody walk. Even they got something for Trent, right?
Yeah.
The last, and I'm not going to say truly great, but truly great at the position, or the last team to truly allow somebody to go to free agency was the Redskins and Kirk. And it was a colossal mistake. They should have, if he wasn't going to sign and you weren't going to pay him, just trade him.
Yeah.
Just trade him. And I think more and more teams realize
Couldn't do that, though, because they have to be a little spiteful.
Sure. Max Crosby signs a massive deal. Yep. I said repeatedly, there's no way he's going to play on the current deal that had 2 years left with no guarantees. Now, I thought maybe that meant the Raiders would take calls. They were steadfast all along. Crosby's here forever, and now they've paid him. You know who's paying attention to Max Crosby's new deal?
Garrett.
Yes, but also Micah Parsons.
Yeah. Oh, well, Micah Parsons should be getting about 3 years. He had a 3-106 extension, that it was.
Yeah, 90 guaranteed.
I think Micah Parsons should get 3 by 120.
Just because he's younger?
Younger. And he's probably better. He can do more things.
I think
Max is unbelievable, but Micah does all kinds of stuff.
I think Crosby might be a little bit better as a straight-up pass rusher, but Micah can do more for you. I agree with that. Dallas, over the last week, you've had CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott redo their deals. So now, all of a sudden, the Cowboys have some cap space. Not to mention, if they get a Micah Parsons deal done, it'll help their cap. Parsons is playing, I believe, on his 5th-year option. It's $24 million. All fully guaranteed, all counts against the cap. Yeah, he's playing on the 5th-year option. I think what Crosby just became is the highest paid non-quarterback in football. I think you could see that number break 3 times between now and the NFL draft. I think a Parsons deal, a Garrett deal, and if Cincinnati gets their head out of their butt, a Jamar Chase deal. I think you're going to see money start flying off the shelves here. We talked with Chris Hayre when we were in Indy about the possibility of Joey Bosa getting released. Well, Joey Bosa's now been released. That's a dude that it's hard to say he's underperformed.
He's had a lot of injuries.
A ton of injuries.
And when you get a lot of injuries, you don't perform. And when you get injured, guess what? People don't want to pay you.
Right. And I think that's just a simple math equation at this point. But his brother, Nick, has had those massive, like Nick Bosa's top sack season, I feel like, it's got to be around 18 or something. Don't you think? With the Niners, Nick Bosa had an 18.5 sack season. Okay. I think he was Defensive Player of the Year that year. Joey Bosa's numbers with the Chargers were never that significant. He got to 11.5, 12.5, but Dude, he hasn't played a full season since 2021. Washington obviously needs help at pass rush. What is your interest level in a player like Joey Bosa now that it's real? Like he's obviously
Well, I think
available.
at this point, and as I state all the time, right price. He is a guy who's coming off some injuries. So you don't want to go out there and break the bank with him. But if you could get him for a price where it's very, very feasible for you, where it doesn't hurt you as much, you try it. But if not, you move on to somebody else.
I may be on an island with this, and maybe he doesn't become available. I would be more interested in Khalil Mack.
If they got rid of Bosa, you think they're getting rid of Khalil?
He's set to be a free agent.
You think they may be trying to get him back? Because like when you look at
I think
two
you'd love
guys,
to get him back.
when you look at two guys out there, on the same team, and then this one here, they let him go. Boom, he's out now. I think that maybe it opened up $25 million, and Khalil Mack is now at an age where he's not going to get no long-term deal. Wouldn't it? Don't you think if you could keep him there with a deal that may be more favorable for the team also, and Khalil may like it there.
What's kind of interesting is while we are locked in on Washington, you could look at the Chargers as a fairly similar team to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
You had a first-year coach have a bunch of success. They've got holes on the roster. It's almost kind of weird. The Chargers and the Commanders have almost, I guess now that Bosa's cut, LA's cap number has increased, but they're not that far away in terms of how much cap space they have and how many people they need to sign.
Mm-hmm.
The Chargers, I believe, are the only team in the NFL with fewer players under contract currently than Washington. Washington has 47. Chargers have 46.
Right.
So I do think it's possible they're trying to bring back Khalil Mack. For me, I recognize the age difference. I'd rather have Khalil Mack than Joey Bosa. Both are probably a one-year deal guy. Mack because of age, Bosa because of injury. I think Khalil Mack, to me, it's a lot like Bobby Wagner was last year.
But I think Khalil Mack gets more interest.
Agreed.
And you get into a salary battle then.
Yeah.
But so you may have
But
to
you
move.
also say you got to pay.
Yeah, you got to pay, but you may have to move away from you got to pay when you got guys that are going to be there for more than 1 year. Okay, you get into a salary battle with somebody like that, and then other teams they just want to just throw it up. But Bosa I wouldn't be dealing with him in no salary battle. They want to offer it to him, let him go.
Phone lines open at 11. Christian Kirk, DK Metcalf. What does B. Mitch think?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference classes to tournament upsets, and even who's cutting down the nets. Last night, Alabama went down to Florida. We saw the Crab Five go out there and get a big win in Michigan. I'm getting ready for March Madness. It's going to be unbelievable. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. The B. Mitchell Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com, find a contractor near you, and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Well, JP was asking me a question when we were leaving the last segment. Christian Kirk and different people out there. But let him ask the question, and I'm going to give him my answer. You forgot the question he was asking me?
Kirk versus DK.
DK.
Really?
Yeah.
A lot bigger price tag, dog.
We already got DK. Christian Kirk now is a guy who's out there free. If you go get him, we don't know what that price tag goes up to if you get into a little battle with that. A little,
Now I'm confused. I'm saying Christian Kirk.
DK Metcalf. I'm thinking about Debo.
They got Debo already. They got him.
DK is going to be too much. So I'll go, if you got to get to one of those two, it's Christian Kirk next. Because I think
Rossini's reporting for Metcalf a first and a third, and that Metcalf wants a new deal starting around $30 million. Check, please.
Well, if he wants that, then no. We're not going to get, he's not going to get that.
Of course he wants that. He's going to.
First of all, a first and a third is not what that's what the team wants.
Right.
As you begin to look at these trades over the years, quarterbacks and others, not many people get first and the first, and when you're a quarterback, DK not getting the first and the third.
The only trade that's going to happen this year that it will involve first and something is going to be Garrett.
Yeah.
Metcalf turns 28 in December, so he's a relatively young player, 27, 6'4", 240.
Dude, I ran a horse, JP. He could run.
He physical freak.
Yes.
Numbers have been fairly consistent. As much as people knock his consistency, DK's never gone for less than 900 yards.
The thing about DK, though, he's running deep routes for the most part. He's not going to route you up.
And that's my thing. Yes, they need a vertical threat. I think you can find cheaper speed.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have, between Terry and Debo, two receivers making real money. And people got to understand this. Terry is an absolutely great human. I highly doubt Terry McLaurin gets to week one on his current deal with no guaranteed money left. I think they're going to work out something with McLaurin. Probably,
it'll be good for him, and also it'll help them out.
Totally.
Yeah.
That's how it works with your studs.
Yeah.
So they're going to have some money committed to the receiver position. Metcalf wants $30 million a year. This, to me, screams New England. New England can't help but tell the world how desperate they are at wide receiver. Metcalf helps you.
He helps him, and I think when you look at him with his, like you say, he's a physical freak. He doesn't run the ball. He doesn't run routes like A.J. Brown. He runs post and goes for the most part. And sometimes he'll run and just stand up and they throw the ball to him, try to make so he can high point it. But he's not a guy where you're going to be concerned about being able to be going full speed, put the foot in the ground, and just go across the field.
And I think as you have Terry, who's a pure wideout, silk, right? Then you have Debo, who is a lot of things, but he's not a route runner. He's not a polished receiver. He's a
guy who
fits
playmaker. This offense
totally
tremendously well.
But you don't then spend a lot for another dude that isn't necessarily a pure wideout.
Yeah.
Or not, that's unfair. Who can't beat you multiple ways.
Yeah.
And DK wins with speed or physicality, but he's not going to route you up. So to me, that's not a fit. The asking price is too high. The compensation's too high, like all of it. Honestly, I'd almost be more interested in Lockett, who they released. But Lockett
can fly.
But dude, he's going to be 33 in September. His numbers have been trending down for the last 2 years.
Well, you might want to put a little bit more money into Diami's pocket.
Yeah.
We know he can stretch the field.
Yo, if Lockett is real cheap, that'd be interesting to me. Because I don't think he's lost necessarily the speed. But Diami's, if you have to pick OZ or Diami, I think Diami's going to have Diami's going to have more of a market than people think. And I think if you look at the free agent wide receivers that are going to be available, there's not many and I'm not saying this. I know that you don't think the 30-year-old marker should be a thing. But if you just look at the ages of the players that are going to become available as true free agents, Christian Kirk is probably the top of the heap, released from Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm assuming Tampa gets a deal done with Chris Godwin. I think they'll get that done. If Godwin doesn't get a deal done, he immediately becomes the number one because he's 29 and he's been really good, even though he's coming off that ankle injury. Higgins is not going to become a free agent. You're talking about Devontae Adams, Steph Diggs, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper. The first free agents that aren't 30 or older are going to be Christian Kirk, Deontay Johnson, who I think has been on legitimately 4 teams in the last year and just seems to be a real problem.
He's a little cray-cray.
Like the next sub 30-year-old guys you're talking about, Hollywood Brown, Darius Slayton. I think Diami is in that category. Now, he didn't show it much in the regular season, but his playoff run is going to make him some serious money.
He's not getting paid. I listen. You may want to kick those tires a little bit with him and see what's what. You know, because you never know with a guy like that. The agent might see an offer and say, "Hey, we might want to go with that."
Look, I think Diami would be crazy not to get to free agency, not to see who calls at what numbers. I think it's going to be really fascinating to watch that unfold. I think there's going to be salary cap went up. Like these teams have more money to spend, and I think they're going to be standing there with
it went
money.
up, but a lot of people it went up, but like a lot of people's position of need is not receiver. So they may be spending a lot of that money somewhere else. Like, to be honest with you, at this point, our position of need is not paying a lot of money to a receiver. It's paying a lot of money to a damn pass rusher and some guys in the middle that can put pressure on the quarterback.
Totally. I just don't know how many of the ones that'll be dollar for dollar value will become available.
Well, you don't have to know. Adam Peters know. And I guarantee you they need to be looking for somebody like that more than a receiver.
I think the top D tackle that's going to be available is Milton Williams from the Eagles. We know he's going to be available. I think he's going to have a big old market, but I think Washington could be involved. Josh Sweat, Khalil Mack. If you're looking to add on the offensive side of the ball, like you make a run at a Cam Robinson or a Ronnie Stanley, like that's if you're talking about building the trenches and spending the cash, those are the players you're talking about.
Yeah.
A guy I think would be fascinating would be Charvarius Ward from the Niners. He had a down year last year, but he lost a child.
Yeah, I think you got to give him a special pass on that one.
Dude, he had 5 picks 2 years ago. It was a Pro Bowler. Dude could play. He's also only known winning. He's been in Kansas City and San Francisco. He only knows winning.
Yeah.
That has value in a room too.
True. Knows how to get it done.
Bolton. I like Bolton.
Bolton not moving. They're going to sign Bolton.
You think?
I think so.
I was listening today about the Chiefs trading away. I mean, they've already used their tag, so if they plan on signing him, we'll see. The Chiefs trading away Joe Thuney, and basically it's like, all right, for what that's going to cost and what we think he's 32, where that's going at 33 and 34, we'd rather spend the money on young players. I really wonder if the Chiefs make a run at Ronnie Stanley just to cement left tackle.
Well, after Super Bowl, they know they need to get offensive linemen. They know that for a fact.
Yeah. It was not great. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to open these phone lines up next. 800-636-1067. Bleep You Thursday comes early. All the boys seem to have some animosity. Me, B, Landfill, Jeffrey, everybody's fired up here. And I want to be clear. Usually I don't like repeats on Bleep You Thursday. But if you want to call in just to say Bleep You to the dude last night that called Ovie a one-trick pony and then tried to back it off by saying, oh, but I think the coach has done a great job of getting him to move around. We will take repeats. We will allow repeats on this one day. It's a great occasion as Ovie is 10 goals away from breaking Gretzky's record, no matter how much the Canadians hate it. 800-636-1067.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Alex Ovechkin lights the lamp to tie the game in the third period in a 3-2 overtime win over the Rangers.
And loose for Mangiapane off the draw. Loose there, and Ovechkin scores! Alex Ovechkin picks it up on the far side of the goal crease. That's goal number 885.
John Walton on the call, heard here on the Fan, as Ovechkin is now 10 goals away from surpassing Wayne Gretzky. Maryland will win. The Terps get a 6th win in their last 7 in a 71-65 victory at Michigan. Senior day for the Terps is Saturday at 3 in College Park, taking on Northwestern. Listen on the team 980. George Mason rallies to beat LaSalle 69-62, and GW a big road victor over Fordham 81-58. The Wizards have 2 rookies surpass the 20-point plateau. Keyshawn George with 23, Alex Sarr adds 21, and even though they play without Jordan Poole due to injury, the Wizards beat the Jazz 125-122. And James Wood hits the first of 4 Nats home runs in an 8-7 spring training win over the Miami Marlins. The home run was the first of the spring for Wood. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Ooh. I'm sorry. All right, folks. B. Mitchell Finley, we're going early today because we got Smoking Al this afternoon. Right now is Bleep You Thursday. I think a lot of people are. I think a lot of emotions are stirred up based on comments made by Darren Pang last night about Alex Ovechkin.
Pang is a pain.
And the insinuation that Ovie, who hell or high water is going to break Gretzky's record. Like, it's coming, Canada. Deal with it. Ovie is a one-trick pony. Bothered me, bothered Brian. There's very clearly a bias from Canadians against Russian players.
Haterade.
If you think something different, you're lying. Let's start with my man Owen in Charlotte. What up, Bo?
What up, JP? First time caller, long time fan, man. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you, dude.
This Darren Payne guy. Is he Canadian? Because there's got to be some Russia hate going on here.
We looked him up. He's Canadian.
Okay. Well, I mean, is this his first Capitals games he's ever called? Because Ovie's almost 40 years old, and the way he chases the puck, the effort he shows, I don't understand how he can call himself an NHL commentator and have a bat job for TNT.
I like it. Thank you for the call, bro. Thanks for listening.
Yes, sir.
All right. We're going to see what happens here. Kurt is in Ashburn. What up, Kurt?
Gents, I've called in before. I'm an old guy from Detroit.
Okay.
Hockey's my sport. I played till my mid-40s. What I heard last night, by the way, I live by myself except for my cat, Deacon Jones. So I don't have anybody interrupt me. I listen carefully to everything. Darren Pang said a lot of people, essentially I'm paraphrasing, a lot of people say that Ovie is a one-trick pony, but I disagree. He immediately followed up with, I disagree. Irrespective of what he says, that he doesn't owe anybody an apology. And I watch the NHL channel as avidly as people do of their sport. And I'm telling you, there are about 80% Canadians on that channel. They all love Ovie. They all call him the greatest goal scorer that's ever lived.
Except that dude last night that said it was because of his new coach.
Well, but I'll tell you what. Ovie was a goal scorer before Trotz got here, but his plus-minus was terrible. And people used to say that doesn't matter. So what do you mean? That's how they keep score, is plus-minus.
I think they keep score by goals.
After Trotz visited Ovie in Moscow and said, look, the best players do it both ends, not just one. And that's when he became dedicated to
But that's what the
That's
coach's job is to do. But still, you're defending the guy. I think the guy was an ass. He said multiple things. It's not just one thing. So you can agree with it, but I think he's still bleeping.
Thank you for the call, man. I appreciate you. And you're right. Like, Alex has improved as a player over the years.
But that's what a coach is supposed to do. A coach is supposed to help you get the best out of you.
And the player can figure some stuff
and
out,
the player
too,
can figure it out. But you know what? The player has to be willing to do it all. And he has done it. So to act as if he just does one thing just this year, he stopped doing one thing this year, is totally asinine.
10 goals away from Gretzky. Like, if you want to take something away from it, I don't know what to tell you. Let's go to Chris in Springfield. What's up, Chris?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Doing good, brother.
Hey, I got an FU, just a little FU to be Mitch.
Uh-oh.
Because I was doing a cameo for my son last week, and he was charging way more than JP was charging. So I had to go with
he's
JP.
Brian.
Well,
Brian,
F you too. hey, you can't.
I'm be Mitch, you're a legend. I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna break it down for you.
I think he's joking.
No, I'm just saying when you like I tell people all the time, when you want a certain person, you gotta be willing to spend that person's money.
Yeah, I think
you're right. And if I had any more money left over from this fundraiser, I'd get B Mitch.
See, if you had said something, if you had just
job
mentioned
doing a
something,
cameo.
I probably would have did it for you anyway, for a lower price. But now you bleep me. Now I won't hear from you no more. I'm joking.
Thank you, Chris.
Well, JP did an awesome job with the cameo.
Awesome.
He did it from over the combine, and it was awesome.
I'm glad you did. It's pretty cool what your son's trying to do, man.
Got you, brother.
Thank you, Chris. Listen, above all things, I believe in market economics, and the market bears out what people will pay for things. So if what are you charging on Cameo?
I don't even know.
I don't know either, because somehow like the amount you get keeps changing.
It's probably not even what I should be charging.
I bet yours is like, I bet B's at 50 or 75. I think I'm 25.
Something like that.
Landfill, how much would you pay for either of us to get a Cameo?
I'd pay you to not have a cameo. For
so that's why my bleep used to Landfill for everything. Just I don't know where to start with him. I mean, and Landfill has to be the biggest ass I know. So that bleep you. I always liked Landfill till the last 2 weeks. Landfill. I'm bleeping him. Bleep you, Landfill.
What did I change in the last 2 weeks?
You just gotten a little bit more like agitated by everything, a little annoyed by everything, and it's annoying to me.
Mm-hmm.
So bleep Landfill.
That's rude, B.
Hey, I just say call space.
Jeff, do you have any bleep views? Are you answering phones? Please feel free.
Not right now.
Okay, you let me know when you're ready, bud. We have lots of callers. Let's go to our boy Los in Severna Park. What up, Los?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Happy Thursday. So,
you too, bro.
A big bleep you to that dude. I don't even know his name. It's not even a matter of knowing his name. It ain't worth it.
Darren Pang.
He need to go back to kindergarten because apparently he don't know the difference between goats and ponies. So that's a big bleep you to him. And another thing, I love you guys' radio station, 106.7 The Fan. Big fan of the radio station. Listen to all the 3 programs in the morning. But the one thing I hate when it's baseball season and I'm listening to B. Mitch and Finley, the day has to be cut short in half because of some dang Nationals baseball.
Let me tell you.
Speak for yourself, dog. Speak for yourself. No. We need that every once in a while. We need that in our life. So you can't be bleeping that.
B. Mitch and Finley love when the day is cut short for Nats baseball.
Perfect. B. Mitch and Finley, and then 12 o'clock hits. All right, we got to go out.
And we're looking forward to one in about a week or so. So just come meet us at Bonchon and have a beer with us. We'll be good.
Amen.
Yo, we root for rainouts, Los. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
I wasn't mad about much until I heard the Pang interview on the Junks. I'll be mad. I don't know who the hell decided to pile up a bunch of trash at my seat this morning. That had me quite mad this morning. So to the nameless person that decided to put all the trash right where I sit down, bleep you.
Yeah.
Let's go to Melvin in Centerville. What's up, Melly Mel?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm doing good today, man. But my bleep you is from 2 days ago with Landini.
Uh-oh.
Bleep you to Landini for his little left-handed people comment.
What'd he say?
Yesterday I did say
said-
I don't like
he said he don't
left-handed
like
people.
left-handed people.
That's right. Left hand up, baby.
My daughter's left-handed, you jerk.
Was she the one that said stop singing?
Yeah.
Well, she gets an exception.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mel.
All right.
People coming at landfill today. I like it. 800-636-1067. Robbie is in Manassas. What up, Robbie? Who you mad at, buddy?
Hey man, I gotta give a big old bleep you to the man who ranked the Terps as a 7 seed in his bracketology, because that didn't look like no 7 seed last night.
Hell no, they didn't. Yeah, man. People are sleeping on the Terps. They're a good team, dude. They can beat you a number of different ways. The guards are hot at the right time.
Yeah.
Our Terps are hot, Robbie. Let's keep it going.
Oh yeah,
Man, I'm seeing I think we can get up to a 2 if we win that Big Ten championship.
I want to have a good performance in the Big Ten tournament. Save it for the big boys. Save it for the real tourney. Thanks for the call, bud.
Thank you, JP.
all right, bro.
Landfill, do you have any bleep use? Is there anything you need to get off your chest?
Yeah, I got to bleep you to a particular gas station in Roslyn. They have the slowest pumps ever. A week or so ago, it was like 8 degrees outside, and I was trying to get some gas, and I swear it took about 5 minutes to put 5 gallons in the car. It's completely unacceptable. Replace your pumps, bums.
It's normally not the pump. It's normally when it's just it's very low on gas and it takes forever.
Well, then get your deliveries more regular. I've had enough of this.
Figure it out.
How about you stop going to that gas station?
I'll never go back.
Why? You must have been very low on gas for you to end up in Roslyn.
I was, yes.
I had to go get gas this morning. Kind of a pain. But all right, everybody, make sure you're listening. Try to pay attention. Commander Tequila, who you mad at?
I'm mad at the world. Not just kidding. I'm mad at the commentator because I'm a Lakers Kings fan, LA fan, Kings fan. I think Gretzky did his record and everything. I like to see this record being broken. You know, it's been years since I was a kid, and I love to see this game again because the last 2 games I went with the Caps, it was great. You know, even last Saturday we lost. The Caps lost, but I'm looking forward to another game to go on pretty soon next week.
Love it.
And that's where I'm at the commentator. Yeah, no right doing that.
Thanks, buddy. You're right.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Commander. Let's try Norris in Washington. Norris. Who you mad at,
Good morning,
buddy?
gentlemen.
What's up, brother?
I'm upset with all of DC Sports Talk Radio and television
Why?
because nobody covered the Lamont Roach controversy from over the weekend.
We talked about it.
We talked about it.
Jeff talked about it. The dude taking a knee.
Man, y'all must have been the only ones because I didn't hear it on nobody else.
See, what's your name again? What's your name?
Norris.
Norris, we got to bleep you because you weren't listening because Jeff and I started off the show with that.
Well, let me ask.
What day was that, Brian? Have you mind me asking?
That was on Monday.
Hold on. Let me ask something. Are we sure we talked about it on air?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only thing I can think of is if it's something we talked about
And
off air.
I brought up the
But we 100%
kneeling
talked
down
about it.
and well, it was later. It was Tuesday or so.
Yeah, because I gave an early
Tuesday
bleep.
I came back with the because he's talking about I got my hair done and then grease got in my eye.
Yeah, grease got in his eye, man.
Hey, don't get your hair done then if you don't even get in a fight. All I know, kneeling down, taking a knee in the fight normally is a count. They start counting.
And he went to the ring. He went to his corner and wiped his face.
Disqualified.
You're right. It's junk. Thank you, Norris. Thank you, buddy. Speaking of that, my guy Jeff is ready to fire off some bleep views of his own. Hello, Jeff. JEPH.
Thank you, Norris, for segueing us into this bleep you because I want to bleep Javante Davis. Yo, I love the sport of boxing, so let me get this off out the way first. I am not a Tank hater. I'm not no hater. I am a lover of the sport. Okay,
Jeff's a lover.
So first off, bleep Javante Davis, bro. You know, out of all the years you have boxed, you know you cannot take no knee, let alone run to your corner in the middle of a fight while the fight is going on. 2, bleep the WBA and all of the judges, because how do you just forget the rules during this fight? This is one of the biggest fights going on. 3, bleep the ref. Dude, how does a fighter take a knee mid-round, you start counting, and then you stop the count? And then finally, bleep all of Tank fans, because these people, I'm not going to call, I'm going to tweet what I call them. I can't say it on the radio. But you people are insane. You're in denial. That fight was so close. We get it. They called it a draw. But if they count that knockdown, that is a big win for Lamont Roach. And everyone who's saying, oh, he shouldn't have took it to the courts. No, this man was blatantly cheated.
Yeah.
This is something these men fight for their entire lives. And to see it go down because the A-side fighter, I don't care what no one says. That was favoritism. You start counting and then you stop, and this goes between the rules of the this goes against the rules of the WBA and NYSAC. Stop it. Bleep all of them who robbed Lamont. Lamont should be as he's been going all camp, and the new. That should have been the announcement. And the new. They need to stop playing, overturn my boy decision, give him that belt, and let him whip Tank again in the rematch.
There you have it. Well said, Jeff. That was thorough. That was a thorough rebuke of what happened in the fight. Wildcard Scotty is now on the line. I don't know where the hell this could go. Hello, Wildcard.
What's good, fellas? How you doing?
We're good, buddy.
Doing good,
How
man.
are
You
you?
feeling?
There. Oh, I'm living life, man. Long time no talk, man. That's hard to follow Jeff there, man. So you're getting my first bleep you.
Who,
So
Jeff?
now I got to follow a passionate man. A fiery Jeff is a Jeff you don't want to mess with unless it's on the microphone.
Oh, boy.
Oh! I got to bleep you to a couple. I'm not going to say the branch, but dealing with PNC for about an hour and a half yesterday.
I love that you won't say the branch, but you'll just say the name of the bank. Just say the bank.
Well, I mean, they're big enough that I'm not, giving them the business too much. But sitting there for about an hour and a half, only to be told, basically, it was just a giant waste of time. And I don't appreciate when they could have given you an answer, a couple minutes into the session. Anyway, I want to bleep them. I want to bleep corporate America. I'm going to bleep everybody. I'm on one.
I like that.
Right.
I like that
Here's
corporate
what's wrong.
America got it. All
right, man.
Scotty, that's it. All right, that was a relatively tame Scotty. I think people are mad. I think clearly something went wrong for Scotty at the bank. I did have a I guess late bleep you. Took the kids skiing last week and the power went out on the mountain. They restored it. However, you pay a lot to go skiing, B.
Yeah.
And part of that compact with the ski mountain is that you are able to ski during the allotment of time you pay to ski.
Mm-hmm.
And because the ski mountain had to close for 3 hours because of the power outage, I recognize that's not your fault. But Doug, how about here's some free lunch? How about a $25 voucher? You know what I mean? And the worst part of it is the people that just left, they refunded. But if you waited it out and then skied, they gave you nothing because you had built your whole day for it. Isn't that just a bleepy way to run that? I'm not saying
But
legally they're not entitled to.
And they don't know exactly what time. I probably would have taken the money and left like the other people.
Have you? But nobody knew that, right? All right. So bleep that whole situation. But B, have you? I want to make sure everybody has heard what my man Darren Pang actually said last night because we've been pretty hard on him. This is from the TNT broadcast last night. Darren Pang talking about Alex Ovechkin. Draw your own conclusions here.
Side was
was Radish on the entry. And we get a whistle.
Well, I give Spencer Carver and his coaching staff an awful lot of credit. We all know that Alex Ovechkin's been a bit of a one-trick pony throughout his NHL career, but that has not been the case. And there's the normal spot. We saw that here on TNT. But how about this one? Right through the guts of the ice, right in the middle. Now he's again in the middle of the ice. Fires that one. And how about this one in the last one? Right in the slot. And he picks it up, has strength on it, and bang. Look at this forward Tampa Bay Lightning all over him.
We all know that Alex Ovechkin has been.
Now, he never said
somewhat
people
of a-
say. He said we all know.
We all know that
And he
Alex
started off
Ovechkin-
with Spencer Carberry. So the guy that called early was trying to defend him. Bleep you double time.
I wanted people to be able to hear it. All right. All right. We got this is the last bleep you. Scrappy Philly is my guy's name. What's up, Scrappy Philly?
Hey, what's up, JP? What's up, Hall of Famer Brian?
What up, brother?
My bleep is my bleep is the Jeff. Couple months ago now, I held this in. He's talking about my Philly cheesesteaks and how they don't season the meat. Well, I'm telling Jeff he must have went to Pat's or Geno's because they are the worst cheesesteak people in Philly. You got to go to get some real cheesesteaks because we chop our meat up, we season it, we put cheese in it, we put the pickles in it, we had the right roll with the mayonnaise and the sauce.
All right,
Jeff,
so what do you recommend?
You, Jeff. What I recommend?
Because I went to D'Alessandro's.
D'Alessandro's is
With
good.
D'Alessandro's is good. Pagano's up in West Oak Lane is good.
Did you say McDonald's?
Pagano's.
No, I said Pagano's.
Okay.
Jim's, but you got to go in West Philly. It's on 62nd and Ludlow. The line is so long that they have people outside guarding the people that's buying cheesesteaks. The line is around the corner.
Jim's? I've been to
Jim's,
gyms. There's a gyms downtown too, though. You don't need to go out to 62nd and
that's the
Letlow or
commercial.
whatever.
That's the commercial one. You got to go to the one in the hood.
Are
I'm
they
sorry,
not
they
the
got
same
best cheesesteaks.
ownership and
They're
stuff?
the same. It's the same ownership, but it's different cooks.
Yeah.
Different cooks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I get
So
what
you
you're
got to
saying.
go to Ishkabibbles on South Street. They got good cheesesteaks also.
Ishkabibble. I remember that one.
All right, man.
Ishkabibbles it's on 4th and South. Y'all take care. Thanks.
All right,
Thanks,
bro.
buddy. All right, Jeff. Next
All right,
time you're in
take
There
Philly.
you go, Jeff. Now you got many more places to go to.
Yeah, Jeff, bring us back some cheesesteaks for Philly. What the hell, man? Let's talk about free agency. More importantly, Debo Samuel, Commanders' new wide receiver, just dropped a long Players Tribune article in which he explained why things went wrong in San Francisco and why he wanted to come to Washington. I'll tell you what Debo thinks about the Commanders when we return.
This sports update is brought to you by DC Defenders. Alex Ovechkin scores goal number 885. Now just 10 away from surpassing Wayne Gretzky as the Caps beat the Rangers 3-2 in overtime. Maryland wins at Michigan 71-65 in a top 20 showdown as the Terps continue to roll. And the Wizards get 23 from Keyshawn George in a 125-122 win over the Utah Jazz. Be there for the Red Zone home opener celebration as the Defenders battle reigning UFL champion Birmingham Stallions. Join them Sunday, March 13th at 3 p.m. to pack Audi Field and wear red. Get tickets at UFLDefenders.com. That's UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Spirited Bleep You Thursday. Had a bunch of calls on the MGM National Harbor listener line. Appreciate those folks. In about a half hour, we're going to hear from Chris Naki, analyst of the Maryland Terrapins. Called a good win last night in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Right now, though, I want to bring folks' attention to Debo Samuel, a player Washington traded for over the weekend, a receiver with a whole lot of different skills set. And, we've had guests come on and people say things didn't end poorly in San Francisco for Debo and the organization. They just kind of ended.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anybody that is honest and adult and has been in relationships, work relationships, romantic relationships, whatever, like sometimes that happens. Like just things evolve and change and things end. And so Debo Samuel wrote in the Players Tribune today a long, really thoughtful article. And I wanted to share some of this with our audience here. This is Debo's own words. All right. There's no clickbait, no misquoting, no nothing. I'm reading now from Debo Samuel's Players Tribune article that says, "Thank you, San Francisco. One day back in January, I walked into Kyle in here and have this conversation with you. The relationship that me and Kyle got is ridiculous. You can ask anybody in the building. 1 minute, he want to knock my head off, and the next, he's just going crazy, excited at something I'm doing. I've always felt like he coaches me harder than anybody else because at the end of the day, he knows I ain't no sensitive-ass player. If you tell me I messed up, I take it on the chin and go fix it instantly. But our relationship is more than just the coach and the player. Kyle knows damn near everything that I've been through in my life, and I damn near know everything he done been through. It's like that. It's a bond you could never break. So we talked it out. It was hard in its own way. But more than anything, I was just proud of the way we both handled it as men. It's funny. A few days ago when the trade happened, I was happy because this is something that I wanted. But as the day went on, my mind just kept fading off to all these damn memories, man. The memories I got with Kyle, with John, with Brock, with Trent, it all came rushing back. And I'm like, damn, I'm not even kidding when I say the whole fairy tale played back in my mind. That's the only way I can describe it. I've come a long way from Spartanburg, South Carolina. Young kids in the neighborhood running under the streetlights, all of us with the same dream. One day, I'm going to be in the NFL. I'm going to be the one to really do it. I remember riding home from Pop Warner practice one day at Parks Hill Elementary School, and my Uncle Junior was like, bro, I'm telling you, you're going to make it to the league. Yeah, I hope so. I was like 7 years old. Now, this continues, and I think it's really well read, well written, and just heartfelt. He talks about draft night, and everything kind of continues. He had to figure out where to live in California, all these different things, right? But you kind of keep going. And Debo has these crazy seasons. 2021, he's all pro, goes for almost 1,800 total yards from scrimmage. 2023, they go back to the Super Bowl. He goes for like 1,200 yards. He was dominant in those playoffs. This year, it didn't go right. And I think you talk about how Debo feels now. And I'm going to read again. When the trade happened and my mind was flipping through all the memories like a scrapbook or something, I just kept reflecting on how our guys put in so much work together. Our locker room gave college vibes. You know what I mean? It wasn't like your typical locker room. Everybody's so close. Everybody hangs out. I think about how close I got with Ayuk when he first came in as a rookie, back when he wasn't talking to nobody. I knew JJ a little bit from college, and then younger guys like Ricky and Jacob that I built relationships with, who are close as hell to me to this day. It's not as easy as people think. After I talked with Kyle, I talked to John, and he understood where I was coming from and gave me his perspective on everything. He called me and gave me permission to seek a trade, and we talked about why we thought it was a good move for both of us. And listen, for John and Kyle to send me to a team in the NFC that was almost a Super Bowl contender, it shows you the type of love and relationship that we have. I know at the end of the day, they didn't have to do that, so it's not a lick of bad blood when it comes to me and that organization. It's always love. Now I'm continuing. It's funny, the way he was describing that San Fran locker room sounded a lot like what Washington had last year. I'm back to reading. We off to a new start now. DC, we coming. I think this is one of the best possible fits for me where I could go in and help a team. Honestly, when my agent asked me where I wanted to go, this was one of the teams at the top of my list. I started watching Jaden because of IU. That's like his best friend. We used to chill, watch LSU games, and I knew he was going to be a stud. I've got some connections already with the coaching staff. Definitely ready to work with Terry for sure because we came in the league at the same time. I've heard how hard he grinds. I'm just ready to match the energy and get to it. Bleep, I got a feeling this season is about to be one of them ones.
Mm-hmm. He's going to bring some fire.
It's pretty exciting, man.
You know, he's going to bring some fire. And the thing about it, and leadership comes in different ways. And, you know, you got guys like Terry who just does his work. Get in his ear back and go to work. Jaden does the same thing. Also, you have those people like a Debo that they work, but they bring a little bit of brashness with it. And nothing is wrong with either way. But you got to let the people be who they are. And as long as their goal is to be the best at the end, that's all that matters.
I got this tweet. So I tweeted that story out. You can read the whole thing in the Players Tribune. Mean Keen 13 replied to me. Washington on preferred destination list for players now. I might cry. And it was something that we heard about, right? That, hey, you know.
It used to be on preferred destination because they knew they'd get paid.
Right.
Now they want to play with people. And that could get you paid too.
Think about what they're getting in Debo, a guy that's clearly excited about coming here, clearly excited about playing for Jaden. I imagine, don't know, but imagine Kyle Shanahan said some really good things about Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
I would also imagine there's some members beyond Adam Peters of the coaching staff that were in San Fran that Debo probably has relationships with. This thing is in so deep that there is obviously a real relationship. And I don't know. I feel like for Commanders fans, hearing that description kind of gives you a little bit of chills.
Yeah.
Like Jeff, when you hear Debo talk like that, man.
Jeff had a teardrop.
I was excited, man. And even just seeing his workout video yesterday that was circling around the internet, and everyone's like, man, we never seen Debo, work that hard. In my heart, I'm just like, yo, people want to come to Washington and they want to work hard when they come to Washington. This is not just a retirement check for these people now.
Totally, man. Because I think you recognize if you're coming here, you're going to get pushed.
Yeah.
I like
that's definitely
this ain't vacation. And everybody's getting pushed in the same direction with the same goal of winning titles. That's
the whole thing about it, man.
It's a remarkable feeling, man. We're talking Terps Hoops with Chris Naki at noon. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. We just talked about it. If you haven't read this Debo Samuel Players Tribune thing, you should. Just really, really cool. The honesty and the excitement Debo has to come to Washington is just dope.
Yep.
Joel Corey was on the program with us, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or something. And I think he did a really good job of kind of laying out the money that could be coming. You see this? I just want the mic to stay in front of my face. Watch.
That's why you should just flip the other part because it doesn't do that. There you go, right there. Bam.
Okay. Then I can't see my computer. So when Corey was on with us, he kind of did a really good job of explaining what he thinks the market and costs would be for players like Bobby Wagner and Zach Ertz.
Mm-hmm.
Wagner, he said, was about 10. Ertz probably 7.5, 8. Corey has written a story for CBS Sports about what the market's going to be like for some other players. Most notably at the top is Sam Darnold.
What does he think it's going to be?
Contract package. Talking packages, Landfill. $127 million for 3 years. $42.5 million per year, up to $135 with incentives. Overall guarantee, $90 million.
How much? 42?
I mean, the true guarantee, basically that's a 2-year, $90 million deal.
45.
Yeah, 2 for 45.
I mean, yeah, but he's not going to get that top dollar. People have caution with him. Like,
Sam Darnold.
We don't even want to give him 45. But you know what? He's not going to get top.
Sam Darnold's about to make 45 a year. I mean, God bless him.
Yeah.
If I'm the people are like, oh, I'm shocked the Vikings are letting him go. I'm not.
Did you see the playoff game?
Even beyond that.
But still, I mean, like
they just drafted McCarthy.
They got McCarthy, but he had been playing great this year. But then the last 2 games, I guess he started seeing those ghosts again. Because he was scared to throw the ball to the wide open people that he had on the team.
I don't see how Minnesota could bring him back. I think there's a reason Minnesota might try to keep Daniel Jones around if McCarthy's not ready. But McCarthy got hurt early. He got hurt maybe even in July, if
very early.
August. I think he could be back. T. Higgins signed a tag. T. Higgins got tagged.
Mm-hmm.
So the tag will pay him $26 million. Joel Corey says if he gets to free agency, he gets a 4-year $125 deal with $85 million guaranteed. So it works out to about $31 a year. The guarantees are kind of funky because it's 2 years fully guaranteed, and then they add some injury guarantees into the third season.
Mm-hmm.
So it's truly, if you boil everything away, a 2-year, $65 million contract.
That's 32.5.
Pretty good.
Yep. And then how would they be able to hold on to what's coming next year?
I would much rather pay T. Higgins 32 than Sam Darnold 45.
Yeah.
No debate. Now, this one I find really interesting. Chris Godwin, this is per Joel Corey, CBS Sports. Godwin was cruising early in the year. He looked fantastic. Then he had I want to say it was a broken ankle. I know he got hurt. Yeah, his left ankle was dislocated after 7 games. In the first 7 games of the year, though, he had 576 yards and 5 touchdowns. Pretty good, B.
Yeah.
Evans is a free agent, 29 years old. Corey has this one pretty simple. 3 years, $75 million contract. The true money is $2 at $25 a year. That honestly sounds a little lower than I'd expect.
I mean, you look how he was balling last year. And so Godwin is 7.5 million less than Higgins?
Dude, he's missed.
Yeah, the injuries do pop up for him.
He's missed almost 2 full seasons.
Mm-hmm.
He had right knee in 2021, and then last year was the ankle. In 7 NFL seasons, he's played 2 full seasons. I think Godwin's going to re-sign with Tampa, but if he hit the market, that to me is all right, let's check this out.
Somebody's going to pay him a little more. Someone that will get into a battle with, with him will pay more.
Well, I think it'd be New England, and New England has more money than everybody. So good luck. Ronnie Stanley. This one's really interesting because Ronnie Stanley has missed a ton of time over his career. But last year, in a contract year, was fully healthy, played every game. And now Ronnie Stanley's a stud. Ronnie Stanley could help Washington. I'm not saying you have to move Coleman. Everybody's in such a hurry to move Coleman. What about Cosby's probably going to miss at least the first month of the season. Wiley has played guard in his Kansas City days. Wiley could play guard. Ronnie Stanley could be your right tackle. I don't think that's terrible. Or
left.
Or if you want him at left, then Coleman could be your right tackle. Of Ronnie Stanley, they write, completely healthy for the first time since the 2019 season. Stanley was on the field for 98% of the Ravens' offensive snaps in 2024. Stanley, who turns 31 later in March, didn't return to arguably being the NFL's best offensive tackle, but he had a Pro Bowl caliber season. According to ESPN Analytics, Stanley had a 92% pass block win rate, which was the same as Lions left tackle Taylor Decker. The Lions signed Decker, who was 31, to a 3-year, $60 million contract extension, averaging $20 million per year with 32 mil fully guaranteed. Corey's projection for Stanley, 4 years, $90 million, 2 years fully guaranteed. So it becomes 2 for 46. Can I mention one? Let me ask you a question about one thing here. When the quarterback is Lamar Jackson, shouldn't your pass rush win rate be really high anyway? How many dudes at the snap of a ball in a clear pass situation are 100% all go, I'm going to get to the quarterback when that quarterback's Lamar?
Not many people.
Right?
But still, you got to realize
the type of rush you face in that situation.
But also, that type of guy right there holds onto the ball a long time, too. And they run around and they take sacks. And when you are still blocking on extended periods and they don't get sacked, that's a plus to the offensive lineman as well.
For sure. We got a Zach Ertz projection here.
Okay. What's that?
I'll read first. Ertz bounced back from an injury-plagued 2023 season where he asked for his release from the Arizona Cardinals. He caught 66 passes for 654 yards with 7 touchdowns, serving as the NFL Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels' security blanket. The 3-time Pro Bowler was at the bottom of the pay scale for starting tight ends on veteran contracts. He signed a 1-year, $3 million deal with up to $5 million through incentives. Statistically, Ertz was very similar to Pat Freiermuth and Hunter Henry last year. Freiermuth had 65 and 653 and 7 touchdowns. And that's damn near identical to Ertz. That's crazy. Freiermuth had 65, 653, and 7. Ertz had 66, 654, and 7. If you look at the money those guys are making, he was making about 12 per year. Hunter Henry had really similar numbers, way fewer touchdowns. Hunter Henry signed a 3-year, $27 million contract.
9+.
Now, Ertz is a little older. Joel Corey puts this thing at a 1-year deal for $7.5 million, up to $8.5 million with incentives, $6.5 million fully guaranteed at signing.
I see that.
Sounds about right.
I can see him being
worth all of it.
Yeah, I can see him leaning to that too because he's with a guy who knows how to get him the ball. He talks about how the coach takes care of him, and Jaden has faith in you.
Yes, sir. Terps basketball could be top 10 when the next rankings come out. Chris Naki joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by DC Defenders. The Great 8 now 10 goals away from eclipsing the Great 1. Alex Ovechkin scores in a Caps 3-2 overtime win over the Rangers. The Wizards beat the Jazz 125-122. Maryland a road victor at Michigan 71-65. Now tonight, Patriot League quarterfinals. 2-seed American host Lafayette. 5-seed Navy is at Boston U. Both games at 7. Still in the regular season, Mount St. Mary's is at first place Quinnipiac at 7. Howard welcomes first place Norfolk State to Bird Gymnasium at 7:30. And in the NFL, a day after the Cowboys restructure the contract of quarterback Dak Prescott, the Cleveland Browns getting some cap relief. They are restructuring the deal of quarterback Deshaun Watson. Be there for the Red Zone home opener celebration as the Defenders battle reigning UFL champion Birmingham Stallions. Join them Sunday, March 13th at 3 p.m. to pack Audi Field and wear red. Get tickets at ufldefenders.com. That's ufldefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and your Maryland Terrapins are getting hot. Joe Lenardi just put out his new bracketology. Says if the tourney started today, Terps would be a 4 seed, man. Things are happening. Big win last night in Ann Arbor, taking down the Michigan Wolverines. One man that was there, Chris Nocky. You can always hear him on the broadcast with Johnny Holiday. Chris joins us now via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Nocky, what's up, man? How are you?
All good, man. How are you guys? It's been a while.
We're good, man.
You've got to be enjoying yourself. I had the pleasure of working the Commanders beat this past season when they had an awesome year and outpaced what expectations there were. What about you and this Terps team?
Yeah, I mean, same. They were picked way down in the league, but we're in this environment now where preseason prognostications and predictions of all conference teams and stuff like that mean absolutely nothing. Everybody's kind of reloads every year. There's so many new players in the league, so many new lineups, and Maryland did a really good job in the portal. They found the guys they needed to really upgrade what they were doing, and Julian Reese stuck around an extra year. He could have gone to a lot of different schools, so it was kind of the perfect storm, if you will. And they've gone from 1-3 in the league to 13-6. That's a hell of a turnaround since January 3rd or 4th. They've really played well.
What's been the biggest change you see, Nocky, this year compared to last?
You know what, man? There's nothing that beats shots going in, B. Sometimes it's a simple thing. Last year, they were making a couple of 3-pointers a game. It was dreary. They had one certified scorer in Jameer Young, and then, they just really struggled so much offensively. They had to scramble for everything they got. There was no easy baskets. You really had no option on your team as somebody who could come in and just kind of microwave it up. And this year, they got 3 or 4 guys like that, and they've ridden each one of them from time to time. And that unpredictability, the good balance combined with a certain level of unpredictability, in the sense that any one of these guys can get 20 or 25 points. It's tough to scout a team. It's tough to game plan for a team like that. So as they've developed the chemistry together, the offense has really grown, by leaps and bounds, and the defense has always been there. So it's a nice combination right now.
Absolutely. Talking with Chris Nocky here. You can follow him on Twitter at xcoachnocky, Knoche. How big was going to Ann Arbor last night and getting that dub? I think that was a real statement, for Maryland, and they controlled that game throughout.
Yeah, they probably should have put it away earlier, JP. I mean, they had opportunities, didn't really take advantage of all the turnovers they created. I think anybody who's ever played sports at a high level will tell you that going in and winning on the road there's nothing like it. It's galvanizing, it's energizing, it's every adjective you can come up with. And then when you add in the fact that these are two top 15 or top 20 teams that are playing against each other as conference foes with a lot on the line. You know, I mean, the seeding is everything going into the conference tournament. You know, all of that together, it's just an enormous win for this team. And it takes a little bit of the pressure off, too, because the only remaining game is a home game where they've played really, really well this year. And so, you know, one of the key things, Brown asked about it a little bit earlier, but they've been able to turn around their fortunes on the road. It wasn't that long ago in the middle of January, people were saying, what the hell? Why can't they win on the road? Well, I mean, to put a lot of those issues to bed with their play over the last 5 or 6 weeks, they've had some really dramatic wins on the road, and none better than last night. That was a good W.
When you looking at, I've been watching a lot of the SEC and also the Big Ten down the stretch, and hell, the teams that play in their own conference is getting them ready for how the tournament is going to be. Do you think that's a big plus?
Yeah, you would think so, man. Obviously, my high school coach used to say, you know, if you play with garbage, you play like garbage. You know? and the point being that the higher caliber competition you play, the more it prepares you. One of the things I worry about is that it also beats the crap out of you. You know, I mean, every night is Armageddon, and I think you see that in the SEC. You know, remarkable. 14 of the 16 SEC schools have been ranked this year at some point in time. 14 of 16.
That's crazy.
That's absurd. And Big Ten is not far behind that. I mean, there are a lot of good basketball teams in there. So, you know, there's a certain amount of ebb and flow. There's certain teams that have gone on a heater and then really struggled, and vice versa. You see Michigan, the team we played last night, you know, was blazing 3 weeks ago, and now, you know, they're struggling to find it. So, you know, part of it is playing well at the right time.
Totally. And I kind of think Maryland is. I think Queen has emerged. Juju's just been so steady. All three guards seem to be really hot at the right time. Naki, I'm hoping you could. I can't figure this out. Sparty's going to win the conference regular season. Sure looks like it if they haven't already. Michigan's got a game up. They're 14-5. Wisconsin, Maryland, and Purdue are all 13-6. Now, only the top 4 get that double bye, right?
Right, exactly.
What are the tiebreaker scenarios? Do you know? Because they keep listing Wisconsin ahead of Maryland, and Maryland beat them head-to-head.
Yeah, no. So the way it works is this: Michigan State will get the 1 seed. Michigan is guaranteed to be in the top 4, right? Because of the way everything breaks down. And even if they lose to Michigan State, which they likely will this weekend, they'll probably be 4 in that scenario. If Maryland wins, simply put, JP, if Maryland wins on Saturday, they're going to be in the top 4 as either the 2 or 3 seed.
Okay.
I think it would be a remarkable story if they were to get to that 2 seed, but just to be in the double bye would be fantastic.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate that. I've been grumpy about this for weeks, not understanding it. So win Saturday.
And why it took so long to call you?
Seriously. So win Saturday. They get the double bye. Their first game is in Indianapolis next Friday.
Friday night. I think it's Friday night. If you did the 2 seed, you play that late game Friday night, 9:30.
Okay. All right. I gotta.
Yeah.
That'd be. I don't know what I have planned next Friday, but that'd be awesome. Okay.
Well, all I can tell you is you probably got Saturday off, JP. So I think you can make that Friday night game.
Naki, man, you never know with me. I might have to work Saturday too. We were talking.
It won't be early, so you'll be all right.
Talking with our friend Chris Naki here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can listen to Chris on all of the Maryland radio broadcasts right here on. Well, I'm right there, I guess, on Team 980. I wonder, if depending how this Maryland stuff goes, some of those broadcasts land over here. I wouldn't be Shocked.
Oh, with me on our air?
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are with all that, but
I would be big time then. That's awesome.
I mean, dude, you've been with this basketball team a long time. You go back to the Gary days, like Terps basketball inside and out. I looked this up the other day, and it was kind of somewhere between sad and like hard to realize how long it's been since they've gotten to the Sweet 16. What does this team feel like for you? The tournament is absolutely crazy. Nobody knows what's going to happen. But for me, I was texting with Sferluga about it last night. Barry is high on these guys. I just want a second weekend. I'm not being greedy. I just want a second weekend.
Yeah, and you kind of touched on it. Part of the magic of the tournament and the heartbreak of the tournament is the brackets for everything. It's where you go, who you're playing, who's in that bracket. So there's a little bit of, I don't want to say luck involved, but there's you have to be right place, right time. This team is capable of playing against anybody. I'm very comfortable. Just after watching them play the last 6 or 7 weeks alone, anybody can see that. I think. They have to avoid certain things. They have to avoid foul trouble. They have to avoid some injury issues that they, knock on wood, they've been able to avoid because it's not a particularly deep group. And I think one of the issues that we've seen over the last couple of weeks that they struggle with is really deep teams. Michigan State, they played a hockey game against the Terps. Not just in terms of the physicality, they were just throwing line after line over the board. They played 10 guys more than 10 minutes, and they just beat the hell out of you, and it's tough to combat that. Fortunately, they're an anomaly. They're the exception and not the rule in Division I, so you don't have to deal with that a whole lot. But JP, you got to feel really good about it. Anybody who's invested at all in the program, and to your point, it has been since Melo Trimble was point guard that they made the Sweet 16. Now, that's been some time ago.
Wow.
So
that's crazy.
It's been a while. I got to get back there. And then some.
That's crazy, man. Melo, is that 10 years ago?
Well, it wasn't 10. It was,
like
with Diamond Stone, and it was 8 or 9. Yeah, yeah.
So I think it's pretty clear that Derek Queen is their most important player, the freshman who's just a stud who sure as hell looks like a lottery pick to me. I loved Willard's line when he said if he was European and white, they'd be talking about him as the first overall pick. There is like a weird double standard about that. After Queen, though, is it Rice? Is it Miguel? Like they're just so varied in what they do. I love Gillespie's game. Who's most important after that?
I think it's Gillespie, and there's a case to be made for him being 1 or 1A. Kind of a situation like that. He has been all that was advertised. He's been steady on the ball. He's played a lot of minutes. He's made huge shots. Even last night, he was scoreless at halftime. In the second half, when Michigan was making runs, he seemed to be the guy. He and Rice were the guys countering and making big shots. I would say your point guard is still the most important position in college hoops, and he's done a really good job with that. One of the issues, I was just filling out my all Big Ten ballot earlier this morning, and the sad part about it is all these guys deserve recognition. You mentioned Rice and Miguel, who has been great the last 3 weeks, but they'll all split each other's votes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just the way it works. And you might get a couple of guys, one guy in second team, a couple guys, maybe a guy or two on the third team. But it's been a great year, and you can't worry about the individual stuff. You worry about the team things, and the rest kind of takes care of itself.
Yeah, that helps them out, for their pride. But you know what? When you get in the tournament and you got all those different guys that can step up, that should be a plus for them.
And it gives you a lot of kind of innate confidence, Brian. It gives you just know that the guys have stepped up time and time again, and you feel like it's going to happen again.
Does Derek Queen get, I assume there's like a Big Ten Rookie of the Year, Freshman of the Year kind of thing?
Yeah, there is, and I would think he's the favorite for that. Two kids at Rutgers who are going to be top 5 picks. I think they'll split votes too. Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper, they're really good players, but I think they'll split some votes. And I think Queen over the last month has been demonstrably better, and he's He's getting it done on both ends. He's staying out of foul trouble, keeping himself in the games, and he's also not adjudicating with officials as much as he was early in the season.
Good use.
He's playing ball. He is playing ball.
Very good use of adjudicating there. I think, you know, what's funny is I see why the two kids at Rutgers are viewed as the bigger NBA prospects. Like you said, top 5 picks. They just had that long, lean athleticism, and their games are only going to get better. But, like, as far as impact to their team this year in the Big Ten, I think Queens has been significantly higher.
You know what? To me, the award goes for the effect on winning. Simply put, it's the effect on winning.
Totally.
And Queen has had just a significantly larger effect from that perspective on it.
Naki, if I can, let's ask a couple just college basketball wide, because there are two things happening that are interesting. One of which I'm happy about, and one of which it kind of still makes me sad. And I've moved on. I'm a Big Ten guy now. It's taken me a while, but here we are. But the ACC kind of stinks, and they've got Duke carrying the mantle. But like, I'm looking now. I guess the ACC has 3 ranked teams, but Carolina, UVA. I mean, Leonard Hamilton's run a good program at Florida State. Miami stinks. Like, what's going on at Syracuse? Like, what happened to the ACC?
It's terrible, man. Yeah, and you know what? Right on target right there. And the other thing is, I don't think they hired particularly well when great coaches left. You know, I mean, look at Wake Forest circa 20 years ago. They had the great Skip Prosser, who unfortunately died, you know, while he was the head coach at Wake Forest. And then they had a succession of guys that couldn't carry Skip's clipboard, you know, and that's not, you know, it's not an exact science. I get that. And, you know, same thing for, you know, guys like Carolina. It's hard to follow that act. It's hard to follow Gary Williams. It's hard to follow, you know, Roy Williams, you know. But I just, you know, I don't think they hired well. The expansion of hurting them, the chase for football money really hurt the basketball product because you don't have balanced schedules. You know, you get non-basketball elements in there like BC and, you know, who are good periodically at best. And so even a school like Virginia Tech, which has had some good years, they're not investing in basketball. They're there for football reasons. So it's watered down. It's diluted. It is sad. I agree with you.
And then the flip side, obviously the SEC is loaded. One of our video producer is an Auburn guy, and he's fired up. Even though they lost this week, that's still a loaded team. I think Auburn, Florida, Bama could all win the title. Tennessee, I don't know if they can score enough. But I've watched a few of these games now. I am really intrigued by St. John's. For whatever Pitino is, he's a fantastic basketball coach. What do you make of the Johnnies?
Interesting guy, though.
Definitely an interesting guy. Are they a real title contender? Because that
yeah, for sure. And they not only do they have the guys. I mean, Pitino, and I agree with you. I mean, you can say what you want about Rick Pitino. He's kind of he could be a little bit of a carnival barker, you know, but he's a Hall of Fame coach who has now taken his sixth team to the NCAA tournament. Nobody's ever done that before. Success follows him everywhere. You know, he's got a real formula. He's got a magnetic effect on his teams. And, they're legit. They are viable. They've played good teams in good places and come out on top, you know, in this era of parity. And I agree with you. Auburn has been the best team for the most part. But I'll tell you what, I've watched them play over the last couple of weeks. They're not, you know, point guard's hurt now. Janai, the big fat broom, has been banged up, got a bad shoulder right now. I mean, they've got some issues that they got to deal with as well. It's an era of parity, and St. John's is as good as anybody.
Well, I listened to him talk to his team the other day. They were down, and he was speaking to him. He spoke to him like a coach from my era. And you know what? Yeah. Not one time did I think he was being disrespectful. He was being 100% brutally honest, and they responded to it.
I tell you what, they were sitting on the edge of their
Hell
chairs
yeah.
for him.
Yes.
So success commands that kind of respect. Good on him. He's an old school guy doing it his own way, and I think there's room for that for sure.
Hell yeah! All right,
you gotta be kissing these players, these young players' asses.
One thing that has stood out to me, I really think, Naki, over the last month especially, some of those crowds at Xfinity Center have been awesome. I was there for the Iowa game, and it was so much fun. Even if there were some empty seats, it was still, everybody was into it. The Sparty crowd last week was incredible. What have you thought of the crowds, and what do you expect for Saturday against Northwestern?
It's sold out, so it'll be wild nuts, and it's a great time to celebrate a guy like Julian Reese, who may be the last of the 4-year players, 4-year starters at Maryland. So that in and of itself is reason to celebrate. But beyond that, it's a team that continues to represent. They play hard as hell. They do it the right way. And they deserve a lot of folks coming out on this last home game. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's a 3:00 in the afternoon game. No excuses. If you're hungover, fine. You can sleep in a little bit. If you're going out at night, that's fine. You'll be out the door by 5:15.
Yeah, JP.
So, I actually can't come Saturday, but I would love to. I'm so excited for this team. Naki, you might see me the following weekend, especially if it's Providence. Providence or Raleigh, I think you'll probably see me there.
That'd be awesome.
Rudy's crazy ass will drive, so I'll have a ride. Naki, thank you, man. We're hopeful to maybe get somebody from the staff on, but I feel like for Coach Willard, this is a season that he needs to really get the faithful to buy all the way back in, and it's important for Terps fans.
It's that critical third year, man, for sure. And
totally.
on the heels of last year, yeah, this is big and big for him as well.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, guys. Good talking to you.
All right, man.
All right. That's our guy, Chris Naki. Does a great job. Funny dude, too. Give him a follow at XCoach Naki. Naki joined us via the Rude Guest Hotline. When we return, all week we've been looking at specific position groups for Washington to take a look at in free agency. When we return, wide receivers and DBs.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. Must be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big night for the Washington Capitals, beating the Rangers 3-2 in overtime on a goal by Tom Wilson. Alex Ovechkin, goal number 885, now 9 away from tying Wayne Gretzky. They play again Friday night against the Detroit Red Wings at C1A. Wizards defeat the Utah Jazz 125-122. Keyshawn George 23, Justin Champagnie 17 on his new contract extension with the Wizards.
Just kept putting the work in. It's good to be around people that believe in me and let me be myself. And, I'm super grateful, super happy. I love it.
Wizards open a 7-game road trip Saturday at Toronto. Newest Commanders wide receiver Debo Samuel in the Players Tribune said, coming to DC, I think this is one of the best possible fits for me where I can go in and help a team. Spring training today, Nationals and the Cardinals at 105 after beating the Marlins yesterday 8-7. James Wood, Luis Garcia, and Andrew Pinckney all homered. Women's basketball tournament today, GW against Rhode Island, Virginia Tech versus Georgia Tech, Norfolk State is at Howard, and UVA versus Cal at 5. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, The Fan. All right, here's the deal. We're talking free agency every day, different position group. We've touched kind of on everything, and now we've reached the skill position lane. Receivers and DBs. We're looking at safeties, corners, receivers. What Washington has right now is McLaurin, Debo, McCaffrey. There are some other, future offers, some folks on practice squad deals. We're not going to include all that for the sake of our conversation. De'Ami Brown, Noah Brown, Crowder, KJ Osborne, and OZ, Olamide Zaccheaus, all pending free agents.
Yes.
Crowder's one we haven't discussed. Crowder doesn't cost you a whole lot.
Don't cost you a lot.
I like Crowder.
And can fill multiple positions. And has that leadership quality that, helps out. He's the type of guy where if he doesn't play week in and week out, he's ready whenever you throw him in there.
Like, if Jamison Crowder is your sixth wideout, I'm not mad at that.
Punt returner. He can be your.
He had some big.
He can be your
down
slot
the stretch last
week. He can be your slot. He can fill in on the outside if he needs to.
Dude, he only had 9 catches last year on 13 targets, so he's catching damn near everything. But listen, he only had 9 catches. On 9 catches, 4 of them went for first downs, and 2 of them went for touchdowns. Like, that is some pretty valuable plays.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the game log, I mean, I know he caught the game winner against Philly, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am not mad at Crowder at the bottom.
Crowder's a guy. You and I both last year when we knew he was ready to go a while.
Yeah.
They made sure they kept him around till they needed him because they know he would be ready. And when he stepped in games late down the season, he made plays that made a difference. And we all, let's be real, they tried other people back there. He was the best returner back there.
Yeah.
Hands down.
I believe the big swing at wideout has already happened by getting Debo. I think they're going to have to fill this roster out. I think they're hoping Luke gives them a lot more.
I think he will. Luke came on last year. Like he showed me something in both the kick and punt returner, as a kick and a punt returner. And also, Luke was open a lot of times on the field.
Yeah. There were a lot of near misses.
Like the thing that people, some near misses, but when he's open sometimes on the backside, you're not really reading that just yet. So he's a guy you come through super late, and Jaden would find somebody and let it go. but I think he will have confidence this year. Even Jaden to go one more step instead of I'm gonna throw it to one or two of these guys, and even Luke, I have that confidence to where he shows quickly, to where if somebody's going to him, they'll get to him.
You remember Elijah Moore? Jets drafted him second
Yeah.
round. There's a lot of excitement about him. Nothing really went right with the Jets. I mean, you get bad quarterback play there too. Then he goes to Cleveland. You get bad quarterback play there too. He's a guy that's kind of fluttered around 500 yards a season, right? Hasn't missed any games in the last couple of years. You go back to his college career at Ole Miss. Only played 3 seasons, went pro. Now, this dude's all speed. He's tiny. But he went for 1,200 yards in the SEC during the COVID year, 86 catches. Go back and look at his combine numbers, his athletic stuff. Now, the size isn't outrageous. I said already, he's a smaller guy. But what people liked about him was just the vertical, just verticality on what he could do. I mean, that's a dude that's not going to cost you a heck of a lot. Now, it's a slot guy, but like, what if he gets into a good situation? He's been in nothing but bad situations.
Yep. Hey, another person, how about KJ Osborne?
What's that?
He came in there last year, didn't really get on the field much. For what reason? Don't know that.
I don't even know. Was he active?
I don't think he was. So, but the thing about him, he can play some football.
When he was part of a good Vikings offense.
Yeah.
So
I'm wondering, like, when you start looking at the people below Terry, Debo, and Luke, one, maybe
he
two
was active for one game.
Can one, maybe two of those guys be on your team?
Well, here's a question. Like, do you agree with me? Do you think Godwin gets a deal done with Tampa?
Yeah.
The way they've structured that it expires, like, I feel like that deal gets done.
Mm-hmm.
So then you could give me a number, 1 to 10. What's your interest level in 31-year-old Steph Diggs?
Right now, I think you got your one.
33-year-old Keenan Allen.
I like Keenan because Keenan he's a different, he gives you a different size, a different style of a player. He gives you what Noah Brown was last year with a little bit more oomph.
And better hands. Noah Brown caught the hell out of that Hail Mary, but Noah Brown had some drop.
I'm just saying, like, Keenan comes in a bigger receiver and has been consistently one of those guys.
6'2", 210. They don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that. 33 years old. I can't imagine he cost
See,
you.
the two guys that they have, I want people to understand this. Terry and Debo play way bigger than what their size is.
Sure.
And Debo played way bigger than what his size is. I just think that those two guys give you more than, like, we always say, well, we want to stick to the big guy. You start looking around the league, ain't been too many big guys over the years.
What about, so you seem somewhat interested in Keenan Allen.
Yeah.
Is that, so Price is Right? Kind of a
it's a Price
5
is Right
out of
thing.
10? Like,
Yeah.
I'm interested.
Yeah.
What about DeAndre Hopkins? And knowing that DeAndre Hopkins had some success with Cliff Kingsbury when they were both in Arizona.
I have always liked DeAndre Hopkins because of the way he was with his mom and all that type of stuff. And the dude is a damn absolute terror on the football field. He can play. He's not a headache like a lot of people are.
He had a big time drop in that Super Bowl.
Everybody has drops eventually, dog.
I know. Are you calling either Allen or Hopkins?
I'm kicking every tire. If you are trying to be the best, you got to kick every tire. You never know what the response may be.
How about Amari Cooper?
Coop has always, to me, like him, but it's like that guy that has all the ability.
6'1", 210, a little bit of size.
He has the ability, but just he doesn't get talked about. And that I don't know what that could be, but he has the ability.
It also did
Why
not,
does he get left out?
Did not go well in Buffalo. I don't know the why of that. Maybe there's injuries, but just not a lot of production. Not a lot of production since who the hell was starting for Cleveland in 23? Was that Flacco? He had a good year in Cleveland in 22 and 23. He's been pretty consistent throughout his career. He's got over 10,000 receiving yards. Tells you this dude has put a career together. He's also been on 4 different teams, which you start to wonder about that. 4 different teams in 10 years.
I mean, people trade. Like you had to get rid of him because he was an issue.
Yeah, and then
the trading, it happens sometimes. Contract things happen. I just wonder sometimes with guys like him, where can he be a person? Like there are people that don't complain, but they can do stuff behind the scenes and make sure you understand. And there are other guys that they just never ever ruffle any feathers, and they get lost. They get left out. Is he that guy?
Rather calm a fool than raise a corpse.
Rather than I walk up and knock on the coach's door and we got to have a conversation one-on-one. So I'm not going to do nothing to try to be disrespectful, but I'm also not going to be out here running around just for my sake, for my health. I want to play. Does he become that type of guy where he doesn't make enough noise? In a positive manner, not the negative manner.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So, of the names we've gone through, judging by my B-Mitch meter, Keenan Allen and DeAndre Hopkins seem to have more interest for you than a lot of these other fellas.
Mm-hmm.
What about Hollywood Brown? That's a dude that has just never really happened.
He never really happened, but if you want speed, he's that.
He's definitely speed.
Yeah.
So
if you need somebody to stretch the field, that's what the Hollywood's about.
Bro, now he's on
Ravens,
3
Cardinals.
teams in 6 years.
For the Ravens,
Chiefs,
and now here.
There's so much excitement about the Chiefs getting him. You know how many catches he had this year in Kansas City?
He was injured for a bit.
9.
Yeah, he was injured for a bit.
Yo, for all the talk about Hollywood Brown, he had the same amount of catches last season as Jamison Crowder.
Mm-hmm.
And Crowder had 2 touchdowns versus Hollywood Brown's 0.
Mm-hmm.
He did have a 1,000-yard receiving season in Baltimore. He did have an 8-touchdown season in 2020. Got a cool nickname, Hollywood. You don't seem that interested there.
I'm not interested in just the fact his nickname is Hollywood.
What about Darius Slayton, Giants?
I like Slayton, always did. Of the guys I'm talking about, I still don't put him in front of those.
Even so, the age with Keenan Allen and DeAndre Hopkins doesn't impact you. They're both 33.
Nope.
Are you calling on Devontae Adams?
Devontae Adams, I need to really have a conversation with him if I want to bring him here as a GM and a coach, because he's hung around Aaron Rodgers a little bit long, and I think that he may have a little bit of that in him.
Hard not to.
And he already said he wants to be closer to home. He wants to get closer to L.A., and I don't know if this is anywhere close to L.A., right?
I believe it's the opposite side.
Yeah, so therefore he. All
right, we're doing the same with corners and safeties. When we return, nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, I got breaking news.
What you got?
Commanders have re-signed one of their pending free agents.
Defensive back?
Nope.
Receiver?
Nope.
Offensive lineman?
No.
Damn, I'm just missing all day. Tight end?
No.
Okay, D lineman?
No.
Defensive back?
No.
Oh, who the hell?
Kicker, Zane Gonzalez.
Oh, Zane. Oh, Lord. I was not going to go there.
Gonzo's back, baby.
All right, Gonzo.
I'm
coming to catch some kicks.
I don't know that means the kicker position is completely solidified.
I doubt it.
But
Gotta
he's back.
have one, though.
But he's back. Gonzo is back. That's official. We continue our look around free agents. Now we're doing defensive backs. Here's who's definitely back. Lattimore, Sam Still, Bobby Price, and Alan George. Those are practice squad players. Now, before we get into who they could sign, I want to give away some tickets.
All right.
Everybody gets fired up to watch Disturbed. That's a loud, aggressive band. Will be a lot of fun. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Disturbed, the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour, Monday, March 17th at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller 10 right now, 2 tickets to Disturbed, the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour. B, I want to start with a couple of pending free agents that played here in Washington last year.
All right.
That I think you're going to let walk. Mike Davis came from the Chargers.
Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore.
Benny St. Juice.
It's time to walk.
Yeah. About Noah
I will have a conversation.
That conversation to me is, hey, man, we value you. We understand you want to see what the market's got. We'd love a
Let
chance.
us know what's happening.
We'd love a chance to maybe match or
let us know what you get off if you get offer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, true.
Now I got a guy that I find really interesting, and we talked about this a little briefly, I think, earlier, is Charvarius Ward with the Niners. 29. Last season was a down year, but
It was a down year.
what
He dealt with some serious, psychological stuff, man.
Absolutely, man. DJ Reed is another corner that'll be available from the Jets. Carlton Davis from the Lions.
Carlton's going to get some money, though. He's, yeah.
I like, what'd you think of Byron Murphy with the Vikings?
Liked him.
I think he's going to get paid. He had 6 picks last year. And for a ball is life kind of team, I find Byron Murphy pretty interesting. Paying corners in free agency is dangerous, though, man. But he's a Pro Bowler.
If they're a baller, they're a baller.
I just wonder if you could get Ward cheaper, because I think Murphy's coming off a rookie contract. Like, I think this is his first time going to free agency, whereas Ward is coming off a little bit of a down season. Obviously, there's extenuating circumstances there. Let's talk about the safety position.
You forgot Asante Samuel down there.
You like that one?
Like him.
I don't know that he is delivered on draft positioning, but that doesn't matter now.
Maybe he could be a guy kind of like Bond, didn't deliver the first places, but you got somebody that know they can get the best out of him.
Struggled with injuries last year, but guys struggle with injuries.
Yeah.
Asante Samuel could be really interesting. He's also very young.
Yeah.
He's only 25.
That's what I'm looking at.
Most of the rest of these dudes are going to be 28, 30. I fear we're going to run out of time here. At the safety position, Washington, that is actually kind of, I don't know that I want to say loaded, but they have a number of players.
True.
A lot of positions are kind of light.
Yeah.
You got Percy Butler, Quan Martin, Jeremy Reeves, Ben Nickel, and then Tyler Owens. Nickel and Owens will probably bounce up and down practice squad. You've got Defoe, Derek Forrest is a pending free agent, and Jeremy Chin. What are you trying to do with Chin?
Sign him back
before next Wednesday?
Yeah, I want to try to off something to where I know he liked it here, and I want to try to make sure I'm gonna show him some respect and try to get him back.
You think it gets done?
I can't go that far. I'm just saying I know what I'll try to do. If it was me, yeah, it would get done. Take a walk.
I think you try to get Chin done. I don't know that it will. I think if I'm Chin and I'm this close to free agency, I might be interested in getting the free agency. I also think, though, that safety market is funky. Last year, everybody was like, oh, where's Cam Curl's deal? It never came, and then it took him a little while before the Rams picked him up. So I think it's hard to gauge that. I think Quan Martin, in his second season last year, I think took another step forward. I think if you get to September and it's Lattimore, Samerstill, CB, Martin, Chin, I think you feel pretty good about that group.
You know, like my thing is, if Chin were to go, who's the big guy that you need that you think? I think you could look at like a Owens, where you could play him back and up close to the line. Although, listen, wasn't drafted this, and that, but the kid made the team, which says a lot.
Yeah,
you know, and I think you have to look for somebody like because they seem to want to play a guy back and also close to the line.
Yeah. If you're looking at kind of the free agents that are available, Justin Reed, the dude Hufanga from the Niners is young. Yeah. He's going to be available. Javon Holland from the Dolphins is going to be available. There's some dudes that will be on the market that can help you. I think the safety position's unique because corners get absolute top dollar.
Yeah.
And safeties often don't.
True.
And I think, even in the draft, there's going to be some prospects that will be floating around 29 at either DB or corner. They're going to have to add there. I think the biggest question in the defensive back room right now is, do you get something done with Chin before free agency opens?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that will establish a lot of what happens next.
What happens next?
What's happening now, if you need new windows in the DMV, you only one person to call. That's Paul Henry's and his team. Paul Henry redid all the windows in my house, made my house warmer in the winter, cooler in the summer, lowered my utility bills. And honestly, all this crazy ass wind we've been having, I never get a draft. And that just that peace of mind is so reassuring. If you call Paul this month, you get $100 off with the purchase of 5 window minimum or $500 off doors.
So you look at your windows are just like walking up to somebody and looking in their eyes. If their eyes are clear and seem to be beautiful, the person seems to be beautiful. So you walk to your house and your house is beautiful because you got some great looking windows. The house looks even better. Paul does that. You know, he came to me. I had some windows I'd had in my house for well over 20 years, and they were all messed up. And then Paul came and he changed every window in my house. And I went over to my detached garage, had those windows and doors changed, and he did a great job. As JP just mentioned about the draft coming through, there are no more drafts coming through my house. And whenever that air conditioner or that heater put the house at a certain temperature, it stays there because of the windows. They don't let anything out or let anything in. So you give Paul a call right now to receive 10% off windows with the 5 window minimum and 10% off doors. Contact Paul Higgins Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHigginsWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Capitals defeat the Rangers 3-2 in overtime. The big story, Alex Ovechkin, goal number 885.
And loose for Mangiapane off the draw. Loose there, and Ovechkin scores! Alex Ovechkin picks it up on the far side of the goal crease. That's goal number 885. He is 10 away from passing Gretzky.
John Walton the call on the Capitals radio network, back at it Friday night against Detroit. Wizards beat the Utah Jazz 125-122. Keyshawn George with 23. Head coach Brian Keefe learning from wins too.
Some good and some bad, like some great learning lessons. This is, being in these games is always good because you can learn so much. Execution at the end of the game, things that you want to run, things that teams are doing. Great learning experience. Like those are the things that are going to help stack things that we want to do when we keep building this thing the right way.
Wizards start road trip Saturday at the Raptors. Nationals baseball against the Cardinals, spring training starting in just a few moments after beating the Marlins 8-7 yesterday. James Wood, Luis Garcia, and Andrew Pinckney all homered. Men's college basketball tonight, Navy at BU, Lafayette at AU, Norfolk State travels to Howard. Mike Florio says the Bengals have said wide receiver T. Higgins remains unavailable as they work toward a long-term deal. Power up your future. Enroll tuition-free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit pgcc.edu to get started. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to our boy Mike from Pupatella, the pizza spot. I mean, it is fantastic. That margarita is fantastic. Dude told me that their ovens are flown in from Mount Vesuvius, and they get fresh cheese every week.
Every day.
That's attention to detail, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't had Pupatella pizza, you should. It is damn good. They just opened a new spot, 3rd and Mass.
Mike, I found that number in my phone. I'm going to use it often.
3rd and Mass right there by the Supreme Court. Fired up now to maybe somebody that can shed a little light on something that bothered me and B-Mitch this morning. Smoking Al Koken, Caps coverage of Monumental Sports Network, a true DC sports institution. What up, Smoke? How are you?
Appreciate the intro music, gentlemen. A little Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple. right in my wheelhouse. I love it. Thank you.
What up, Smoke?
Hey, B, how you doing?
Man, I'm good, brother.
How are you, dude? How much fun are you having with this Cap season?
JP, you know what it's like covering a team on a day-to-day basis, and these guys and this coaching staff has made my job among the most enjoyable seasons I've ever had with this team. A great group of guys, and the newcomers have fit in immediately. They've all been great to deal with, and it's been a pleasure to kind of watch them get themselves together early, dominate, and now trying to figure out how to get back into a good playing rhythm, even though they look at the standings every morning. For those who do, they're 12 points up. They're not really being challenged. And it's a great battle that the coaches have right now. And Brian can certainly appreciate this. When you got a comfortable lead, but you're not playing your best, as a coach, when is it time to really kind of crack the whip, and when do you kind of still have to back off, express my concerns, but back off? And that's, I think, what we're seeing right now with Spencer Carberry, although I know he liked what he saw last night, particularly in that third period.
Yeah, last night
he's been good, man.
I mean, it's similar, like against Ottawa, they got out to the big lead and kind of coughed it up. Last night, they had to fight their way back. It's got to be hard for them to really lock in when they're so far ahead in the East and even in the division. But I do think beating the Rangers always carries a little bit more juice.
And I think the way they got it done last night, they were trailing, but there was, I think it was like one of the first plays of the third period, and there was this drop pass to nobody, and I'm at home watching this, going, oh God, not this. And then from that point on, they locked in, and they were the dominant team. And when you look at it, JP and B, they only allowed the Rangers in regulation 16 shots on goal. Now, this is a Ranger team, much like the teams they've been playing lately, St. Louis, Calgary, 2 teams they lost to, who are desperate for points, trying to cling to a playoff spot. So you would expect a better effort out of the home team in that regard. And I think it speaks a little bit to exactly what the Capitals were doing last night defensively. And then they found a way to get it done. Number 8, who else gets it done to tie the game? And then just a spectacular play in overtime between Dylan Strome, who's having another spectacular season, and Tom Wilson, who, if you're not still one of those idiots who just see him as a one-note player, but you've actually opened your eyes to watch how good this guy is at so many different things. It just was just a perfect finish to what I thought was a really good third period and ending of that game.
He has 28 goals this year, Al.
Willie.
Yeah.
28 goals.
I mean,
so people could get over that about, well, he's just, just going out there and beat people up. The dude could play hockey.
Well, it's interesting.
Go
ahead, please, Al.
No, I was going to say, I mean, you watch him on the penalty kill. You watch him on the power play. I mean, he's used in all the roles. They just don't throw him out there like the Rangers are doing with the Matt Rempe kid, although he had a couple of very nice plays last night. He's a complete hockey player. And for those who just think of him as strictly that one-note guy that he's just out there to throw his weight around and drop the gloves, you just haven't been paying attention, or you're just you're just an obstinate fool, because this guy has turned himself into a true top 6 all-purpose hockey player. That's one of the reasons why there were people saying, if Team Canada had lost at 4 Nations, they would have been ruining the day that they didn't bring Tom Wilson onto that team.
And I think the whole thing about it, everybody has a person like that on their team. He just happened to be much better at hockey than some of those guys are.
Yeah, and let's be also honest, too. He really has kind of been asked not to do the fighting as much anymore because he's too valuable to the team. So you got guys like Brandon Duhaime stepping up last night, Matt Roy, his first NHL fight. All guys taking different roles on.
Talking with our friend Al Koken. You can watch his coverage of the Capitals on Monumental Sports Network. Give him a follow on X at Real Smokin' Al. All right. Smoke, you use the term, not a one-note player describing Tom Wilson. There's a little controversy last night on the TNT broadcast. Darren Pang, I think he was trying to make a point of saying Ovechkin has evolved from being a one-trick pony that just scores from the office. That's not what he said. But it's not what he said. And I do think
I know.
I think it's largely Canadian. I still think there's a weird bias out there against Ovie, and these dudes get really defensive about Gretzky.
Well, I will say this because, listen, I can't say that I'm best of friends with Darren, but we talk all the time when I see him. Much like your partner there, JP, he's an outstanding golfer. He's got the club championship at Meadowbrook in St. Louis. He plays all the time, much like your partner.
Yes.
I know Darren did not mean what it came out to sound like. I know that people are up in arms about it, but knowing Darren the way I do and knowing the appreciation, we just had a long conversation when he was in the other day working for TNT about what a marvel he thinks this Capitals team is, how much fun he has watching him. And he's always been an Ovechkin fan. He's always been a guy who's marveled at Ovie. And you heard the little interchange with him and last night. There was Vincent Trocheck and Ovie something about what they put in your leg, and Ovie didn't hear it, and Darren kind of said they get along very well. So I agree with you. I think he was trying to make a point quite the opposite of what it came out to be, but I understand now people are up in arms and looking like more disrespect. But hey, if it gets people fired up on the Capitals team,
go for it.
Better than ever, right?
Sure.
Go for it, right? What was that Michael Jordan documentary all about? Perceived slights.
Yeah.
Right? guys who didn't say anything wrong, but Michael said, well, I'm going to show him, right? Well, good. So, Ovie, if you think you're being slighted, get your 10 in the next 4 games.
Sure.
No, I like it. I don't know if you heard the Junks this morning, but the dude Darren called into the Junks, and he said, he's like, the last thing I was trying to say was that it did seem like he was trying to give a little too much credit to Carberry for like igniting this fire in Ovechkin when Ovechkin's been a fantastic.
Maybe like that his whole damn career.
Yeah. Now he's evolved, right? He's become a better defender. He's become lots of things, but
Yeah.
It's always the player.
Well, yeah. And Barry Trotz was really the guy that kind of got him to understand if you're going to achieve championship level, it can't just be being a one-trick pony. You can't just base your entire worth on, I'm a great goal scorer. I'm going to lead the league every year in goals scored. I'll eventually become the greatest goal scorer. But at some point, and that's the reason why you can put him out there when the net is empty. They're not doing that because it's just, hey, Alex, this is our way of saying thanks. Go out and score another empty net goal. You got to be able to understand, read the play, block a shot if you have to, get into a shooting lane if you have to, and then you could be rewarded with that empty net goal. So he's evolved in that regard. Guarantee you, no coach who's trying to win a hockey game is going to put a one-trick pony out there in a one-goal hockey game.
And I think that's why
well
he has
said.
so many. That's why he has so many of those empty net goals, because he did the things you stated. So I just think people, they do have a bias in a certain sense, but the whole ultimate thing, dude's been good since you and Coach took me over to Kettler. Okay, that's how long he's been good. That was how long ago? You know what I mean?
Right. You started in 2005, and it's been, or 2006. It's been the same ever since.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean,
and here's the other thing that I've always been amazed about, and particularly if it comes from the Canadian side of things. Is there any more of a North American player than Alexander Ovechkin? What do Canadians love? Guys who get in there and rough and tumble and go into the corners and bang people and send them through the glass? Well, what he did on his very first shift. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Very first shift of his very first game at Capital One, now Capital One Arena. Goes behind the net, takes Radoslav Suchy of the Columbus Blue Jackets and just absolutely blows him up, and then scores 2 goals, including one of his one-timers from the office. And you're like, okay, well, gentlemen, I just showed you my resume for the next 20 years. What do you think, right? So he's been the most, quote-unquote, North American European player I've ever seen. And that's why it's beyond me why he would get criticism from people who applaud toughness and hits and grit. And he'd rather run through you than around you. And that's exactly what all these Canadian, hockey mavens always talk about great hockey players being. Well, he's been that way from day one.
Absolutely. We're talking with our friend Al Koken here. You can follow him on X at Real Smokin' Al. Al joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline, the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can watch all of Al's Caps coverage on Monumental Sports Network. As this thing looks ahead here, and tomorrow night, I think there is this Rock the Red celebration at Cap One Arena with the Red Wings coming to town.
Rock the Red era, yeah.
Rock the Red era, sorry.
Yep.
It's really wild to think, like, as a show of his greatness, the Rock the Red era was probably early 2000s, mid-early 2000s, and they're celebrating it because it's been 20 years, but Ovie was the linchpin of that, too.
Right.
Like, when Rock the Red became a thing, it was Mike Green, it was a lot of people, but it was Ovie driving that bus, and he's still playing and driving the bus.
And all the other guys that were there, the quote-unquote young guns, right? Nick, Ovie, Mike Green, Alexander Semin. They're all basically out of hockey. Unfortunately for Nick with the long-term injury, but Mike Green's been gone now 5 years. Alexander Semin hasn't been here for well beyond that, and there it is at 39 years old, still cranking it out and doing it day in and day out. I mean, you're right. That is the amazing part of it, and the longevity. Until this year, until the broken leg, he'd miss a game here, a game there, but never any kind of length of time. And this was the first time in his unbelievable career that ever happened to him. And yet he bounces back, and most guys would take forever to get back to being what he was before he left. He's picked right up. It would have wondered to kind of, if there was some sort of biometric that they could have, figured out on terms of why this guy is so unique. Because let's also be honest, gentlemen, and he has fun with it. He gets on the charter flight with a Subway sub and a bag of flaming Cheetos. So we know this is not exactly because he's eating whole milk and like Jeff Chikrin with I think Chikrin is kind of like he's very much of a Whole Foods person, including like raw and things like that. So he's not Jeff Chikrin. He's not Brooks Orpik, who was notorious for if he saw any one of these young kids picking up a Coca-Cola, he'd give them that death stare and they'd put it down immediately. So Ovie is not that guy. We understand that. And that's what makes this even more amazing and actually enjoyable because he's more relatable in that regard. He's not just some cyborg.
I think the thing that you said about he has fun with it, that's the main thing. What I noticed from the first time I saw him to now, the dude has fun on the ice. A lot of people get older and they start to make this thing seem like it's a job. He's still playing the game that he played all his life. And I think that there makes it even easier for him.
And Brian, you talk to all these new guys, and we hear the new guys always get interviewed. And, one of the first things they always get asked is, what's it like playing now with Alex Ovechkin? And immediately they always talk about how much fun he has, how much fun he makes the group have when he's around. So there's different ways of being a captain, right? I mean, the different styles of guys who can give you the death stare like Brooks Orpik can, or the guys who lead by example. And Ovie's always been a lead by example guy. But you also have to have an environment that allows 7 new faces, as the Capitals had to start the season, to come in and immediately feel comfortable. Well, who sets the tone for that? It's your captain and your leadership group. And if there's a clique, if there's a group of, hey, we've been here forever, you're just a newcomer, you better fit in, as opposed to, hey, can't wait to have you join us on the ice. Great to have you here. That type of welcoming immediately was felt by all of these newcomers, and that's why there's been such a seamless transition with all these new faces and how they've quickly fit in, and then translated into how much fun they're having being a Washington Capital. Well, who sets the tone for that? Your captain does that, and that's exactly what he's been from day one.
Like when I first met JP, took him out with me, bought him a couple glasses of wine, and then made him drink some tequila. I broke him in properly. You know what I'm saying, Al?
Exactly. Like you and me at Mr. Days back in the day, right?
There you go.
All right. Our friend Smokin' Al joining us right now. Al Koken, Monumental Sports Network. You can follow him at Real Smokin' Al for all of his Caps coverage. Joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. All right, Smoke. We did a draft in the office when we think Ovie's going to break the record.
I'm winning.
The numbers are nice and round now. They got 20 games left, and he needs 10. When do you think this happens?
I've been wavering on this because, unfortunately, by doing this for as long as I've done this, year 40 now, my hockey brain tries to take over my heart. And my heart says, your hockey brain has never seen anybody like Alexander Ovechkin. My hockey brain says, come on. Nobody's going to get 10 goals in their final 20 games whenever he's clamping down. And yet my head says, wait a minute, you've been watching Alexander Ovechkin now for going on 20 years. If anybody can do this, it's going to be him. And he may not need all 20 games to do it. He may be able to get it in 16 games. He got a goal last night in a very tight checking game. I'm going, isn't there a game April 4th, if I'm not mistaken?
April 4th.
That's
there you go, Al.
Okay, I'm going April 4th.
All right.
Wow.
See, man, I know we think alike.
I got
April 1st and 4th. So we got 2 games each.
I got March 30th.
I'm going for
against the Sabres.
Ooh.
But then I also got the season finale against the Pens in Pittsburgh.
We get to do that game. Unfortunately, a lot of these other games are being taken away from us.
Dude, I hope you know how much I feel like I'm speaking on behalf of all Caps fans here. We hate it. We want you. We want Joe B. We want Mayday, Alexa, Johnny, like Tarek. We want the Caps coverage that we love night in, night out. I'd love personally if Locker's back for it, but we understand Locker's got to take care of Locker first. But speaking on behalf of Caps fans, Smoke, I hate that you guys won't get to be on this call.
I made a suggestion, though, Smoke, that you all do an altcast. Turn off the national people and just listen to the local people. That'd be great.
I tell you what, there's been a lot of chatter about that, guys, about, trying to do it. I know the people of Monumental have worked really hard to at least allow us to get that last game, and then we've got a side-by-side that we're going to get to do as well, which the national game does theirs, we get to do ours. So, the National Hockey League has tried to help. But listen, we also understand the reality of it.
Dollars,
When ESPN and TNT strokes multi-million-dollar checks, they're going to protect their own rights, but they've tried to work with us in that regard. But I couldn't agree with you more. Listen, I talked to Locker recently. He's sounding much better than the first time I talked to him. So he's rapidly improving. And we know we want Joe's voice making that record-breaking call. We want Locker to chime in on how it happened. And I'd love to be the guy then on the bench at the start of the game interview to get to talk to him about what's it like now being the all-time greatest goal scorer in the history of the National Hockey League. So I hope we all get a piece of this. But whatever is going to happen in terms of the broadcast, I can tell you, you can really see too. And knowing Alex the way I have over the years, he hates talking about himself. He hates, talking about these records. He loves talking about it pretty much anything else. I did something recently that I hope people go to the Capitals YouTube channel to actually watch. It was a sit down with Ovie and Mike Gardner, and the two of them interacting, two of the greatest goal scorers, not only in the history of the game, but in the history of Washington. The way they interacted with each other, that's when Ovie's at his best, when there's like another player there, particularly somebody he respects like Mike. And I'd love everybody to watch that conversation because it's really, really good. But I know that Ovie wants this over. He doesn't want to spend the summer and doesn't want to spend the beginning of next year talking about it. And that's why I kind of think about Ovie defying hockey logic and saying, I don't care what it's taking. I'm getting this done before we are out of here this year.
I think that happens, man. Smoke, last thing I wanted to tell you this. So I was gifted some dope tickets by my boy Sonny for that Tampa game last Saturday. And we were next to the bench, and my 9-year-old is locked in. Charlie Lindgren's now her favorite player because she got to sit next to him the whole game. And we see guys coming on and off the ice. My 9-year-old's totally locked in. My 6-year-old's sitting on my lap, and she's not as locked in. We'll say it kindly like that. So I'm trying to keep her interested. And she's like, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? And then she points over to the bench. She's like, who's that? I was like, that's Smoking Al. She's like, I like Smoking Al.
Hey, Al, if she likes you, you're cool because she don't like many people.
I tell you what,
tough nut to crack.
I don't know if every 6-year-olds with that good a taste. But thank you very much.
Smoke, thank you for making time
All right,
for
Al,
us.
take
Dude.
care, brother.
Always good talking to you guys. Thanks so much.
All right, man.
That's our guy, Al Koken. People have no idea how funny and cool Smoking Al
Al's cool, man.
Yeah. Oh, we just had a collision. Peter Rosenberg joins us next.
Washington Commanders certainly like what they saw from kicker Zane Gonzalez, and today they re-signed the place kicker. The Wizards defeated the Utah Jazz last night, 125-122. Alex Sarr had 21. Head coach Brian Keefe said he played well.
He's aggressive from the beginning. He's getting his legs under him from being out for a while. So he just had an aggressive mindset, which we talked about before the game. He looked to attack, and then he built from the outside. But he was at the rim early, and I think that really was a big thing for him tonight.
Wizards at Toronto Saturday. Of course, the buzz is all about the great eight. Capitals beat the Rangers 3-2 in overtime at MSG. Tom Wilson, the game winner, but Alex Ovechkin also scoring goal number 885. He's 9 away from tying Wayne Gretzky. They host the Red Wings tomorrow night in D.C. Spring training baseball today for the Nationals against the Cardinals. Mike Soroka against Eric Fetty. The Browns are restructuring quarterback Deshaun Watson's contract. Jaguars center Mitch Morse has announced his retirement, and Mike Florio says the Bengals have said T. Higgins remains unavailable. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Right now, whenever you hear that song, means Peter Rosenberg is joining the program. Peter, what's up, dude?
Yo, what up, guys?
What's up, homie?
I wanted to ask you, so we haven't talked since Washington traded for Debo Samuel, and that was an exciting moment, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if you've seen Debo's note in the Players Tribune yet, his letter to San Francisco.
Oh, no.
No, I think you're going to love it, man.
Oh.
He came out. He said a lot of great things about his time in San Fran, which he should, and he should have those feelings. But of DC, he said, DC, we coming. I think this is one of the best possible fits for me where I could go in and help a team. Honestly, when my agent asked me where I wanted to go, this was one of the teams at the top of my list. He closed it out. I'm just ready to match the energy and get to it. I got a feeling this season is about to be one of them ones.
Yeah, I'm so happy that's where that thing went. I don't know where it could have went otherwise. Like, but it scared me for a moment. Listen, we talked about the possibility of Debo a couple weeks ago, guys. Come on, man. This is quality stuff. I mean, number one, the GM knows the player very well. Obviously knows what he's getting. We all know the reservations you might have about Debo because of availability. But when you look at what was given up, don't you want your GM to be making moves that are about smart risk versus reward ratios?
Yeah.
This is not a super high risk for the potential reward, which is just giving a completely new dynamic player to Jaden Daniels in this offense, guys. I mean, if we had a Debo Samuel when we played Philadelphia, I'm not saying you win that game, but I guarantee we probably put the ball on the ground once or twice less. And I really love what this guy can do production-wise. So he's just so dynamic. And by the way, like them together, Jaden Daniels and Debo, what is a defensive coordinator? How are you scheming for these guys?
It gets interesting, man.
It's going to be hard.
And Terry and maybe Eckler, maybe you get Ertz back. I also think you could get some real development from Sennett, from McCaffrey. I was thinking about this today. When you look at the great teams around the NFL, yes, you got to have the quarterback position taken care of, right? Like, yes, everyone understands that. And it seems like for the first time in forever, Washington has that taken care of. But then you also add studs all over the field. You look at Philly, look at what San Fran's built. In his first year, just in the trades of the players Peters has tried to get here, there's legit health questions about Lattimore because what we saw on the field last year wasn't nearly as good as what he had been in New Orleans. And then there are health questions about Debo. There's weight questions. There's questions about Debo. But both those dudes at their best are all pro level players. And that's the kind of stuff Washington hasn't had for a long
Are you
time.
mad at them going at each other in practice?
No.
That is such a great point, man. Like, we just haven't had a lot of guys like that all over the field. Oh, no, baby.
It's all right.
This is a good time. That's Maya saying hello, guys.
What's up, Maya?
Tell her we say hi.
Maya Jaden, that is, for everyone in the DMV. Don't ever forget.
Love that.
It's so true, though. And that's what I like when I love to show off on the airwaves up here about Adam Peters. It's the decisions he made with free agency. Thank you, Mom. It is the decisions that were made in free agency. I don't think if we were to have a conversation last year, guys, would there have been a lot of sexy conversations on ESPN, on NFL Today, on all these different places? Would people have been clamoring, oh my God, who's getting Austin Eckler? Who's getting Luvu? Who's getting Bobby Wagner in year 13? What I love about Peters, it's not just that he does it with the big splash one now, except Debo was certainly a splash to make that trade. I love that he made moves in the offseason that aren't necessarily sexy until you see the results. And then all of a sudden, Bobby Wagner's a Pro Bowler again. Everyone's talking about Luvu's performance. Austin Eckler, people are going, oh, man, what a pickup. That's what makes me love this team right now.
Dude, I agree with that. And I think Washington, just because of they need so many players, I think you're headed towards a similar free agency where the big sexy move was the trade for Debo. And what's going to happen in free agency is largely more like utilitarian. You know what I mean? Like some nights you get to have lobster thermidor, but other nights you just eat a sandwich because that's what you got. Like I think they're about to serve some sandwiches.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you have one of those moms who makes a sandwich, or wives or partners who makes a sandwich, they add the sauce, the fixins are just right.
Sure.
You're like, you know what? This sandwich was as good as going out for lobster.
You can have some great sandwiches, man.
True about
that. Dude, I did want to ask you one, and I don't know, and perhaps I'll get yelled at for this. Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can follow Peter at Rosenberg Radio. He's got 100 jobs. ESPN New York, Hot 97, WWE. A lot has been made. Now, I don't know enough about this world, but John Cena comes back and turns heel. And Travis Scott was in the ring, and this is all working our way towards WrestleMania. I think if B-Mitch will watch it with me, I'm going to go watch WrestleMania. But why was Travis Scott there, and is it that big of a deal that this happened?
Okay, two things. One, I'm glad you asked this because last night my new WWE show debuted. I'm doing play-by-play commentary for the first time in my life.
Oh, awesome. Congrats, man.
Thank you, man. It's called Evolve. It airs on Tubi. The first episode went up yesterday. So for people who don't know, for the old boomers out there, which turned out to be some of my friends who asked the same question, Tubi is free. So if you go to the Tubi website or you download the app, it's basically just a free TV channel where you can watch a lot of cool stuff. So our show debuted last night called Evolve. Why was Travis Scott there? A question asked by people around the world. I think Travis Scott was there. He has a long relationship with WWE now for several years. He loves the product. He loves being there. But, like, honestly, just to be real with you, man, like, it's business. He's incredibly popular with young people. Like,
yeah,
people eat up Travis Scott. Like, don't get me wrong. I like Travis's music. I've obviously, because of my career, I've been interviewing and knowing Travis since he first came out, and I certainly didn't know he was going to become like a billionaire superstar when he first came along, but that's who he is now. And I think that, like, not only does he help bring eyeballs, but if they, like, for example, if Travis Scott is involved in this whole storyline leading all the way up to WrestleMania, that means at WrestleMania, there's going to be Travis Scott merchandise.
Yep.
And that is a sellout every single time. So just being honest, I that's my guess. No one runs these massive plans by your boy Peter Rosenberg. But my guess is that's what's happening there. The John Cena thing is a huge deal. This is a guy who has been so massively popular. He's granted more Make-A-Wish wishes than any human being on earth.
That's crazy.
He's been a good guy for so long that like fans kind of we were all so desperate to see him be a bad guy for so long we gave up on it. And the idea that he did it on his comeback farewell tour and he teamed up with The Rock, they've had multiple matches against each other at WrestleMania. And now to see him be like the evil henchman for The Rock, and even as I say it, I get tickled by it because I was in the building, guys. It was the oohs and ahs that came over. And then no one taught your man Travis Scott how to throw a working punch. So he just punched Cody Rhodes dead in the face. Like,
wow.
Like, if you guys go look at the clip, Cody is laying on the ground. There's no give behind his face. Like, if Travis had punched him in the face standing up, you know, Cody Rhodes is a big man. It's not a big deal. But if you're laying with your head on the ground and someone punches you in the face, that's like the equivalent of getting stomped out. Like, that is not what you want. So the rumors are now, and I have not heard these rumors denied, that Cody has a busted eardrum and a black eye. So the fact that
Travis got some power then, dog.
I guess so. I didn't look like it at the time. I was like, what is this guy doing? But
you got to teach the stunt guys how to do a stunt thing.
Yo, it is hilarious. I interviewed another wrestler today about it. I was like, what would you have done? He was like, man, if that had happened to me, I might. Yeah, you looking at it right now?
Yeah, and he already. Damn.
I mean, it's bad. It's really bad.
That is bad. I got one other.
So hold on. It's not gonna be good for wrestling, Peter. Travis Scott punched the wrestler, and he got a busted eardrum. When they hit people in the head and they don't have nothing, it's not gonna be good for wrestling going forward.
They'll figure a way out.
Travis Scott messed it up, man.
Travis Scott about to get body slammed.
They gonna slam him through the damn ring.
I got one other that's the unique Venn diagram of your life, Peter. We could talk skins, we could talk wrestling, we could talk hip hop. For Conan O'Brien during the Oscars to drop a Drake joke, were you surprised by that? Like, is there anywhere bigger this thing could go? And how is Drake hanging these days? Like, is he miserable? I don't know. It just is crazy how big this is.
You know, it's funny. I've been meaning to post about this all week, and I kept getting distracted. I really felt bad about that joke, like, for Drake, because it felt, don't get me wrong, it was a funny joke. And I think for the joke to land, he had to say it the way that he did. But, and I'm talking about the P word that rhymes with file. You know, right. I think that for the joke to be funny, it wasn't even really meant to be a joke at Drake's expense per se. Like, the point of the joke was, I think, kind of how ridiculous the whole thing is. But there's Drake's name getting said again next to that word. And like,
to a huge and like not sports or hip hop audience. Like, the Oscars are, I don't know who watches that, but it's not our world. It's not, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a huge world too. And like, it just felt a little unfair. Like, I get you're trying to get a laugh, but like, when you remove the context of the battle and now you're just saying Drake's name and that word, it's just kind of, it made me cringe a bit, you know. Like, I totally get why Conan made the joke. It was funny, but I'm not going to lie to you. It felt like, damn, man, Drake has to be sitting there going, even in Hollywood circles, like, everybody's laughing at this. Like, it's just not easy to deal with. That's just not easy.
It seemed, I was blown away that the joke was made. Like, the Super Bowl, I understood because it was Kendrick, but this was like Travis Scott legit punching the dude when he's on the ground. Like you knew what Kendrick was going to do. This was something else entirely.
That's a perfect analogy. You brought it full circle. It really was like that.
One free agent you want Washington has to bring back of their guys that with expiring deals.
Oh, you got it. Just please tell me the names with expiring deals, and I'll tell you.
Wagner, Ertz, Chin, Tress Way. I can keep going.
Okay.
De'Ami Brown. OZ.
Oh, man. Whew.
Peter, I
Those
got
are
to be
really-
honest. Usually people don't get past Wagner Ertz's chin, so I can keep going if you need me to.
No. You're fine there. God, it's hard between Wagner and Ertz. All three of them, that's tough. I kind of lean Wagner on account of how good he was, and that, like, even though this defense had issues, the fact is they stepped up in a lot of key spots and were better than their talent was. And I attribute them being better than their talent was, frankly, to the leadership presence that he brought. I know Tress Way, unfortunately, is an easy goodbye to me because we don't punt.
Dog.
We don't punt.
That's
like
true.
This coaching staff doesn't punt.
We may
It's
have
like-
to, though.
No, listen, you're right. It may fall off a cliff, and then you're like, wow, we really need Tress Way. But there were so many games where I'm like, man, he's one of our best players, and he's getting cold. He's just sitting over there.
He was busy.
but
He had to hold for all the extra points.
Yeah.
But by the way, if they don't make another big move, De'Ami Brown is still a really important piece here. Like,
We'll
I don't
see.
think you could sleep on that, too. I mean,
We really
He's
got a
def-
break. I had no idea where we were.
all right. Love you guys.
That's
Thank
nothing
you,
new for
Peter.
him.
Appreciate you, man.
Hi, Pete.
Peter Rosenberg, give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. We got to make some bets when we come back. You know we in trouble. Baby. Crazy. Pays me. Yo.
Back to the lecture.
Shout out to our boy Nucci. Absolutely killing it. I don't know if you guys saw, but the latest episode of Nucci's Front Porch, he's got Snoop on the porch. That is...
He's about to do a whole deal at the
Kennedy Center. I love it, man. We're happy for you, Nooch.
Keep doing your thing, brother.
Zero hate coming from this program. Also, AU, American University, plays tonight at Bender Arena against Lafayette. Game's at 7 o'clock. Go check it out. That's the Patriot League tournament where we are officially on the record. We want AU to get in the tournament. I think that'd be awesome. I love when the local schools get in. I don't know the last time AU was in. I know when Jeff Jones was there, he got him in a couple times. I know David Aldridge is going to be there going nuts. So good luck to the Eagles tonight. Let's make some bets. All right.
Gather around.
Also, before I get texts from other schools, whoever thinks they need to tweet me or email me about their college basketball team, just know that I'm also rooting for your college basketball team. Whoever they are, I'm rooting for them. I just happen to drive by AU every day.
What about Rutgers?
Probably not rooting for them.
Yeah, no, but rooting for a lot of them.
What about Penn State?
If your school's located in Maryland, the district, or Virginia, I'm rooting for them. JMU, ODU.
Unless they're playing against your team.
The BCU. Because Maryland's in the Big Ten, I don't think any of those schools could possibly be playing them.
All right, White Brian, you were wrong. The over was 229.
He fixed it.
It was plus 5.
He fixed it. So you sitting at 2-1B, JP 2-1. I'm sitting at 1-2. Landini 2-1. White Brian 0-3. Give me Michael Van Gerwen to win and Stephen Bunting to win. Premier League darts.
Jeez.
What the hell?
Yo, Howard plays tonight against Norfolk State.
We should ban stuff like that.
Yo, have you ever watched that darts?
Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
On the zone, man.
What's the odds?
Dude, who knows? I'm just going to let Jeff bet on darts.
Michael is minus 122 and Steven is minus 162.
All right.
I got a full-on Homer bleep it pick. You ready?
Let's go.
Give me the AU Eagles minus 4.5. They're hosting at Bender. The place is going to be jumping. Also, BCC Barons taking on the Walt Whitman Vikings tonight. Go Barons. Go Andre Becca.
Man, give me the 76ers plus 13.5. If it's 14 on that other one, Jeff, I take it.
If it's 14, I will send it back. Who even plays for the Sixers right now?
I don't know. They're pros.
Landfill, you got something?
Red Wings money line.
Let them win tonight so they lose tomorrow night. I like where your head's at, Landini. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that called in for Bleep You. Thank you to Chris Nocky. Thank you to Smoking Al. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far.
Grant, owe you a beer.
Jeff owes you some pizza.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. Capitals defeat the Rangers 3-2 in overtime. Alex Ovechkin goal number 885, 9 goals from tying Wayne Gretzky, and Tom Wilson with the game winner in overtime.
And Miller will come back in and now cough it up at a blue line. Recover. Leapers advantage at. Cuts in. Centering try. And Miller was there. If he made contact, it would have been over. Now the Capitals coming the other way. 2-on-1. Strome and Wilson into the zone. Strome down low. They score! It's Tom Wilson with the overtime game-winning goal.
Wizards basketball beat the Utah Jazz 125-122. Keyshawn George had 23 and Alex Sarr had 21. Justin Champagnie is happy to have a contract extension with the Wizards.
Just kept playing the real game. It's good to be around people that believe in me and let me be myself. And, I'm super grateful, super happy. I love it.
Champagnie finished with 17. The Washington Commanders have re-signed kicker Zane Gonzalez. More NFL, Mike Florio says the Bengals have said wide receiver T. Higgins remains unavailable as they work toward a long-term deal. The Browns are restructuring quarterback Deshaun Watson's contract. Be there for the Red Zone home opener celebration as the Defenders battle reigning UFL champion Birmingham Stallions. Join them Sunday, March 30th at 3 p.m. to pack Audi Field and wear red. Get tickets at ufldefenders.com. That's ufldefenders.com. I'm Byron Kerb on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live on The Fan. It's March 6th, 2025, just after 2 o'clock from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard over by Nats Park. Much appreciate everybody making the show part of your day. We got a good one planned. We're giving away tickets to the Summer of Loud tour out at Jiffy Lube at 4 o'clock today. Make sure you are listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Danny, what's up?
It was fun to see Alex Ovechkin's little trick last night. He's got this one trick that he does. It's where he scores goals better than anybody else in the history of the game. Walking down Gretzky, please and thank you. It was nice to get a W in that one of the most famous arenas in the world, up there in that barn. I don't want to see the Rangers in the postseason, by the way. They scare me. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to scare
I guess that's a good
us
point.
at this point because the Caps will be heavily favored. They're probably going to be the 1 seed in the conference. A 1-8 matchup's always ominous. I don't know that there's a matchup right now on paper that I go, looking forward to that one. That's a sweep. But yes, the Rangers are particularly scary because Igor Shesterkin, their goaltender, who you saw make some splendid saves last night, robbed Ovie with his glove a couple times. He might be the best goaltender on the planet. And when he gets rolling and get going, he isn't having the best season. Connor Hellebuck is, even in the Eastern Conference. Logan Thompson
is too, yeah.
has been marvelous. But Shesterkin, if he was to get hot in a playoff series, could take it away from you just by standing on his head. So, yeah, they'd be scary for that reason. And they've played the Caps tough. Certainly last night, they came back and took a 2-1 lead for much of that game. The Capitals got the late Ovie goal, pushed the game to overtime, and then got the winner from Tom Wilson. I always love when Tom Wilson at Madison Square Garden makes Rangers fans unhappy. And by sending them to the exits with a loss that qualifies, let's not forget that it was Tom Wilson against all the Rangers going back a few years ago after they got really mad when he basically slammed one of their best players, Artemi Panarin, into the ice, and they put out the statement that it was this awful thing that he had done and this major issue that they took with him and basically asking for his suspension. Ever since then, he's just been a thorn in their side, and he lives rent-free in their heads. But last night to score the winner against the Rangers,
You just hate that for them, don't you? Like those fans that didn't want to see that happen, and then it did. And they had to watch it.
I think the quote, by the way, back then was horrifying act of violence.
That's what it was. Great pull by you.
And then everyone got fired shortly after Tom Wilson beat up all the Rangers.
The horrifying act of violence led to horrifying acts of firing.
Right. He just got everybody booted from the organization. But let's talk Ovie for a second. So last night, goal number 32 on the season. He's got 6 in his last 6 games. He's heating up as he's getting closer here. This is absolutely happening. It is not a drill. Goal number 885 last night. And what I love about this is that these are important goals. It looked 2 years ago, even last year when they were scratching and clawing at this point to try to fight their way into the back end of the playoffs. It looked like Ovie was going to be hunting down Gretzky for a mediocre team and middling in the Eastern Conference that may or may not be a playoff team. And with their brilliant offseason and the acquisitions they've made and the coaching staff led by Spencer Carberry having been one of the best in the sport the last couple of years, they've turned themselves into one of the best teams in the league. And so Ovie, on his way to 40-plus goals, is doing it for a team that needs those goals in huge games and in big moments. I mean, he's got a ton. In fact, about half of his 32 goals this year, I think, 16 of them have come in the third period this season. Like, he scores massive game-tying, game-winning, lead-taking goals. And that was the case again last night with them down 1 against the division rival.
Second unit here. Mangiapane, McMichael, Frank, Chikrin, Ovechkin, and loose for Mangiapane off the draw. Loose there, and Ovechkin scores! Alex Ovechkin picks it up on the far side of the goal crease. That's goal number 885. 9:32 to go. He is 10 away from passing Gretzky, and the Capitals have tied it here in New York.
20 games left for the Capitals. Ovie has 32 goals in 46 games played this season because of his injury. So if you do some quick math, Danny, he's averaging about 0.7 goals per game. If he averages a half goal per game, he falls off the rest of the way, he will still pass Gretzky.
Just stupid. And last night showed that, again, he's not the bull in a china shop that he was, but you still saw everything on display on that goal. And let me go into it for a second. The ability to drive through and be stronger than the opponent, right? Somebody's trying to hold him up, and he's got that, I'm going to where I'd like to go, please and thank you. You're welcome to come along for the ride, but I'll be getting to this spot. Thank you very much. Then the dexterity to do a fine motor skill while you're still driving, right? While you're tightening up and pushing as hard as you possibly can to move yourself into position. Then the fine motor skill, but also the strength to break through a couple different stick lifts and checks and things that are happening right there to deter the progress of his stick through the puck. And he's got enough touch on it to put it in the exact right spot. There it is in a nutshell. The reason he's going to pass Wayne Gretzky for the most goals ever scored in this league. All in one play. And I know it wasn't the beautiful, tic-tac-toe snipe from The Office or one of the classic goals that's going to go on the career highlight reel when you look back, when they do that video in 15 years when he comes back to Capital One Arena and it's like, let's remember Ovechkin's goals. You'll have the one on his back and this snipe and that shot and this, bullet past a goalie. But that to me is how he's still doing this. It's not always going to be the pretty one. It's not always going to be the tic-tac-toe or the beautiful skating, taking on a defender, etc. This is how you morph and change and turn yourself from one player into a brand new player almost that's getting these gritty, grimy, necessary goals for your team to tie a hockey game when you're in a playoff race. It's remarkable.
The heat map has changed for him.
Yeah.
He gets the goals from in front. He gets ricochets and redirects with his stick. He also bangs home rebounds. They move him around on the power play way more right now this year than they ever have, certainly over the last 10 or 12 years in terms of him lining up at the point and taking some shots centered up from the cage, not just standing in his traditional office, to your point. But the Caps now winners of 2 straight, thanks to extra time, the shootout, and then the overtime win in their last 2 contests. What's interesting is, remember they'd lost 3 in a row? Mm-hmm. And people were saying, oh, they're taking on water, they're hitting a little bit of a skid. Do you realize over the last 10 games played for every team in the Metro Division, nobody's gained ground on them? They're 6-3-1 in that time. There's not a single team in the Metro that has been better during those 10 games than the Capitals. So nobody's gained. They're still 12 points up on the second team in the division, Carolina, and 14 up on the next team down, the Devils. They're basically running away with the Metro Division. They are 9 points up on anybody in the Eastern Conference right now. And after last night, they have the most points in the NHL, tied with the Winnipeg Jets. So if you want to get bothered by the 3 straight losses, you could do that. Those are the dog days. Those types of things are going to happen when you're playing with your food. And you just don't have a lot on the line in some of these games with the season now 20 games from expiration. But they're tied for the best team in the NHL right now as they barrel down the stretch. By the way, before we move on to the Commanders, I want to say really quickly, the NHL trade deadline is tomorrow, 3:00 Eastern. So we're just under 25 hours away from the deadline. I do not want them to do anything significant. I love this dressing room. I think this is as good a group as they have had in a long, long time. My bell's missing, so I can't say the word.
There's a bell right here. Hold on, I
Where
got
is
you.
it?
It's coming. I'm going to slide it across.
Just throw it to me. The brotherhood is exactly where it needs to be at this moment. And I don't want to cost anybody minutes to bring someone in here and upset the chemistry that they have. If there's a place that they could make a move, the only thing that I would sign off on is a 1-for-1 Lars Eller, their current third-line center and former Stanley Cup champion. They sent him to Pittsburgh, and he came back here. Now he's with the Capitals again. You could take him off of the third line, acquire a third-line center in a deal where you just give up draft picks, put that player in with Mangiapane and Ethan Frank, and Ethan Frank will become Ryan Leonard, their best prospect at Boston College, who's going to be their starter on the third line in the playoffs, in my opinion, because that line is giving them next to nothing at this moment. It's not like it's every shift is bad, but in terms of points and production,
You're not getting much.
Mangiapane, a $5 million player, has been a little bit disappointing here of late. They need to get more out of him. I think you could probably do better on the trade market than Eller if you wanted to. But even that is a little bit of a gamble to tweak anything about this roster. But I would be okay with that. Otherwise, I'm not really that interested. I like Ovechkin, Strome, and Protas as a top line. I think they're excellent. I love their second line. It's their best line. McMichael, Dubois, Wilson. And by the way, P.L. Dubois has been unbelievable. What a move that was. They were right. Everyone else was wrong. He is so damn good defensively. He should be in the conversation as the best defensive forward. They line him up against the other top teams, best player night in and night out, and ask him to go to work. And then the fourth line's terrific. Right now, they've got Taylor Radish playing up on the third line to try to get more. But normally, that's Duhaime, Dowd, and Radish. And that line is excellent. It's actually their third line. Everyone says they need a third line center, as I'm saying. Really, Dowd's their third line center, and they use that line thusly. But I will allow for one Sminer move. Sminer?
Sminer. Super minor. That's how you combine the two.
Small and minor.
Yeah,
very
small and
Sminer. I'm only accepting one Sminer move from Brian McClellan and company. But I just love this group. And by the way, last night, Charlie Lindgren, fantastic. That's your backup goalie.
Yeah.
He was phenomenal.
He
You've
was
had
really good.
goalies basically steal games with big saves back-to-back nights.
What was the name of that the Orioles player that took over for Cal Ripken at third base? Ryan
Sminer.
That's what I was trying to think of.
Are you looking for Ryan Sminer?
Ryan Sminer. Dunk contest winner, Miami Heat, nickname Baby Jordan, Harold
Sminer. If you're not in the major leagues, where do you play?
Sminers?
I think you are.
The Sminers, right?
Yeah. Low A, high A, double A,
Rookie
or triple
ball,
A.
Sminers, yep.
Sminer League Baseball.
Former Braves pitcher Mike
Sminer went to
Yeah,
Vanderbilt.
That's right.
Former top 5 pick.
Mm-hmm. Isn't there a team mascot? I'm trying to think. Remember, it's not like UNC Charlotte. It's like an aggregator. Not an aggregator. What's the one I'm looking at? Like an agricultural school.
Oh, yeah.
Where you're looking to you're digging in the earth. You are like.
Would you be smining?
Yes, because you're a Sminer.
You're the Sminers.
The Sminers.
That actually makes a lot of sense. One very Sminer move is what I will accept. But
Sminer.
Is that crazy to you?
No.
I mean, why? This washing machine is cleaning clothes beautifully. Do we really need to take out the wrench?
Is there any? I'm devil's advocate because I'm agreeing with you. I'm going to triple stamp your rubber stamp, Lloyd. Is there anything to say with? Is there anything to the idea that some of the analytics aren't as kind to them as truly and honest to goodness the best team in the NHL? They've been getting away with some stuff, and they're not playing their best hockey right now. Right? They're not playing as well as they were a month ago, which is natural and normal. That happens. But
expected, I would say.
Is there anything to the idea they might actually need an injection of life to get through a playoff series?
I think the injection of life is the
Is
stretch.
Leonard?
Well, no, is the stretch in the playoffs. That's your injection of life. Right now, you have 20 games left, and how much of the tank are you going to empty when you've got a 12-point lead? So you're doing a little mixing and matching. I mean, you're kind of seeing it with the coaching staff and the players. Now, I will say there's a couple too many careless moments. Last night, they had their 11th.
It's so many.
11th too many men on the ice penalty. And it was kind of just I hate to say lazy, but a moment where get off the ice, Faravari. What are you doing? And you could see, I mean, Carbs does not get that upset on the bench.
He was
apoplectic, and he should have been within reason. I totally get that. But defensively, as an example, I would not do anything. Sandin and Carlson working well together. Faravari and Roy, awesome pair. Chikrin and Van Riemsdyk,
yep,
tremendous. I'm not touching that. So you've got to find to me where you're going to get better without anyone in the room getting bothered. Remember when we were talking to Drew Storen and Tyler Clippard years ago?
Yeah.
about the Papelbon trade, where they go get Papelbon and a bunch of roles shift. And they didn't really boot anybody that mattered from the bullpen, but everybody's job changed when they felt like they were doing pretty well. And it really ruined the bullpen and the chemistry in the clubhouse a little bit, as we would see.
Why? What happened? A minor incident.
If choking a player in your dugout is Sminer, that was extremely smart.
That was very Sminer.
But yeah, can't wait for another one. Can't wait to watch the Caps again. Ovie now 10 from surpassing and 9 from tying Wayne Gretzky. Got Commanders news today. Kicker Zane Gonzalez has been re-signed. I have been perturbed by how little action and activity we've seen from them signing their own guys. It's very strange. A lot of teams are starting to get this done, and I'm sure they will. They have 28 free agents. I would have thought by now 3, 4, 5, 6 of the guys that are pretty easy to get done, you would have already had these deals for. But Zane Gonzalez is not going to make a lot of money. I think this is smart to bring him back to compete at training camp. But he was 5 of 7 in the regular season. He was 1 of 2 in the playoffs, and his only one that he made was a game winner against the Tampa Bay Bucks that hit an upright on the way in. The doink to beat Tampa. If that ball is 4 more inches, 3 more inches, 2 more inches, I don't know, maybe 1 more inch to the right, he's not re-signing here today because he misses that kick, and they probably get eliminated right then and there. But the doink went in. Zane Gonzalez is still a Commander, and after making 19 extra points without missing and only missing 3 field goals in his 9 total games, he will have a chance to compete in training camp.
From 37 to send Washington to the Final 8.
God, that call is so good. That call is what Mike Tirico, like, he doesn't need a sizzle reel, like some young broadcaster trying to get a job at
this
point.
up-and-comer named Tirico just sent me a demo.
But in a world where Mike Tirico has a website that he sends people to, I want that call on that reel.
So good.
It's just fantastic.
I think back to my emotions. There was a lot happening in a very short amount of time. Ball meets foot, and it looked good, and then it starts drifting right, and I couldn't even get the actual words out of my mouth, but the string of curse words. It was like in A Christmas Story when all the screws came off and the kid said the dirtiest word that you can possibly say. But it was a foul-mouthed explosion in my brain as that thing starts drifting right, that he just missed it, that he ruined everything. Oh, no, it's fine. It's all good. It went in. The euphoria that was preceded by unbridled anger and frustration.
Look, I'm happy for Zane Gonzalez. Not only that the kick went in, because I'm happy for me.
Yeah.
But I'm also happy for Zane Gonzalez that he has a chance to be the kicker here long term. But he has bounced all over the place, and I think for pretty good reason, right? In last year, his kickoff touchback percentage was about 30%. Now, for his career, it's actually 55%. So some of that was by design, I would imagine. But they didn't have him kick long field goals. He attempted 1 50-plus yarder in the regular season. Some of that is because they're a 4th and go for it team. But I also think they just don't necessarily
not a lot of confidence in that.
Trust the leg per se, and I need a big leg kicker at this point. All I can say is when he lines up to kick a field goal, I don't have the confidence that I want. It might be a me problem. When you sit down with the girl and you say, it's not you, it's me. It might be that I know you were signed off the street in the middle of the season. So I just don't view you like I would if a team brought you in for 3 years and $15 million or something. Maybe I'm holding that against him. But when he lines up for a kick outside of 44 yards or something, I am nervous. And the doink did not help me. I think his story's great. He has OCD. He's obsessive compulsive disorder. And because of that on the sideline, he is very twitchy, and he's rubbing his head, and he's taking his shoe on and off, and he's touching the bench 14 times. And he's doing all these things like Jack Nicholson in As Good as It Gets. And he's eating at the same place, and Helen Hunt is his waitress. And I think this is an awesome thing that he is bringing awareness to that disorder and that he is thriving. Those are all good things. All I know, Danny, is while I'm rooting for him because of that, when he's lining up to kick a game-winning field goal in week 1 from 51 yards, I don't have high confidence. And that is why I would like to do better. Re-sign him, no problem. Bring him back to camp. Let's do it. I'm looking for someone who's been around the league for 10 years making big kicks.
Yeah, with you on that. I mean, if they'd signed him to Brandon McManus money, then I'd go, what are we doing? This is non-committal type money. This is
Have we seen the figure?
You're a placeholder now. I thought we did. I thought it was just over $1 million. Maybe I'm wrong.
I
could have sworn I saw it.
Javala's got it, apparently, so we can pull it up.
Yeah, 1 year, 1.17.
Great. No problem.
Minimum
That's also
deal.
cuttable.
Yeah, that's my point, is that there's nothing that says that that's your kicker automatically. Now, he might win the job. He might show up and have had a great offseason and, has added a couple yards to both touchback ability and field goal kicks. Totally fine. He can win the job for me. But my point is there is nothing about that says, all right, we're done looking. That's it. We've solved it. On to the next bit of business. And I'm with you, by the way, just as a quick overarching note. I would have thought there'd be a few more signings announced here now. Not complaining, just it's interesting to me. I'm wondering how many guys are out looking, saying maybe I'll be able to cash in based on what I did here. Just something to think about.
Clary, do you have the ability to blur anything out on the camera or no? I'm wondering if you guys have access to like a bar where you could blur out if someone was like,
no,
if I was to rip off my shirt, my chest. Because
can't.
Danny's wearing a Colonial shirt.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're no longer the Colonials for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that on YouTube today. You feel good about putting that video out there?
I feel just fine. I feel just fine.
Your face in the same shot as that?
Yeah.
It's like, you know what pic floating around with your face in it.
It is?
I think so.
It's the same as one
you
of
and
those?
the Colonials? Is that what you want to be?
That's what it was.
But you're a revolutionary now.
I'm not. I never was. I never played for them.
It's like Daryl Green. He's a commander now.
But he never was.
But he's Mr. Commander, right?
No, he can't be.
Okay. So you're Mr. Colonial.
That's probably a little bit self-aggrandizing. I don't know that I'd be able to say I'm Mr. I mean, there's some pretty good players over the years.
Would you like a record book for the Colonials to be separated from a record book from the Revolutionaries so that you're higher up in the record books for all time?
Oh, yeah. I want to be higher up.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's do an era separation or something like that. Where like we find out that everybody before 98, 99 had like an apostrophe in the name. So like they don't count either.
Even better.
Yeah, now I'm like number 1, number 2 in a lot of stuff. Let's do that.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Are you okay with kicking the tires on Joey Bosa? Is that something you'd be interested in? His play has fallen off the last couple of years. Long-time injury history guy, but ton of talent. We'll get into Bosa being available on the edge next on the Fan. College hoops, it's that time of year. I was watching Maryland last night. They got a huge win at Michigan. Couple of top 20 teams. College basketball Paulson is back, baby. Must be March. Most exciting time of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel are going to get $150 to bet on college hoops and bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. So here's what you're going to do. Sign up at FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com. My promo code is GP. You're going to bet on something, whatever you want, a game, a player prop, an over, under, whatever. $5. If you hit, you get $150 to use on whatever you want. FanDuel.com/GP, doing it right. The winnings come instantly. I love that. The app is safe. It's easy to use. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. K-Bear Ruiz has hit a 2-run shot in the National Spring Training game against the Cardinals. The Capitals beat the Rangers 3-2 in overtime yesterday. Alex Ovechkin, goal number 885. He's now 9 goals from tying Wayne Gretzky. They will play the Red Wings at home tomorrow night. Last night, Wizards beat the Utah Jazz 125-122. Keyshawn George had 23. Alex Sarr had 21. Wizards off to Toronto Saturday. In the NFL, the Washington Commanders have re-signed kicker Zane Gonzalez. The Bills have released punter Sam Martin. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. I'm Byron Curb on The Fan.
Darrell Williams, the running back, needs 7 for the first. They're in on Mahomes, and he's taken down. Bosa in on the sack along with Tranquil, who made the stop on the previous play.
CBS's call of Chargers football. That was Jim Nantz on a Joey Bosa sack. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on The Fan. I saw a sports stat today that was mind-blowing and making me feel old. And I will present it to you next segment, but I actually want to challenge you guys. I think this could be fun. I want everybody to come up with one sports item to try to make us feel as old as possible, to see if you can top mine. So in other words, I'll just give you an example. Like, my favorite Redskins team ever was the 1999 team. That was 26 years ago. And I go, oh my God, I'm 100 years old. Or like, you're like, oh, the Nats won the World Series in 2019. It's been 6 years. Just how much time has flown. I think my thing that I'm going to tell you is one of those like, oh my God, where did the time go? But everyone come up with one of those.
Okay.
Who can make us feel the oldest? We'll do that next segment right off the top when we come back in on G&D. But let's get to Joey Bosa. The Chargers are releasing the defensive end. I am not interested in Joey Bosa. I will get ahead of this right here and right now, but I do want to open up the phones with you, Danny, at 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are yours if you want to hop in. They need an edge. He plays that position, and he's talented. So I won't say that they should have no interest if the price is right, but I would be very limited in my interest. He turns 30 in July, and he's entering year 10 of his NFL career. He cannot stay healthy. Full stop. This is not he gets injured some. He just can't. He has played 16 games, and I'm choosing that because for much of his career, that's a full season.
Mm-hmm.
Twice in the last 7 years.
7.
He had 7 or more sacks in 5 of his first 6 seasons, and he had some big double-digit sack seasons. Now, he's never had Nick Bosa seasons where he went for 15, 17, anything like that. There was a time where he was considered the better Bosa. That time lasted a very, very short time in the NFL. But over the last 3 years, he hasn't even gotten to 7 sacks. Some of that is health, some of that is performance. So the production is down. The injuries are piling up. He is getting older. This is the kind of guy to me that if you were going to bring him in, it would be for a rotational role where you feel like he could give you something and also be a great leader and help make your young defensive end that you're drafting better or something like that. I just don't know if the stars align with the money for Joey Bosa and that role. But it's got to be acknowledged that he played for Anthony Lynn for 4 years when he was the head coach with the Chargers. He's now the running backs coach in Washington. And this organization, since Adam Peters got here, has been first team reuniting with guys they used to work with.
For sure. And the name is still a recognizable name, right? Where you're talking about a guy that for a while, when healthy, again, when was that? But it's 10.5, 12.5, 11.5, 10.5 sacks like clockwork. When he played enough games, 14, 15, 16 games as it was, he was really, really good. And you're always going to be featured. The name matters. His brother's excellent as well, although he's dropped off a little bit since signing his deal. But you see the point. I have very, very little interest. Like, it would have to be something that he would never accept. Go, hey, man, you're my new Cleveland Farrell. You want to do that? I can't imagine he would want to. Like, you're part of a rotation. I'll do my best to keep you healthy. You're in 25, 30% of snaps with some upside potentially to maybe, if you're healthy enough, you get after the pass for a little bit. I cannot imagine he would accept that. I think someone might pay him on the reputation, but to me, the skill set's diminished. The constant injury, I cannot depend on him, so I'm not interested.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had a 10-sack season again, this year and next year, if he combined for 19, 20, 21 sacks or something. I guess I'd be a little bit surprised, but
I'd be surprised.
I wouldn't be stunned by that because there's still talent. He's just got to stay on the field. But let someone else take that risk. I mean, there's only so much ammunition for me in the tank of aging veterans that I'm willing to roll the dice on getting a couple more years out of. I don't want to be majoring in that. I'd like to be minoring in that. And they've mostly majored in that in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, whether they majored or not, it's been a big part of how they've operated going back to last year and now early on with their one big splash with Debo. They're off to that kind of start this time around. Let's go to Shane in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Your thoughts on Joey Bosa? Shane, you're on the fan. What's up, buddy? You will get nothing.
Shane.
And you will like it. 800-636-1067 is the number. Should they be out of the older player game at this point? And where do you draw the line there? He's not 32 or 33. He's 29 turning 30. But I just feel like there's so much wear and tear that I grade him as old 30, not young 30.
Very well said. Quick sidebar. Pro Bowler last year, by the way, despite 5 sacks. Tell me more about how much Pro Bowl voting matters.
Yeah, that's just not a thing.
Because
Like
99 people didn't go, and he was like, okay, I guess I'm a Pro Bowler. I don't know. Whatever.
Call Joey Bosa. You still have his number, right, Frank?
Joe, you want to come to the Pro Bowl?
Who's he play for again? Is it still the Chargers, or does he play somewhere else?
Is it San Diego?
No, he was there this year. He only played a few games, but he had a few sacks. All right, we'll call him. Yeah, Joey said he's in to play some tag.
Congrats on the Pro Bowl. Yeah. So, I am not as hard and fast as you are. I totally understand the pathology. I would generally like to major in young, sustainable, quality talent that's developing with you, that to keep my window open, etc. I just don't think that's possible right now. Let me rephrase. Now I don't want to say it's not possible. I think because of how bare the cupboard was from this incompetent Rivera player acquisition regime, they just don't have second rounders that are on the roster. First rounders aren't on the roster. Third rounders are barely here. Like, their best players were all guys they inherited pretty much. There's a couple of wins, not to over-extreme about it, but guys like Sam Cosmi, Quan Martin really developed. It's all getting better. But point is, there's just so little leftover talent that you got to acquire it, and you got a window right now. So I generally would go, can we please stop majoring in 32-year-olds on, that their best days are behind them or otherwise? But I'm also going, I would like to stop majoring in that, but my window is right now. So if I can get talent, I might have to break some rules.
I just think the Caps do this actually really, really well. You can have a window that's right now, and you can still be adding pieces that help you in the long run. And if you don't satisfy both of those requirements, you're not a fit for the Capitals, right? Like when they make a big move, like for PL Dubois as an example, they wanted someone that helped turn them around this season, but that they had for the next 5 years.
But was also
as well.
26. Yeah.
And same thing this offseason, coming up. They're not going to go out and just get a one-year deal player and go year to year and kick the can down the road. They're trying to build something long-term while also winning now. And I know that that's a tough needle to thread, so to speak, every single year, but they do it. And it's what I'd like to see Washington try to do. Last offseason, it was a lot of one-year contracts. That gets you to a point where you have 28 free agents and you're right back at it again this year. Let's go to Shane in D.C. What's up?
What's going on, Commander? How y'all doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, look, here's the thing. Absolutely no to the hell's no on Joey Bosa. Absolutely not. I mean, like you said, he's in his early 30s, and 30, but he's beat up. You got to go through the draft. This is not the old Redskins / Commanders, if you will. We don't need to just sign big names because they've had a great couple of years in the league. No, I don't want to do that. You can build through the draft. We got edge rushers out there. As a matter of fact, there's a guy out there by the name of James Pierce Jr. that took ball to us out of the University of Tennessee. Hey, look, you can say what you want. I know you guys, I'm a Tennessee, but look at him.
Oh, he's awesome, dude.
He's a game changer, and he could be there for us. If not, you move up in a draft for a player like that. But no, we don't need to go back to like we were doing the Bruce Smith days and just be signing guys just because what they did 3 years ago. Because look what his production does in the last 3 years. They have declined tremendously because of injuries. He's not his brother. His brother's better. Now, if you can get him for hardly nothing on like a 2-year deal coming off as a depth which is great when we need depth anyway,
Of
then
course.
yeah, I would say something like
Well,
that.
I'll
but
say to you what I said to
Thanks,
Danny
Shane.
yesterday, Shane. I was kind of poking fun because Danny, he'll always say, I have limited interest if you can get him for next to nothing. Well, no kidding. That's not. If I could buy the $800,000 house for $400,000, I have limited interest on every house too. But when we talk about these things, we're talking about at the market value. Are you interested? No, that's the better way to have the conversation. And his market value for me results in me being out. I'm just not going to keep getting older. 14 teams made the playoffs last year in the NFL. 14 teams. Care to guess where Washington ranked in terms of team age among them?
Among the oldest, probably.
14th. They were the oldest team in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Packers' average age was 25 years, 9 months, and 6 days. Washington was 28 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vikings and the Steelers were the other oldest teams. Teams like Green Bay, Denver, LA, Tampa, the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Texans, all 27 and younger in that regard. So I'm not pretending like they're ancient. And I certainly love what Adam Peters has done since he got here. But if we're discussing paradigm and how they should be viewing this and how they should go about building this whole thing, if I'm signing a guy this offseason, I don't want it to be a one-year deal again, because you see what happens with Bobby Wagner. He plays really well, and now he might leave, or you got to give him a nice payday. Zach Ertz, same thing. It worked out, and now he might walk. If you're signing someone like Ertz, who's 34, maybe you could get away with that. But where's the 27-year-old who's a part of the 4-year plan, who's going to establish the culture? Like the Frankie Louvu edition. Not that he's very young, but he's younger than those other guys.
Yep.
And look, he's a building block. I want a couple more of those type of moves.
I would like that too. I guess I'm saying I may be slightly more open than you to the 32-year-old that's also got something to prove. But I see your point. Yeah, the rental. Just because, again, you there's so little talent left over. I view free agency in general as the supplement, right? The mainstay, the roots of the tree, the trunk is your draft picks. I just don't think there's enough of them to do this in a hurry. And maybe that's where I'm wrong.
But you have $50+ million to spend on guys that are between 26 and 28.
Right. I'd like to major in that. And I do. That's what I want the most.
After being released by the Chargers, should the Commanders be interested in Pro Bowl edge rusher Joey Bosa? And that is our poll of the day on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter account. Our poll each and every day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. You can go vote right now. Debo Samuel wrote a letter to you guys, made a statement about going to the Commanders. We'll read that to you next. Plus, let's see who can make each other feel the oldest on Grant and Danny. So I realized today something that just stopped me in my tracks, got me to the point of that anxiety when you start thinking about, oh my God, how much time you have left, and what happens at the end. And I'm like, I got to get out of this spiral that I'm in at this point. But I have challenged all of you with coming up with a sports-related anecdote or stat that will put into perspective that we're all so old now, okay, and that time is just flying by. So here's what I mean by this. This will crystallize what I'm looking for. Bryce Harper is about to start his 14th Major League Baseball season. His 14th Major League Baseball season, man. I'm going to say this again. The little guy that was blowing the kisses in A-ball because he was the hot shot, the 16-year-old on the cover of SI I'm wondering about. I'm getting ready for my draft show on MLB Network Radio, and I'm talking to his coach. I think it was Tim Chambers at the College of Southern Nevada.
He hit 30 bombs, by the way, as a 16-year-old in a woodbat junior college league.
He had a 500-foot home run at the Trop, I think, in some showcase he
As
did.
a teenager.
And he was like 14.
Yeah.
I think metal bat, I'm sure, but still.
Still, that's pinging.
Bryce Harper is going to be starting his 14th season in the major leagues. We are old.
Dun, 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 dun.
Danny, what do you got?
I got two.
Okay.
I'm going to do my best. See if I've got the right tone here. As a DC area guy, my grandfather was in the Navy, then worked for the Center for Naval Intelligence pretty much like 99% of his career. So I was a little bit obsessed with that sort of stuff. I convinced my parents, my dad specifically, to let me get a San Antonio Spurs starter jacket. Okay. I got a Spurs starter jacket a little bit before everyone else was doing the starter jacket. So I'm not saying I started a trend. I just thought it was unbelievable.
You were the first one to get a starter
Big
jacket.
trendsetter. Me and the rappers were doing
Did
it.
you work out today? We want to anything like that?
I did actually, but it's not what you asked.
I mean, you're looking for brownie points. It sounds.
No, I'm just giving you the information.
Okay.
You can either have it or not have it.
Yes.
In honor of David Robinson's rookie year with the San Antonio Spurs. It's 36 years ago. 1989 was the year. 2 years after
Robinson?
2 years after his naval service, didn't, because they compromised because you owe them 6, and it's like, hey, I'd be the number 1 overall pick here. I'm 7 foot tall. I'm incredible. Can I shorten this up? And they're like, yeah, you can do 2 years. So he did 2 years of naval service, then went to the NBA and averaged 24 and 12 as a rookie. And I got the starter jacket in honor of him. That's number 1.
How about this one, just related to David Robinson? Just looking at this.
Okay.
Tim Duncan hasn't played in the NBA in 9 seasons. That escalated quickly.
9 years?
It's been 9 years since he retired.
I would have said 5.
15-16 season was the last time Tim Duncan played.
That's tough.
What's your other one?
Iconic. A huge moment, maybe the biggest moment in DC sports local stadium lore. At a place, by the way, that's been condemned for a long time, and they can't wait to tear it down. We want Dallas. We want Dallas. The whole place chanting. Fourth quarter, Minnesota Vikings, Washington, then Redskins. That's January 15th, 1983. That's 42 years ago. That's longer than you, pointing at Grant Paulson, longer than you, that's Darius, longer than Toby, and longer than Ryan have been alive. It's pretty much 2 Ryans. That's how long ago this was.
I'll do you one better.
42 years.
42 years ago is half of a lifetime if you live to like life expectancy, basically. And a lot of people don't. I don't have that many relatives, to be honest, that have lived to 84 years old. Most of them are gone before 84. But if you double how long it's been, that's an 85-year run, man.
There it is.
You had a hell of a go on this spinning rock. All right, Darius, make us feel old.
All right, so I go back to, let's say, 2000. I want to say it was 2001. I was in 8th grade. It was a school jersey day. Wear a jersey day, a sports jersey. And I wasn't really a big sports fan back then. My dad was, of course, heavy into sports, so he kind of got me up to speed on what I needed to know. And I chose to get a Marshall Faulk and a Michael Vick jersey for Jersey Day. So I ended up wearing the Vick jersey because Vick was more popular at that time. I guess Faulk was just as popular. But yeah, that was 2001. So what are we talking? 20 plus years ago.
24 years
Yeah,
ago.
there we go.
Looking at Mike Vick's bio, that was his rookie year.
Yep.
So Mike Vick, Virginia Tech, remember when they were playing in the national championship?
Playing the Natty, yeah.
Like defensive end Corey Moore and those guys against Peter Warwick and Florida State. That was probably 28 years ago, something like that. 26, 27
So that would have
years
been
ago?
in January of 01, wouldn't it?
Well, he was a rookie in 01. Was that his final year in college when they went to the Natty title?
Should have been, right?
So it would have been right around 2000,
Yeah.
2001.
Mm-hmm. Somewhere in there. Goodness
Ovie,
gracious.
can you top me, Bryce Harper, starting his 14th season in the big leagues?
So I would have been 11 years old when this happened, going on 12 in a couple of months. 4 months from now in 2 days, it'll be 15 years to the day that LeBron James said, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach.
15?
15 years. He's still averaging 25, 8, and 8 in the league. But 15 years ago, he said he was going to Miami.
So I'm not a LeBron guy. I am a card-carrying member of not a LeBron guy. What he's doing at his age still is
insane.
An outrage.
It's insane.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Now, part of his whole career has been that he's bigger and stronger and faster and just like he walked out of the lab that he was designed in, able to take over games. And there's more size to it than anything else, I think, at times. But my God, man, he doesn't slow down.
Yeah, stuff happens to people. You know what I mean? Like you go crashing into the lane enough times, somebody hits you the wrong way, and you got a nagging injury. You get sore. I mean, even the guys that were built like that, I know it's actually been built like that. The tight end that got loose on the basketball court that's still got more
David
bounce than anybody
Njoku
else.
is built like that.
Yeah, but stuff happens. Not to him. He's a freak. It is remarkable. We probably don't talk enough about it.
Here's one that'll make you feel old. Keibert Ruiz hit 2 home runs on spring training on March 6, 2025. Oh, wait, that's today.
That's today.
Keibert Ruiz just hit another home run.
Keibert Ruiz, you guys.
Did you know he had it in him? Two-run homers for Keibert. And don't look now, but Paul DeYoung's flexing his muscles. He would have led the Nats in home runs last year. Can pick it a little bit, but not a guy I'm particularly excited about playing for them every day. But he's probably going to be their third baseman. He hit a 3-run bolt today.
That's their cleanup hitter. He put some respect on his name.
They got 11 runs against the Cardinals in spring training today. Locked on Clary. Make us feel old.
14 years ago from this upcoming June, Jim Riggleman quit as the Washington Nationals manager after Wilson Ramos hit a walk-off home run, which was the only game I left early from as a child.
I think it was a sac fly against the Mariners. Well, I don't think it was a walk-off homer.
I would remember it, but I actually left early for an all-star baseball game that day. I just remember hearing the sirens as we were walking out, and I cried because it was a walk.
Did you actually cry?
Yeah, I actually cried.
So did you leave because your parents made you or because you wanted to?
No, it was because I had a baseball game to go
So it wasn't like you could yell at your mom or dad, like, you made me leave. Like,
why would you
everyone
do that?
knew why you got up and left. So there's no one to be mad at. It was just you were sad at the situation.
Yeah, and then we hear like the sirens going off. We're listening to 106.7 The Fan, and we hear that Jim Riggleman has quit.
Well, you're listening to old Randy Douye. I was doing the postgame show that day, and normally the run of events of the postgame show is welcome. Let's do a little crosstalk with Dave and Charlie, and then we have a little banter. Then we go to break, and we come back, and here's the manager's comments. Except there's no manager's comments, and we took a break. We came back and we talked about the game a little bit more. Took a break. Still no manager. What's going on? Sort of vamping a little bit, and then Mike Rizzo spoke, and Mike Rizzo was like, he's not coming back. He's on a bus to caddies, and all hell broke loose.
In the words of Charlie and Dave, if you left the ballpark before Wilson Ramos delivered the game-winning sac fly, you blew it. Well, I'm glad that was the one and only time. That's a lesson learned, though. That's a good one to learn early. Jim in Spotsylvania, you're on Grant and Danny. What do you make of Joey Bosa becoming available? You interested?
No, guys, I'm not interested at all. Khalil Mack would even be more interesting, but I'm not thrilled with that either. If you want to grab somebody and you want to really invest in it, maybe was it Henderson from Cincinnati or something? But I don't. You guys spotted all the injuries and everything else. This make me old thing, though, guys, you're killing me. I'm going back 1968, first time RFK, Sonny Jurgensen, wearing my number 9 jersey.
Oof.
That's
a long time ago,
so
sir.
thanks
Respectfully.
You want old? I'll give you old, guys. Yeah, that's old.
Well,
But
in fairness,
please.
I mean, that was only, 56 years ago.
You had to do the math. Thanks.
56 years.
Thanks, Jim.
Respectfully.
Much appreciated, sir. I would actually be more interested in a 1-year deal for 34-year-old Khalil Mack than a 1-year deal for Joey Bosa. Because I'd have more confidence that Khalil Mack, who never misses games, would play in every game. So it's not all about the age, because I'm saying I would sign the older guy before I would sign Joey Bosa. But it's okay to get younger. It's okay to add some speed and some youth and a little bit of that locker room pizzazz that you can benefit from as a veteran. All right, let's get you the statement that Debo Samuel made about coming to Washington. We'll read that to you next. Plus, we'll dive into the receiver room on Grant and Danny.
Spring training baseball, the Nationals bringing out the big bats, leading St. Louis Cardinals 11-1. K-Bear Ruiz with a 2-run homer and Paul DeYoung a 3-run shot. Capitals beat the Rangers 3-2 in overtime on a goal from Tom Wilson. Alex Ovechkin also goal number 885, 9 goals from tying Wayne Gretzky, and Pierre-Luc Dubois got it started early.
Wilson off the draw shot, they score! And a puck that finds Pierre-Luc Dubois at the top of the goal crease. Wilson off the draw, able to push it in front, and Dubois with a huge goal to lead us off. 1:04 into the game. It's 1-0 Washington.
John Walton the call on the Capitals radio network. They host the Red Wings tomorrow night at home. Wizards off to Toronto to take on the Raptors Saturday after a 125-122 win over Utah. Head coach Brian Keefe, you can learn from wins as well.
Some good and some bad, like some great learning lessons. This is, being in these games is always good because you can learn so much. Execution at the end of the game, things that you want to run, things the teams are doing. Great learning experience. Like those are the things that are going to help stack things that we want to do when we keep building this thing the right way.
To the NFL, where the Commanders have re-signed kicker Zane Gonzalez, the Bills have released Sam Martin, and the Browns are restructuring quarterback Deshaun Watson's contract. Women's basketball at halftime, Rhode Island leads George Washington 29-27. Fourth quarter, Georgia Tech leads Virginia Tech 48-45. I'm Byron Curran on The Fan.
We're giving away tickets to the Summer of Loud Tour in 1 hour at 4 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny. The show's being brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Debo Samuel wrote a piece today in the Players Tribune. It was very lengthy. It was mostly to San Francisco fans and discussing his time with the 49ers. But there was a graph on coming to D.C. that I want to read to you guys. He says, D.C., we coming. I think this is one of the best possible fits for me where I can go in and help a team. Honestly, when my agent asked me where I wanted to go, this was one of the teams at the top of my list. I started watching Jaden because of Ayuk. Remember, Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels are good buddies. That's like his best friend. We used to chill, watch LSU games, and I knew he was going to be a stud. I've got some connections already with the coaching staff. Definitely ready to work with Terry for sure because we came into the league at the same time. I've heard how hard he grinds. I'm just ready to match that energy and get to it. He says, I got a feeling this season is about to be one of them ones.
Now, I asked the young people, and that means he believes he's going to have a good season.
Yeah, one of them ones, by definition, just means this will be a season.
Like it's a bold prediction that there will be a football season.
Right. This will be one of the seasons of all the seasons. But he doesn't actually mean that. One of them ones is a way of saying, Danny, since this is not your parlance.
Right.
He's basically saying this is going to be a really special year.
I believe I will have a productive football season is what that proclamation is.
It's going to be one of them ones.
One of them ones, I think.
The social media thing now where like somebody scores 35 and they go, oh, he's one of those ones.
Now, I don't know that, but I believe you.
I mean, it shouldn't happen.
Right.
And if I could touch a button and make it stop happening, then I would touch that button. But it happens.
Yeah.
And we either kind of get used to it.
Roll with the punches, yeah.
Or we just yell about it and shake our fist at the sea.
Yeah, I mean...
the waves are going to keep crashing.
Well, you and me, today's show is one of them ones. You tell me it's not?
No, it's definitely... It's one of the shows that we've done.
You can't tell me that it's not. So,
as far as hosts go, you're one of them ones.
Right. My friend Grant Paulson, one of them ones.
Now, are you complimenting me by saying I'm one of the best, which is how it's supposed to be used? Or are you quite literally just saying that I'm one of the people that does the job?
Yes.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I would appreciate the compliment, but I will accept the literal definition as well. One of them ones. But what do you think? I mean, he's saying that he's been watching Jaden Daniels since college because of Ayuk. He is a fan of Terry's, and they know each other because they came out together. He's talking about the familiarity with the coaching staff, which we haven't really talked about because it's mostly just been the Adam Peters, Debo Samuel linkage that we've discussed. And this is one of the teams that he wanted to go to, which, look, you could say that and no one's going to...
I can't prove you wrong.
...call you a liar, but I actually believe that. Why wouldn't he want to? They're 11th in the NFLPA polling. They've got the quarterback everybody right now wants to say nice things about. They're coming off of an NFC Championship game appearance. Of course he would want to be here.
If you've got to leave the Kyle Shanahan nest of offensive creativity, there are a handful of places where I'd go if I cared about football, if I cared about more than just my money, just assuming, right? But if I wanted to be maximized and in a prove-it year where I'm trying to make as much as possible, Kingsbury would be on the list for me of I could scheme that guy open. I just watched from afar a really good offense, a really good team scheme open De'Ami Brown, Noah Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, dudes that are, Jamison Crowder and company catching big passes, as bottom of the barrel in terms of receiver level as was in the league, and it was for an elite offense. So I would be chopping at the bit. So that part I actually kind of believe.
Yesterday on the show, we were talking about the Debo Samuel edition with a few of our different guests, one of whom was the ESPN analytics guy, Seth Walder. And he talked about, among other things, that there's a legitimate floor to this deal that he does not like. And one of the reasons why is what else Washington might have been able to do with the money. I think for the most part, you and I have just looked at this and said, do we like it or not based on what they gave up? And I don't know how you couldn't when it only costs a fifth and it's a one-year contract for a team that wasn't going to spend all of its cap space and had tons of cap space anyway. They might as well have just walked around handing it out, throwing it in the basket at church because they ain't going to be using all of it. So they throw 17 and change at Debo. They give up a fifth-round pick, and you and I are going, sure, this is worthwhile, no problem. Walder's saying you can't look at it that way. You have to look at this from the perspective of what else they might have been able to do with that money.
I think about the opportunity cost here of you got this prime window of Washington, and he just played a season where he had 670 receiving yards, playing for like maybe the best offensive scheme creator in the league. And he's never been a super volume guy. He's like a 4 reception a game guy. And that's always been kind of the case for him. And, he's probably not, you have run plays in there too. So that, he's getting the ball in other ways, but I'm just saying, like, I think you could, I think there's a low floor. Like, to me, that's a low floor. And if it doesn't work out, I think that the problem is that's just like, that's a real big missed opportunity. It's not just the drum pick. Fifth round pick of $17.5 million. That's
meaning that you could have, like, in other words, I'm not going to
you
put
could
words
have
in your
gone
mouth.
Devontae Adams.
Yeah, you could have,
right?
or like
yeah.
DK is the exact same number. Like, let's just say they could have gone and gotten DK for a fifth maybe and the exact same cap number.
Exactly. And so I think that's the risk, really. Yeah, in the opportunity cost.
That's Seth Walder of ESPN. He's one of them ones. So the question then that we've got to ask is, Debo Samuel at the price you gave him, or in a world where other guys are comparable, like DK Metcalf, and we just don't know what is the trade compensation. It might take a 4. It might take a 3. You never know. I think because he's got $31 million left on his deal and someone's got to take on $18 million in cap space. We just saw that Washington gave up a 5 for Debo. DK's a little younger and more productive, so that it's at least a 4. I would think maybe even a 3rd round pick. But would you rather have, knowing what you know now, Debo at that cost, or let's say DK with a late 3rd and
a $32 million cap hit?
Well, no, but the cap hit's 18. So it's $31 million for Seattle, but the number that the team will inherit is closer to 18. I read yesterday. They've got to pay some. I don't know how it works, but basically that's his cap number for Seattle. But you understand what I'm saying? So would you rather Debo Samuel, 5th round pick, $18 million, or say DK Metcalf, 3rd or 4th round pick, and around $18 million?
I think it's narrowly DK Metcalf for me, but not by a lot.
So does that make you feel any differently, or no? Because bird in the hand.
Bird in the hand.
There's no guarantee you can make that trade,
That's
or
my
that they
point.
want to make that trade, or that another team doesn't give more.
Right. So I got this one. I won this sweepstakes, right? And I'm willing to do it because it makes sense for me at this point. It may not make sense for a lot of teams. It makes perfect sense for me. 2 guys in my wide receiver room. One was a quarterback an hour ago. The other's Terry McLaurin. I need more weaponry. So is he a running back? Yes. Is he a receiver? Yes. Is he a slot guy? Yes. I've solved a bunch of different things creative-wise with this one player. I would love a traditional, quote-unquote, number 2 receiver that has an elite skill set doing certain things. Metcalf as a deep threat to me is the whole point. He's not there to shake you down, not there to break ankles and run crisp routes. He is a big, strong freight train that goes deep as good or better than anybody in the sport. That's really valuable to me. I want that too. But, if I've got to choose either or, just the fact that this is done now and you're not entering into some sort of extra layer of competition with folks from Metcalf. And let's say you didn't do Debo Samuel and you go, what we're holding out for is DK Metcalf. And it turns out 4 other teams are. And he doesn't like Washington, D.C. for whatever reason, or he's not one of the guys that watched Jaden Daniels with Brandon Ayuk, or for whatever. Who knows?
I think that's a part of the problem is when we talk about these trades, we view them almost in this fantasy football world where it's about the draft pick and the money. And if it's equal, then you could have just done this exact same thing. Maybe not. Maybe the Packers or the Steelers come forward and DK Metcalf prefers to go there, and so Seattle ships him there because the compensation is really similar. Or maybe because he's actually more productive and a little younger and has seemingly less of a regression here recently, maybe just more of a market. And now, even though we think we know the value, there's a bidding war and it goes up. I just don't think we can look at it in that same vacuum when we're talking about 1-to-1. Now, the exercise is still a good one from Walder, who's a smart guy at ESPN, in saying what I don't like about this is you could have used that money in another way. That's always true. You could use it on a D tackle or a D end or a wide receiver. And he's saying, I'd rather basically still have that money and the possibility to see what else shakes free. Maybe that's paying Christian Kirk or trading for Devontae Adams before he got cut or now signing him. Again, I'm not interested in Adams, but my point is he's going, knowing where Debo is right now in his career, I'll take the unknown and the chance at striking on something I like more than Debo Samuel. But Danny, I don't think this was a Debo versus DK thing for them. I don't think it was a Debo versus Adams thing. I think this was hey, I really know Debo Samuel. I have a relationship with him. I like him. I will bet on him. And he wants to come here, by the way. He likes our quarterback. He knows some of our coaches. He knows me as a general manager. I think this was a fit, and I think the price was right, and so they did it. I don't think they went to the store to buy cereal, and then they were choosing between 4 boxes of DK and Debo and Devontae. I just think basically they were walking out of the store, and someone's like, hey, do you want this? And they go, actually, I've always liked that one. Yeah, we'll take that one. Walder and other people are looking at this like they were going to spend $20 million on a receiver and give up a 5th-round pick for someone, and they chose Debo Samuel. I don't think that's how it happened.
I agree with you. And I think ultimately, and I said this yesterday after Walder was on, I'm going to read the next thing he puts out because like he comes at this like completely passionless. There's no rooting interest in his formulations, calculations. He's looking at numbers. He's looking at data. And for the data inclined, you would go, this move makes a little bit less sense than maybe door number 2 or door number 3, some of the unknown, where you could maximize dollar figures here, there, and everywhere. And I'm going, normally, I think that person, let me rephrase that. That guy needs a seat at the table for me. I always want the analytics guy to go, I just plugged in the calculation, and here's what I came up with. Thank you for the information. I could either follow it or not follow it based on some well-thought-out criteria. And I'm sure that's happening in Washington now, whereas it wasn't before. It was Bruce's gut. But now I'm basically sitting here going, what we need and what's normally worth it to us is going to be a little bit different. And what I mean is we've got extra salary cap space, fewer draft picks. We've got a dire need at a given position. It's, $20 million on a receiver versus $20 million on a middle linebacker aren't equal for us in terms of needing to improve our roster. So the idea that you were going to take that, I'm just calling it $18 million, and spend it on something that might be a better above replacement spot in terms of expected points added at a different position, the value isn't necessarily there for the team that didn't have a receiver that needs more playmakers to help their quarterback. You know what I mean? So the value to us, because we were desperate for that receiver, is more valuable than, say, a defensive tackle who would occupy the same salary cap space.
I'm just going on record to say that I don't view it as they chose him over Diggs or Keenan Allen or whatever. Like, it's not like they had decided one of these guys is definitely coming in here. Which one is it? And then Debo became the guy. I don't think you'd strike first if that's how you were doing it. I think you'd let the market develop a little bit and kind of see where it went between all those receivers that are 31 or 32. Adams, Diggs, Allen, Cooper, Brandon Cooks, whoever else is in there. But to me, this was the stars aligned, guy they knew, guy that wanted to be here on the cheap, as opposed to maybe a similar offseason to last year, honestly, where they go out and they get, I'm just going to make up some names, but like they bring Crowder back, and then they bring in Van Jefferson, and Olamide Zaccheaus is back, and they go get River Craycraft or Sterling Shepard or, DeAndre Carter or Juju Smith-Schuster or something. And they just kind of piecemeal it together. I think that's absolutely part of the options, and I would take what they just did over that. But I think this is at least interesting to pose on the phones, even though it's not exact and it's not one-to-one. But DK Metcalf, who would cost a similar amount against the cap, you would have given up at least probably one round more valuable draft pick, and then an extension or 1 year of Debo Samuel with the potential of ultimately keeping him around if he's really good. Because the extension, I think, is a lock, too, for DK wherever he goes. I don't think DK Metcalf's going somewhere and someone is taking him on at 18 mil and not extending him based on his age, and there's some predictability there with his game, as you said. To me, that screams extension, and he's asking for one, obviously.
Yeah.
So it's a better pick, similar money, a little bit more, but similar, we'll say. It's a wash. And then an extension. But you have DK Metcalf now for the foreseeable future for a few years.
You got a really good complimentary receiver.
Or what they did 1 year for Debo. Which would you guys have rather done? 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067.
So as I said, to start it, it's narrowly DK Metcalf, assuming both are available. I can go to the shopping market. The shopping market? Or am I 1,000? I can go to the grocery store,
the supermarket, and you'll take out your pocketbook.
Oh, I've got a coupon for that. I'm going to pay by check.
And then you'll have crisp $1 bills, and you'll count out your change.
1, 2. Let me start again. 10, 20. It's narrowly Metcalf, just because I value that skill set so much. I just don't think I think we underestimate that sometimes, even if it's not as productive on a given game. The ability of the guy to go deep, to win those contested balls, to run past people. I think that skill set is valuable to have in and of itself, but it also scares the hell out of people. I want that. I think it's more room for then ultimately what Kingsbury wants to do, which is the underneath, which is working quick, which is short drops, the hitches, the crosses, the shallow stuff, throws quickly out of the backfield, get the ball to the quarterback's hands. I think every once in a while, you got to be able to show that you can go over the top. And that's as good as anybody right now in the sport at doing that. So there are going to be years where you go, what happened? He only had 967 yards. It's because they played enough games where enough people are going, we're not him. We're not letting him go over the top to beat us at this point. And he can still do that at an elite level. So it's narrowly Metcalf, because I'd be into having him and McLaurin as my 1 and 1A for the next 4, 5, 6 years. Maybe 6 is too much, but I would do that.
One of the best sack getters in the NFL over the last couple of seasons is going to be on the trade market. His team is telling him to go find a trade partner, and he's younger than Joey Bosa. Is this someone Washington could be interested in? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny, taking you up to 6:30. Remember, we've got those tickets to the Summer of Loud Tour at 4 today on The Fan. Hey, it's Grant for my friends over at FanDuel Sports. I love the FanDuel app. They make all of my viewing experiences a little bit more fun. When the game tips off, the NBA action is only beginning on FanDuel. Live betting NBA games is kind of what I've started liking to do when it comes to hoops. FanDuel's your home for live betting with the NBA. Even if you miss the first few minutes of the game, or if you want to be on a fourth quarter bet, you can do that. You want to get on someone to come back or to blow a lead. That's always the most fun. You can even combine your live bets into a same game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. FanDuel customers that are new, like you, could get $150 in bonus bets if they hit their first $5 bet. So hit a 5 bet and get $150 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Washington Nationals thumping the baseball today, leading the Cardinals 11-1. K-Bear Ruiz with 2 homers, and Paul DeYoung has a 3-run shot. Capitals beat the Rangers last night 3-2 in overtime. Alex Ovechkin, goal number 885. He's 9 goals from tying Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. They'll play the Red Wings tomorrow night at Capital One Arena. Last night at 7th and F, Wizards beat the Utah Jazz 125-122. The Commanders have re-signed kicker Zane Gonzalez. The Bills have released punter Sam Martin. The Browns are restructuring quarterback Deshaun Watson's contract. Coach Dan Lanning has agreed to a new contract with the Oregon Ducks, raising his average to close to $11 million per season through 2030. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries: retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Just kind of what comes with having a rookie at that position, but he has been really good. Pressure from Hendrickson, and he finally got there. 27 protected for the moment, and that moment is gone. Trey Hendrickson comes in.
That's Joe Buck and Mike Tirico on the call for ESPN and NBC respectively this year. Trey Hendrickson getting to the quarterback, something he's done a whole lot of. 35 sacks the last 2 years. That's 35 sacks. 17 and a half each of the last 2 seasons. Led the NFL in sacks for Cincinnati. Now, people sleep. He was at the Saints for 4 years before he was in Cincinnati for 4 years. But he was a really old rookie, and I didn't know that. So he is actually 30 years old. He'll turn 31 at the end of next season in December. So I actually would have thought he was 28, but I'm wrong. He's 30. He was a 23-year-old rookie.
Yeah, he had that breakout season his final year and his walk year with the Saints. And I think a lot of people were kind of going, yeah, okay, buddy. I'm sure that's not real. Cincinnati took a leap and were rewarded. 14, 8 down year, but 17 and a half each of the last 2 seasons. A whole mess of sacks for Cincinnati. 57 sacks over 4 years. That is cleaning up.
Now, he is due to become one of the highest paid pass rushers in the NFL. We just saw Max Crosby get an amount of money that obviously Trey Hendrickson is not going to get, but resetting the market to some extent for a guy who is rushing the quarterback off the edge. Hendrickson's made 4 straight Pro Bowls. He finally made first-team All-Pro. He finished second in the Defensive Player of the Year chase with Crosby not 100% healthy, ahead of him this past season. And he hit the quarterback 36 times. 36 is a ridiculous number. I'm going to give you guys just a couple of comps so that you can make that work in your head. Dante Fowler, the best pass rusher here, who had 10 and a half sacks, had 14 hits on the quarterback this year. Dorrance Armstrong, who Washington paid about $10 million a year to come in from Dallas to be their top defensive end this year, had 14 hits on the quarterback. Trey Hendrickson this past season hit the quarterback 36 times.
So those are,
basically like the combined total of Washington's, 4 rushers.
And that's what I usually consider. So one of the things that I look at an awful lot when we talk about pass rushing is quarterback hits, because that means, are you in the neighborhood? And whether you got the sack or not, the process was there. You beat your guy, you're in the backfield, you touch the quarterback. Sometimes it's an extra beat and he holds the ball and you get a sack. Other times you go, what's wrong with John Allen? Why did he only have 3 sacks? Well, to get 20-some quarterback hits that year, you replay it again, he'd have 8 or 9, and that's what happens the following year. So usually you look at some of the league leaders and they're in the mid-20s. This year he would have led the NFL in almost any other season, but Zach Allen in Denver had 40 quarterback hits, which is astounding, which is ridiculous for a guy, again, that only had 8.5 sacks. So the point of the dude's story is this is a consistent winning pass rusher. Not quite on the level of that Myles Garrett, even Max Crosby. Every play is ruining everything for you, but as consistent and workmanlike a technician as they come, like that is an effective pass rusher that I was always wondering the whole time. When we're trying to do a long-term deal for Jamar Chase, we really want to do a long-term deal for T. Higgins. How are they going to pay everybody? I think here's the answer. They're not.
Yeah, I use PFF for counting stats, pressures, and things like that more than anything else. Their grades can be helpful, but are subjective. And so when you start talking about those, I think sometimes people start covering their ears and don't want to hear what you have to say. But I love the counting stats on pressures, and this guy has lived among the top of the league for the last couple of seasons. Now, 30 is probably the new 28 in terms of available players and age, in the sense that at that position, you can age pretty well. We've seen guys like Bruce Smith or, Reggie White or others, play deep into their 30s and have some success. I don't think it's the end of the world, like we talked about, if Joey Bosa had a more healthful history, or even Khalil Mack, who had a 17-sack season at 32 or 33. It's not crazy to see a guy have a really strong season with production into his 30s. So Hendrickson is someone I would be interested in, but this is big game hunting. This would cost draft picks. This would cost a massive cap number. This would be your move of the offseason and maybe your move of a couple of off seasons. And do you want to put all those eggs in that basket? Again, 35 sacks over 2 years ain't nothing. You want to look for a 17.5 sack season in Washington's history? You're going all the way back to Dexter Manley.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those numbers don't exist in this organization's modern history. Nobody's done it. So he's the real deal. He's a great player. And it's not like it's just sacks, as we're pointing out. It's TFLs. He had 35 the last 2 years. It's hitting the quarterback.
Pressures,
it's
the whole
constant
thing.
pressures. Yeah. Like, he is a real, legitimate pass rusher. You look at total pressures this past season, he was not at the top of the board among the edges, but he was right there below the number one spot. So, yeah, I color me very intrigued, Danny.
Yeah, Pro Football Reference, for example, has him at number 1. Pro Football Focus might have him at 2 or 3. The point is, that's the company he's in. Effective pass rusher. There's no other way around that, right?
Jared Verse of the Rams, 1 at 89. Jonathan Grenard of the Vikings, 84. Trey Hendrickson, 3rd, 83. Same as Myles Garrett in terms of the number of times he pressured the quarterback. I want to dive in and try to find in the break here how often he's doubled and chipped, because while Sam Hubbard, who just retired, was a really good D tackle, he was a little bit of a one-man wrecking crew in terms of all-pro talent on that defensive front. They've brought in DJ Reader, and they've had some different guys over the years that have come and gone. But for the most part, I would imagine he's getting to work occasionally against some doubles and getting chipped.
You think so?
And he's still putting up those numbers, which is the sign of a pretty elite player.
Yeah, and this is, again, an offense and a team that was behind a lot. They were losing and slinging it and throwing it all over the place, and they couldn't stop anybody. And you want to blame him for that, as they had a hand in a bad defense. Sure, I'm happy to have that conversation too. But you're think about how many times you're trailing and teams are running on you, and you're still putting up those kind of pass rushing totals. That's usually reserved to me for like that Dwight Freeney role, where Dwight, do not play the run. We don't care. We're going to have a lead, and they're going to be throwing it, get after the quarterback, and you can just get upfield most of the time. That's usually what you have to do to get to 17.5 sacks. You can play honest and play straight and play true and get 10 if you're pretty good, but to get to 17.5, you usually have to cheat the process a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to stay at home on this run. I might bite on this play fake, because the next time I'll be upfield and I'll be able to, to make the tackle in the backfield. You don't have to play his assignment sound, but to be at 17.5, given the fact that they're probably trailing a whole bunch and teams are running, that's even more impressive to me.
Trey Hendrickson's going to want to get paid. This is why he's become available, and why the report is that the Bengals are telling him to go get money, because they just tagged T. Higgins, who they're keeping around at an expensive rate. It's the second tag, so it's 120% of what he got last year. And they got to sign Chase. They can't pay Chase long-term and tag Higgins, with Burrow already having broken the bank, and also pay Hendrickson. So they're also a little bit of a fun experiment here, in my opinion, in terms of paying all of their guys on offense and appeasing their quarterback, who says, I'm not choosing between my two favorite receivers. You're keeping both of them. Because Burrow came out, and I mean, he really took it to the front office publicly in a press conference and said, prove it to me. Show me how serious you are. I want Higgins and I want Chase to stay. And the easy follow-up is, so you don't want Trey Hendrickson then, right? Or is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying?
The defensive end with the 17.5 sacks? But you can't pay everybody. That's where they are. This past year, 1 year, $21 million was basically what he signed. So he, as an extension, so he's now on the books for $18.6 million this season. I'd have to look into if he was traded, what the cap number would be. But no wonder why that guy wants to get paid. He just watched Max Crosby get what he got.
That might have been an accelerant, you would think.
And he's making less than $19 million with 1 year left on his deal. In terms of guaranteed money, he's going, hey, Agent,
hello.
We need to go get $100+ million and guarantee $55 million of it to me right here and right now. Bengals said no. Fine, then we'll go somewhere else.
You are Grant Peters, great jawline, incredible hair. You look awesome on camera. You've already answered questions. You've told every reporter that's a great question. Use their first name every time because you have a high EQ. Somebody in private asks you, hey, Grant Peters, come on, man. How far are you willing to go to sign Trey Hendrickson? What's the max deal you'd offer? Best and final. What is it?
Contract-wise?
Contract-wise.
I mean, I would make him one of the highest paid defensive ends in the NFL.
Can there be a 3 in front of it to start? AAV?
Sure. I don't think there would be. I don't think I would do that. But, I mean, if that's what it takes, yeah, go get a great football player. Here's what's interesting. We keep talking about age. And, like, Joey Bosa is basically the same age as him, and I'm going, he's old. Well, he gets hurt all the time. Hendrickson's been healthy. But because the cap keeps going up and up and up and up and up, teams are not allowing these free agents to walk to the same extent. So a lot of times when guys shake free, it's in this way. It's they're now available for trade because I've paid too many guys.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not after their first contract at 26 years old anymore. So we will have to recalibrate a little bit of normalcy in terms of like what you expect from the age of a player coming in here. If you're looking for a 26-year-old who can get you 14 sacks, that guy's probably not coming available in this era of football. It's probably going to be a 30-year-old, or there's going to be some baggage. I can get you 12 sacks, but I'm coming off an ACL. I can get you 14 sacks, but I can't play the run. I can get you 13 sacks, but I've only played 9 games in the last 2 years. That kind of stuff is going to be happening more and more and more.
I think so.
Because teams are just not letting their own guys walk.
Especially at premium spots, right? That's the, obviously, quarterback, but then you go wide out, offensive tackle, defensive end / pass rusher, havoc wreaker, and to a degree cornerback. Although the cornerback market's pretty decent this year. But this is one of the premium ones. I mean, just look at how these guys have gotten paid over the years. Max Crosby just signed the richest non-quarterback deal in sports history, or not sports, football history. So there you go. I mean, that's the new paradigm. So you've got it. Something exceptional has to happen. And in this case, it looks like it has with Burrow, Higgins, and Chase. That's your triumvirate. So they're going to have to figure out a way to build the team probably without some of these other high-priced stars that might be on the market here before too long.
Here's what I would do. I would offer him a 4-year extension at $26 million a year. $104 million. And I think that would get it done. That's what Montez Sweat was looking for, if you remember. And because he's not in his 27, 28 seasons, you know, you're 30. You're going to turn 31 this football season. I think a 4-year deal with that kind of money, $104 million, and I'd be willing possibly to guarantee him the first 3 years of the deal or close to it. Like instead of just
get like a $75 million in guarantees.
Yeah, instead of like $52 million, I'll guarantee you close to 70, like a 65, 67 million, so that you know you're going to probably be here for 3 years. I don't know why that wouldn't get it done. I would go for at 27 if I had to, 28 million. My ceiling's probably 28. Like you say, would I do 30? No, probably not. I don't think I would need to. But in the 25 to 27 range, I think is the sweet spot. And if the market's really rich, because Max Crosby might have just ruined everything for everybody, okay, maybe 26, 28, something like that. But I'd try to avoid $30 million a year. But you got to take advantage of this quarterback. Who was it that said that to us yesterday? Was it Charles Davis? I think it was CD at the end of the show yesterday when we were asking him about wide receivers. Hey, they've got Debo in the fold now. Would you keep pushing? Do you think they need another wideout? He's like, yeah, of course. Do what you can. You got the quarterback, man. Go try to win a title. And by the way, we keep asking this old, young, like what should they be looking for? Are we okay with it? They don't seem to really go young in free agency. The monster under the bed here a little bit. What's a better reference than that? The scary thing nobody talks about, I think sometimes with this team, there's not that much really, really good young talent. Because of how bad the drafts were.
This is the point that I'm hammering, yeah.
I'm not going full house of cards here, okay? But you have built this thing. It's kind of a papier-mâché build that Jaden Daniels is like holding up with his arms and legs in all directions. And if he is Mahomes, Burrow, one of those guys, Allen, Lamar, then nothing matters and you'll just be good every year and no one needs to. We could just stop doing the show. Let's talk about the Caps or the Nats because they're always going to be good. But the young talent, when you compare it to the Green Bays and the Detroits and the Minnesotas, I'm thinking playoff teams from last year and Philly or whoever. It's not the same.
No, it's not.
So do you try to go solidify that, which is a multi-year project, or do you just push some chips in a little bit and go, we accidentally got here. Let's just keep going this direction until the bottom falls out.
Yeah, this is kind of the drum I've been beating, I would say, when some of these more veteran guys come up. And I don't want to all the time just go, oh, he's 33, bring him over. You don't want to just keep doing that because, as you said, it's a hamster wheel, kind of a dead end road for a short-term thing. It's by its nature short-term when you sign someone to a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal or whatever. But that's point one. But then column two is the window is open. I have so little young talent already in-house.
Thanks,
I've
Ron.
got to fill it somewhere. And all the Martys, fare thee well. I hope you get great gigs. But just stop influencing who's on my roster, please, and thank you.
Let's look for young stars other than Daniels on this football team. I'm rattling off the starters on the depth chart. McLaurin, Samuel, Zacchaeus, Coleman, Allegretti, Biotish, Cosme, Wiley, Ertz, Daniels, B-Rob. I mean, Daniels is the only one on offense.
Mm-hmm.
Young is what? Sub 27? 26 isn't young, but I'd even grant that at this point. That's like going into your second contract age. I'm not putting Cosme on that list after last year coming off an ACL. Are you?
No.
Like, if we're talking studs, he's good. I don't know if he's a stud. Fowler, Payne, Allen, Armstrong, Luvu. I'll kick Allen off and put Newton in, who I like, but isn't on that level yet. Luvu's really, really good. I would say he's a stud. He's not young. You know how old Frankie Luvu is?
28.
I'll take the over on that. What's Frankie's age, right? He turns 29 this season, I guess, right? I mean, that's not a young stud. Igbenogany, Lattimore, Quan Martin is a really good player at safety. Stud? I don't think so.
Nice player. But the point stands.
So Jaden Daniels is, how about Sanristil?
There you go.
I'll give you Mikey Sanristil as a true linchpin, building block, standout young kid on his first contract. That's two. Are we missing anybody?
No. Nobody that you'd go star. I mean, they have players that fit that bill, but that's kind of the point here is you need that. And let's get that. Everyone should be in favor of finding that. But you only have so many draft selections. There's only so many free agents. And your point about guys, leaking free at 25, 26 in the prime of their careers and being a dramatic talent upgrade, I don't know how many of those guys they're going to be at premium spots.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll do for a double play next. We'll get you that. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And in 20 minutes, we've got those concert tickets to Summer of Loud right here on the Fan. So I don't know if you were Team Jordan Schultz or Team Ian Rappaport in the big fight last week at the Starbucks, but Jordan Schultz is reporting that the Commanders are among several teams who would be interested in trading for Trey Hendrickson, according to his sources.
Hello there.
If and when he hits the trade market. The Bengals and Hendrickson have been having negotiations, and they are granting him permission to seek a trade, it sounds like. But he is linking the only team he named. This is the same guy, by the way, for what it's worth, who came out on Debo Samuel and said that the top suitors were Washington and Houston. And then the next day, the Commanders had traded for him. He is saying that the Commanders would be one of the lead teams interested in Trey Hendrickson. And while they were one of two teams he named for Debo Samuel, they're the only team he's named so far for Hendrickson.
How about that?
So that's not nothing.
That is a point of interest. Again, nobody's saying anything's done, but there's a lot of things that could happen. I'm interested. I'll give you a 6th-round pick and $8. I express interest. We don't know. It's still formative, but still, that is a telling thing right there that Washington at least would have that kind of fervor for the move.
It is time for our double play. We do it every day at this time. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. The double play brought to you by your local Honda dealers, driven to you by your Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in, get a peek at the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. For my double play, Darius just came back from the cafeteria with what appears to be a lunch that he either made himself or heated up for himself. I'm not really sure. So I thought we could do an impromptu, what are you eating?
Oh, it's been a minute, sure.
With producer Darius Stammerin. So I saw there was some pizza, but there was also some meat in that little tray. Did you make this, or is this like something you buy and heat? What happened here?
So yeah, I made dinner last night. I made pastaroni, which is like some angel hair pasta, as well as some lamb, and then I made chicken thighs. Now the chicken thighs I made for today to eat today. The lamb I made for last night. Lamb chops.
love lamb. Danny incorrectly doesn't like lamb.
Do not like
really?
lamb. Yep, do not like it. Yep. I'm 0 for 5. 5 times everyone's over talked to me about how great the lamb is, and I was like, this is below replacement level. I've not enjoyed it.
No, I had pretty awesome lamb chops last night.
So is this like phenomenal. A capellini, like the really, really thin noodle, like the when you said angel hair pasta?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very thin. Kind of got like a cheesy base to it. Yeah.
And what kind of sauce are we working with there?
Sauce?
Yeah, like what is there a sauce on it or no?
On the pasta or the
on the pasta?
On anything?
No, not on the pasta. On the chicken thighs were marinated in mesquite marinade.
I like
it's like a barbecue with some pasta.
Yeah, but the pasta is very like bland. Then it's like out of the box, just cooked and wet noodle, but nothing on it.
It's Parmesan cheese angel hair pasta.
Okay,
you're right, there you go.
I'll accept
that's
that.
true.
Okay. And what are you drinking with it?
And I'm drinking a wild cherry Pepsi.
Oh, bottle or can?
Out of the can. Out of the can. We poured it into a cup though with some of that new ice and that ice maker.
I've seen the new ice.
Let's hear it for the ice machine.
That ice maker is just unbelievable.
Every single day I've been packing my lunch. I come in here, I get a cup of ice. I pour my Coke Zero right into my cup of ice. What a treat it is.
I've been trying to find an excuse to use the cup of ice.
Now I'm going to ding him 5 points on the wild cherry Pepsi.
I'm going to ding him more than that.
I don't like wild cherry. Coke's better than Pepsi. There are unbelievable quantities of Coke products about 40 feet away from where he's sitting right now. So the wild cherry Pepsi choice is the wrong choice.
Now, do I get points for bringing it from home and saving myself money?
You do not.
No, because it's also available for you to purchase in other venues. You see what I'm saying? It's not. This isn't the only Coke vendor.
Also, it's
around.
not called "What are you saving?" It's called "What are you eating?"
Right.
Right.
All right,
So
you got it.
You would get points if this was an economy podcast for your efficiency at saving money.
Like my lunch was a 5 today. You know what I mean? Like I brought it from home and it was sad. But I saved money because I brought it from home, but it was sad.
Well, it's been really long if Danny's grading it a 5 because we use the 20/80 scouting scale around these parts.
Yeah, I'm saying it's below a 20.
You're good. Oh,
it would get cut from its JV team.
I don't think that's 20 is as low as it goes.
It's below the scale.
You have pasta, you have a meat, and you have soda. Is there anything else you need to tell us about? How much ice did you put in the cup?
I would say 1/4 of the cup is ice at the bottom.
It's very small crushed ice, so that's probably a little light.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, that's a perfect amount.
That's right. That's right around where I like it with that.
But a little closer to half because these are very tall. Did you use one of the white paper
cups?
Yeah,
one of the white like coffee cups.
It's not enough ice because this ice is going to go quick in that soda. So I'll ding him 4 more points there. All right, I think I'm ready. you have any questions for him?
No,
Danny?
I think I've covered it. It's the sauceless pasta and how he reacted to the fact there's no sauce on it. He's like, Parmesan cheese. I was like, well, yeah, but what sauce? That gives me some pause here in terms of a grade. That's a 40 lunch for me. The chicken thighs are good.
40 chicken thighs, man.
They're very nice, but on flavorless pasta, the whole thing doesn't.
It's not flavorless though.
It doesn't fire. It's like I've got barbecue pasta, a barbecue chicken, and some pasta in the same dish. We could have separate dishes. The whole thing, it doesn't make sense to me.
This is definitely a 50 grade lunch. This is an average lunch.
We'll take that.
I will accept it. Had you have had a Coke Zero, it would have been a 55. Had you have had a Coke Zero and done a little more with the pasta, we'd be looking at a 60. Also, I don't like the tray that it's in. Very bothered by that tray.
It's like a meal prep tray.
That Hendrickson's fine for me. I think that Turner works, but I don't really care that much about it.
Hendrickson makes me think, and I don't have any problem if you were doing this, but like when you buy a food to heat up in the microwave, it comes in that tray. You made this. Like you should get credit for that. This should be on a plate, or this should be in some kind of a Tupperware case or something like that.
It's like a meal prep Tupperware. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
A mill, like Sam Mills.
No, like a
mill prep. What is mill prep? Like where people? Oh, I see where they like do the steel and stuff.
Yeah, it's like the mill, like right around Pittsburgh.
Steel mill. Yeah, absolutely. Clary, what do you got?
I'd just like to say that I actually did not bring you guys in lunch. I had you guys come over to my home and I cooked you a fresh meal with chicken thighs, and you both loved Clary casserole. And I just want to say, Darius did not offer that for you guys. I think Darius is a little afraid of Clary casserole. I don't
He's
think
intimidated?
I think he's intimidated by my Clary casserole. I think we want to have a cook-off on the show.
First of all, I'm as confused as Darius. Darius's palms are in the air. He's going, what is he talking about? This seemed like a crowbarred in opportunity for Ryan to talk about Clary casserole.
Well, I think he wants
Seems
to throw
like it's unrelated completely.
This is a Bobby Flay style throwdown. He's basically challenging Darius directly. I think he's still butthurt about the whole stadium thing.
Okay.
And his loss of the weather report on our program.
Would you guys like to have a cook-off for the show next week where we see who does a better job?
Well, next week would be tough because you guys will be in Florida, but maybe when you guys come
We're
back.
here Monday, Tuesday,
Monday
and
through Wednesday.
I think we could do that. We can make that
All right.
happen.
All
We
right.
have a blind competition where we bring in separate dishes. We don't say which one is which. We have the three of you try
Toby,
it out.
would you like to make something as well for the lads? Maybe all three of you could compete. Let Toby in on this.
Sure, why not?
What are you going to cook, Tobes?
Panda Express.
You're going to pick it up? I think that's cheating.
I think it might win too.
Yeah, it would definitely win.
He's so good.
I can assure you that. All right, so you're cooking something. You'll bring it in.
Let's do it.
You'll go head to head with Clary.
Yep.
And may the best man win. And Ryan's been raving about him being a chef for months. If he loses, he's going to be crestfallen. Because Darius has never once talked about
He's never
cooking.
gotten braggadocious.
Ryan sends us pictures of the latest, thing he made in a pan, just, turned up to hot, for 5 minutes.
Yelling about how much I sleep on it.
Every single night. He's like, look, I did a different thing out
You
of the
guys
bag.
sleep. You just ran out of seasoning.
Why do we sleep on everything? I
It's
always
chicken
wanted to know
voila, man. You poured it out of a frozen bag and you put some
It's not
spice on it.
frozen. It's fresh.
Okay.
It's
The
fresh.
vegetables are frozen.
No, not anymore.
Wow.
No, I'm not besmirching Clary casserole.
It was actually pretty good.
It was
Very
tremendous.
good.
I would do Clary casserole anytime.
I'll eat it right now.
So we want to do Monday or probably Tuesday so no one forgets.
Tuesday. Yep.
Let's tentatively line up Tuesday for the big cook-off between Darius and Ryan. So Darius won the stadium series. Ryan won the weather?
No, Ryan was gone and didn't do the weather.
they've done
and
multiple
Darius
of
did
Yeah,
them.
there
it.
was another contest we did. I forget what it was.
Because it wasn't because I'm trying to remember it right. Ryan claimed to be the stadium guy. And Darius kicked his ass.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then what else happened? Anything else
he
happened?
just wiped the floor with
and
him.
it wasn't close.
And one of the most embarrassing things that's ever happened to anyone.
Yeah,
on
so
the
Ryan
show.
had stadium guy ripped right away from him. Now what is it? I don't know what else Ryan had that Darius took from him.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've got those tickets we're going to be giving away as soon as we return in the next few minutes. Make sure you're listening right here for the Summer of Loud. I mean, a ton of great bands, including Parkway Drive, Killswitch Engage, Prevail, Beartooth, and others. So right here on the Fan, that's next. We're giving those away as soon as we return.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Big news from the NFL where the Cincinnati Bengals have granted all-pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. The Washington Commanders have re-signed kicker Zane Gonzalez, and the Bills have released punter Sam Martin. Women's college basketball tournament updates. Rhode Island beat George Washington 52-41. Georgia Tech over Virginia Tech 72-57. In conference play, Howard hosts Norfolk State at 5, and UVA plays Cal in the ACC tournament also 5 p.m. Men's college basketball tonight at 7 in the Patriot League, Navy at BU, and Lafayette at American. In the MEAC, Howard a part of that doubleheader. Their men's team takes on Norfolk State at 7:30. Capitals defeated the Rangers 3-2 in overtime. Tom Wilson, the game winner at 4:07 of the extra session, and Alex Ovechkin got goal number 885. Wizards open a 7-game road trip Saturday at Toronto after beating Utah 125-122. Coach Dan Lanning has agreed to a new contract with Oregon that will raise his average to $11 million per season through 2030. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
There's a Hall of Fame tweet here by Evan Grant, who's a Rangers beat writer. He says, currently the home plate umpire is John Bacon. The pitcher is Dylan Cease. And the batter is Jake Berger. Yep, that's a Bacon Cease burger.
It's pretty good.
Not too shabby. Spring training baseball ongoing. The Nats got big-time power today. A couple of homers from K-Bert Ruiz. We're going to dive into the Beltway Blitz, covering all the teams you care about in a second. Right now, though, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to the Summer of Loud's-Or featuring Parkway Drive, Killswitch Engage, Prevail, Beartooth, The Amity Affliction, Devil Wears Prada, and more. The show is Saturday, July 26th. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. We'll give these tickets away for the final time this week, tomorrow, right at 4 o'clock.
This particular radio program, we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian, Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Capitals got another win last night, this time against the Rangers. They got another Ovie goal, who's 9 away from Wayne Gretzky at this point. Let's talk puck to kick off the Beltway Blitz. Katie Florio of the Capitals Radio Network. You hear her here on 106.7 The Fan. Katie, it's Grant and Danny. Thank you for the time. Why don't we begin with Ovie? Another game, another goal, 9 back now from tying the record. How about it?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks again for having me on. I appreciate it. But he just continues to, I was going to say amaze us, but I don't even know if it's that anymore. I mean, he just does his thing. And last night I was there covering the game at Madison Square Garden last night. And not only was it another goal, but the way he's able to come up in big moments. Over half of his goals have been in the third period this year. Of course, last night's ties the game as the Capitals ultimately then go on to win. So it's just been incredible to see the pace that he's going at 39 years old. There's no slowing him down. Even in the locker room every day at practice, you just see how loose he is, the way he is with the other guys. Of course, you know, the media attention and everything, I'm sure, is in the back of his head, but I don't really think he's letting it get to him, of course, by his play, because he just keeps chugging along, that's for sure.
Yeah, not bad for a one-trick pony. In terms of the trade deadline coming up really soon here, Katie, I wouldn't expect a ton of activity for the Capitals because the room's been so good, the team has been so good, even with their, you know, not playing as well as they were for the first handful of months. What are your thoughts on the trade deadline?
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I don't think a lot has really been thrown out there. I think Chris Patrick alluded to last week when he met with the media prior to a game exactly what you just said, that obviously you look at the Capitals' record, you look at where they stand, the success they've had this season paired with just how much that off-ice chemistry has been such a talking point this year. It almost goes by that phrase, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So I think that's probably the mentality the Capitals have. Of course, Jacob Vrana was placed on waivers yesterday and just claimed by Nashville a little while ago, and that was in terms of just with some flexibility with the cap space. And so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they do one or two type little things here or there. It might not stay completely quiet, but at the same time, I also don't think as we continue to get closer to Friday afternoon that, you can expect the Capitals to make some big moves between now and then.
If they made a one move, what I was advocating for earlier today, and I'm team kind of keep the band together, but if they were to give up a couple of picks to try to go get a center and maybe Lars Eller becomes an extra piece, I wouldn't mind that. I think that line just isn't doing enough. Now they've got Radish up there, but Mangiapane hasn't really given them a ton lately with Eller and then Frank, who eventually maybe gets replaced by Ryan Leonard. But what would be your thought about that?
No, I agree with that. And Carberry, of course, didn't come right out and say that was the line they were focusing on. But a few weeks ago, he alluded that I think he called it a revolving door, that line has been. They've tried a lot of different things. Obviously, in the very beginning, it was guys like Vrana on it, Sonny Milano, who's been out for such a long time now. And you bring up even Hendricks Lapierre, feels like forever since he's been here. And now you bring up Ethan Frank. So like you mentioned, Lars Eller, that's just kind of been the one maybe missing piece, or not even missing piece, but maybe that weak point where, yes, the Capitals have tried different line combinations and, nothing has maybe seemed to ignite that spark. That being said, I don't think those guys are playing horrible, but I would agree with that. If there was going to be a move, it would maybe involve or be around that line or those people. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anything. That's of course just all speculation from myself as well. And I think another thing people have to remember, because even I forget sometimes, is obviously you'll most likely be getting Ryan Leonard in at the beginning or the end of the year as well in just a few weeks. So he's another piece that can hopefully add to that. But yeah, just a lot of moving parts surrounding the third line. And Carberry saying that you mentioned Andrew Mangiapane. He has a lot of faith, a lot of belief in Mangiapane. He feels like he's going to step up down the stretch. So hopefully that's what we see from number 88 as well.
Katie, thank you as always. Be well.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hit that Wizard sounder, Darren. Our guy Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports Network. Wizards got a dub last night over Utah. Down the stretch, I liked what I saw from Alex Sarr, Chase.
Yeah, that was his best game, definitely in weeks, if not months. Of course, he missed some time due to injuries. But what I really liked is he just was not taking anything from anyone around the rim. He threw down a big dunk early in the first half in transition that might have been his strongest dunk of the season. And he just carried that on throughout the night. And he had one of his best moves, I thought, of the year with about a minute and a half left in that game. It was a crucial bucket for the Wizards as they were trying to secure the victory. And it was just impressive because, he's obviously flashed a lot this year, but he's got to get better at scoring around the rim. And you hear from veteran players all the time about him that once he learns how to use his size and once he learns how much bigger and more athletic he is than the average player that's guarding him, that's when he's really going to take off. And I feel like that's something we saw a flash of last night.
The only guy that scored more than his 21 last night was Keshawn George, who was also really impressive from that rookie class. 35 minutes. He went 23-7. What'd you think of him?
Yeah, one of his best games of the year for sure. Had 10 points by halftime, made a couple of threes, ended up having a really good game, not only scoring, but passing the ball as well, I thought. Grabbed 7 rebounds, I believe. he's been impressive this year, but you kind of have to pay close attention because the numbers haven't been very good, especially shooting the ball. And it's been interesting to watch because he's been a really good shooter at every level up until this point, including in the summer league and also throughout the preseason. So I thought that he would get out to a hot start this season, and he shot, kind of the low 30% from the field, which is of course not great, but you kind of felt like the shooting was going to catch up to the defense and the passing that we've seen all year. So I think he's like primed to finish the season really strong, shooting from the outside. And you're seeing a guy who I think is gaining confidence by the game, the more those 3-point shots are falling.
Chase, little bummed we haven't seen more of A.J. Johnson. I get it when it's super crowded back there with a couple of veterans and Jordan Poole and the like, but kind of pretty clear road for him to have gotten a couple minutes, and we haven't really seen it here recently. What's going on there?
I think that could change by the end of the season. I think you'll see a greater opportunity for some of the other younger guys that haven't gotten a lot of minutes recently. But I also think when the Wizards traded for him, they liked him in the pre-draft process, but in trading for him, they kind of saw this season as a redshirt year of sorts. They feel like, if he had, come into the draft this upcoming summer, maybe he'd be picked higher than he was drafted last year, which I think was 23rd or 25th. I think, maybe he's not super NBA ready. And I think what probably happened is in the draft last year, it was a real guessing game. It was, considered by most to be a below average draft. And I think he's very, very athletic at the guard position, hadn't really shown much production at previous levels. He was playing in Australia last year, didn't play very many games, didn't play very many minutes. So it's really about his long-term athletic upside. So I think the Wizards got him into their program. They're kind of learning more about his game because he hasn't played very much again. So I think they're kind of doing some baseline testing right now, seeing what he could do in the G League. And then I would guess over the last 10 to 15 games of the season, we'll see him more at the NBA level.
Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports and a part of the radio party as well. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
All right, be good, Chase. By the way, the Wizards 12-49, so they're 2 games up on Charlotte for the worst record in the NBA right now. But Charlotte's hard charging. They've lost 8 in a row, and really you just want to be in the bottom 3. The bottom 3 all have the equal, same best percentage chance to win the lottery. So even if you're 20 games better, if you're in the bottom 3, you're equal to the worst team. And right now, that's Utah, who gained a game on them last night, 15-47. So as long as they don't catch New Orleans, 5 wins better than the Wizards right now, they will at least have the best chance to win the lottery at 1-1.
That's what I care about.
Let's keep it moving. Johnny Cakes Allville on the Commanders. So Cakes, some breaking news out of the NFL today. Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals, who led the NFL with 17.5 sacks this past season, his second straight year with 17.5 sacks, is apparently going to be traded. He's asked the team if he could go find a trade. They've said yes. And Jordan Schultz is saying the Commanders are one of the teams he's told that will be interested in Trey Hendrickson. What's your reaction?
Well, they should definitely be interested in a guy who had back-to-back years of nearly 20 sacks. I mean, I honestly can't remember Redskins or football team or the horrible present name Commanders pass rusher who's had anywhere near that number. I mean, I know they kind of got lucky with the Dante Fowler signing, and he popped up for 10.5 sacks, which is great. I think that's part of the reason why when we were ranking our free agents a few days ago on the Junks, I had him as one of my highest priorities because you have to get after the quarterback. So if a guy comes free that's had 35 sacks in the last 2 years, please sign me up for that. You should be in the mix on that guy. Absolutely.
Flakesy, in general, I'd like to get younger and faster. That's everywhere. I also know that may not be possible. And my kind of axiom working against that is I think we underestimate, even though we bash him plenty and rightfully so, Ron and the Martys, how bare they left that cupboard. So I might have to do more 30-somethings and more, older, slower guys than I'd like. I might have to do more Ertzes and Wagners than maybe I want to, simply because I've got nobody else. Give me your thoughts.
I mean, I'm with you. Like, I don't love giving a 30-year-old, which I believe Hendrickson is. I don't love giving that guy much more than probably 3 years, but he's going to be a hot commodity. So you may have to tack that extra year that you don't really want to get his services. But hey, if he can give you close to 17.5 sacks, let's just go low end on him. Say it dips to 14. You would love that sort of production. But yeah, I can't agree with you more, Danny. Like the Ron and the Marty crew, they couldn't have laid waste more to the roster unless they actively tried, unless they were like active saboteurs that were hired by another team. Yeah, I mean, it was just awful what they did to the roster. And, you know, Peters acknowledged it during the first press conference. So it's going to take more than one off season to build it. We all know that. And but adding a talent like Hendrickson would certainly help.
Cakes, Christian Kirk is a guy who was linked to Washington over the last couple of days. He has now found a home. Diana Rossini of The Athletic suggesting that he's being traded to the Houston Texans. So they're preparing for life without Tank Dell. They get a slot receiver. Stephon Diggs obviously is a free agent as well. They needed somebody to help out with Nico Collins. That feels like a pretty good fit. But, I mean, he is one of Kingsbury's favorite players he's ever coached. Kingsbury said that publicly. I kind of liked him as maybe the next receiver. What else do you want to do now with Debo in the fold at wide receiver?
Well, I mean, you definitely have to add there. And like we were kicking it around this morning on the Junk Show about like what is De'Ami Brown's market value? Because, you know, we just saw Tutu Atwell just signed a 1-year, fully guaranteed $10 million deal. So now I feel like if you look at Brown's numbers and Tutu Atwell's, like De'Ami Brown had 2 touchdowns, Atwell had 0, and their other numbers are basically the same. I mean, I talked about the Matthew Berry article that he put out about, you know, what he saw at the combine. And he basically said the markets for guys like De'Ami Brown and Darius Slayton, the numbers you see that those guys are going to get, they're going to blow your mind basically. So I just feel like De'Ami Brown, even though he probably isn't a $10 million a year receiver in this market, because the wideouts are so thin and there's not a great crop of them coming out in the draft either, guys like him and Slayton will get overpaid. So I don't know if De'Ami Brown is in the plans here because it might get too pricey, but they definitely need to add another piece outside of Debo and outside of Terry McLaurin. Not sure who that guy is yet, but I think Peters will be in on at least one more receiver.
What a world that De'Ami Brown is too expensive to retain. I'll never get over it. Casey, thank you, buddy.
It is craziness. I don't quite understand it. He's one of the few Ron and Marty guys that actually is kind of panning out.
Yeah, ones of receptions over 4 years.
He had 30 balls this year, and people want to throw him a ticker tape parade.
You have a big playoff game with everybody watching.
Yeah, everyone watches.
I guess that's what happens. Thanks,
See you, buddy.
Cakes.
That is true.
Be good, brother. There's
Thank you,
Johnny
boys.
Cakes Allville. Listen to him on the Sports Junkies every day between 6 and 10. I want to get back into Trey Hendrickson. Plus, wait till you hear what the Texans are giving up for Christian Kirk. One of those, really? That's the compensation? Kind of trades. We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny. Guys, the Co-Pair weight loss program works. EMP 180, which was the same company, different name back in the day, changed mine and Danny's lives. When we were on that program, we lost weight, and it was a success. It was a lot of fun. Now, we're back in the game with Co-Pair, and it works. I'm down over 20 pounds. Danny's gotten on the program with me as well. You've had a great first couple of weeks, successful. If you want to get in shape for the summer, do what Laura in Alexandria did. She's down 11 pounds. Or Joe in Woodbridge is done. His first week, listener to the show, down 8 pounds. Get on board with Co-Pair.
You can do it. It's hard. I know. I've been trying to do this for the second half of my life, for decades, trying to do this on my own. I've hit barriers. I end up breaking down, like I'm not with my kids. Next thing you know, we're after a sporting event, and how I'm grabbing something that's not good for me. They will help you navigate all the challenges that come up on your weight loss journey. Get healthy with help. Don't try to just do it on your own. Get it done with Copair.
Do what our listeners are doing. Start now. Take advantage of the spring to weight loss offer for fan listeners. Call 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 to get started. Or go to COPARE health.com.
This update brought to you by Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group. Any car, any way, for everyone. Big news in the NFL where the Cincinnati Bengals have granted all-pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. Could the Commanders come calling? You would think so. The Commanders also have re-signed kicker Zane Gonzalez. Nationals baseball beating the Cardinals today 12-1. K-Bear Ruiz with 2 homers. Paul DeYoung, a 3-run shot. Both went 2 for 4 with 3 RBI. Mike Soroka, 4 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts for the win. For 35 years, Eastern's Automotive Group has been helping families move forward. Get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles, maximize your tax return, and lock in low payments. Today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way, for everyone. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
The news broke earlier this week that the Jaguars would release Christian Kirk, start of the league year. The Texans weren't going to allow that to happen without giving up a 7th-round pick. That is what the Jags got for Christian Kirk. I always wonder, it's one of those things I guess you feel like if he hits the market, he's going to cost you more money, or you just might lose out in a bidding war. But when you know someone's going to get cut, it's intuitive to not make a trade and give up a draft pick. We say this on the show all the time. Well, now the cat's out of the bag. That guy's getting released. You're probably not going to get much. And I'm not saying a 7th-round pick is much or anything, but still, I am amazed when teams throw the 7th-round pick at the player. Although I'd probably do that because is the player you're getting in the 7th round making your team? If they are, they're not helping very much, almost certainly. Christian Kirk will. So I'd rather, it's the old Ernie Grunfeld thing. He's our 7th-round pick.
We look at them as our 1st-round pick.
We took Christian Kirk in the 7th round. So I get it, but
unless you like the only way that makes sense to me is if you go, the contract that we'd have to sign him to in a bidding war is going to be worse than what we're paying.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, and that's crazy to me because his cap hit this year is $24 million. Now, maybe there's something where Jacksonville inherits some of it and you don't. I don't know how that stuff goes.
How you take on money right now when you could get him at next
crazy.
to nothing.
Yeah.
Strange.
Unless maybe to Cakes' point, who just joined us for the Beltway Blitz, where the Tutu Atwells of the world are getting $10 million. It's like NBA ridiculous Isaiah Thomas money a handful of years ago, where you had a decent playoff game, you now get $35 million a year just to go for 8-4 off the bench. So who knows? Maybe it's the current state of free agency, but they wanted to make sure they got their guy.
If you're just jumping in the car today on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, and you're expecting us to get to our position group breakdown of the day, which is going to be linebacker, we're going to push that for a moment so that we can get to the bottom of some of the breaking news in the NFL that is related to the Commanders, and that is that Trey Hendrickson is available to be had on the trade market. He's the #1 sack artist in the league this past season at 17.5, and over the last 2 years combined at 35, nobody's had more sacks than Trey Hendrickson of the Cincinnati Bengals. He's not a one-trick pony, though. If I could go Darren Peng on you.
Oh, thank you.
For a second. This is not Alex Ovechkin, one of those one-trick ponies, He is a guy who gets pressures, who gets to the quarterback, who can play the run and help set the edge, who is also going to get TFLs in the run game and some tackles for loss as well to help the cause, which is why I am in. I want Trey Hendrickson. It's time to get aggressive. I was all in on Myles Garrett. Right now, it doesn't seem like Myles Garrett's available. And even though Hendrickson's going to cost a lot in both picks, assets in the draft, and money, assets against your cap, Hendrickson is going to cost less than Myles Garrett in that regard. So I want to play a little deal or no deal with you again, Danny.
Oh, yes.
You are going to be Adam Peters. I am going to be one of the members of the Brown family, or Duke Tobin, I guess, who runs the Cincinnati Bengals. I think it's that lady, the owner's daughter. Is it Katie Brown? I always see on Hard Knocks.
I think so. She was at one point.
One of them's making the call. I'll just be Duke Tobin. I think that's the guy. But I'm going to pick up the phone now and call you, Rouye.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. I'm not going to call you. I'm just going to...
We're just FaceTiming, and we're
I'm
live.
just going to talk to you on the radio.
Okay.
Because it's a radio show.
Hey. Hi.
Hey, who's this?
It's Danny Peters.
Hey, Danny. How are you?
Good, man.
I'm sure you've heard Trey Hendrickson's available in a trade.
You know, I did hear that. I was listening to Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan, and those guys are great.
I am willing to accept a deal for Trey Hendrickson. We want a 1st-round pick and a 3rd-round pick. There's no haggling. You either will accept this or I'll make another call. Do you want Trey Hendrickson for a 1 and a 3?
Yeah, I do. I'll do that.
Now, you also need to know, Danny, that you need to sign him now for $28.5 million a year or something.
Yeah, I do know that, and I want to do that.
All right, so you're doing the 1 and the 3.
I'm doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a deal. Trey Hendrickson.
That's going to be deal for me.
Deal. All right, new hypothetical.
All right, here
ready?
we go.
Ring, ring, ring.
Hey, phone's ringing. Phone's ringing, dude.
Phone now. We just went and bought a phone.
Hello.
Before we didn't have a phone, now we do. Danny.
Hey, sorry. I'm going to do it properly. Hello, Danny Peters.
Yes. I got Trey Hendrickson for you if you want him.
Oh, I'm very interested. Tell me about it.
1 and a 2. You got to say yes right now or I'm moving on. I got other offers. I want to get a 1st-round pick this year and a 2nd-round pick next year for Trey Hendrickson.
Next year's number 2?
I don't think you're giving me a 1 and a 2 this year.
I'm not going to do that because I couldn't do this year. I can do a 1 this year and a 2 next year. I'll do that. Yeah, I can do that for you.
We got ourselves a deal.
I can do that for you.
A first and a second.
Uh-huh.
All right, you know what's happening. Get that phone ready. I'm going to see just
how far
much
are you going to push this thing?
Danny Rouillet is
Let's
willing
go
to go.
nuts here.
So you think Trey Hendrickson is what he's been doing?
Yeah.
You think he's one of them ones?
35 sacks the last 2 years.
As
Not
the
a
kids
coincidence.
say.
Oh, sorry. Hello, Danny Peters.
Answer that damn phone.
Hello, Danny Peters. I said it already.
How come you three ringed me? How come you didn't answer right away?
I didn't want you to think I was desperate.
Oh, it's Duke Tobin over in Cincinnati.
Caller ID said Duke Tobin. I know why you're calling me.
Trey Hendrickson.
Think I'm a pushover. Yeah, I hear you.
I want your first round pick this year and next year, and you can have Trey Hendrickson.
Duke, I respect the hell out of you. I think your operation over there is a good one. Even though a lot of people have paid a lot of money for a lot of players, you paid one guy one time, and you think you're like a savior.
You don't need to just start talking trash to me.
I'm not, Duke.
Yes
I'm
or
telling
no?
you. Duke, if you can lower that price, give us a call back. I can't do that.
2 1s.
I can't do 2 1s.
That's the number.
Can't do it.
Okay. I want this year's first and second round picks.
Can't do it, Duke.
Okay. I want a 1 this year and a 3 this year. You've already said yes to that. But I'm going to throw in a 3 next year.
Yeah, that's pretty good for me. I already did a 1 and a 3 before.
But this is a 1, a 3, and a 3.
Oh, I owe you a 3?
Yes,
I thought you said when you throw in, I thought you were giving me a
Wrong.
3.
No.
I go, that's a worse deal for you.
In other words, I'm trying to see how far you're going to go.
No,
You've
wait,
already
I
said
got
you'll
you.
do a 1 and a 3. Will you do a 1 and 2 3s?
That's why I was confused. Yeah, I do that.
You would.
That's my limit right there.
Danny Rouillet.
That's my limit right there.
A 1 and 2 3s to then pay Trey Hendrickson $28 million.
I'm doing it.
I love the aggressiveness,
I'm doing
my
it.
friend. I love the urgency. That's how we play deal or no deal. All right, I think I would do. I'm not doing 2 1s. I'm not doing a 1 and a 2 and then paying him $30 million ish. I would do a 1 and 3, but I certainly wouldn't do 2 3s. So I'll do like a 1, a 3, and a 4, a 1, a 3, and a 5. If you need 3 picks with a first and a third in the mix, I could do that. But you're not getting 3 picks in the top 3 rounds. So I guess my offer is a little bit lesser than yours. And then you said you're willing to go to $30 million a year.
I wouldn't love to, but I think it might be what it takes. Looking at like what Brian Burns signed for, looking at what obviously Max Crosby just signed for, I might have to be talked into that. I don't love it, but I think it might be a thing.
But you're doing it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. You have to go get a great player defensively. One has become available. By the way, Crosby, $35 million a year. Bosa, $34 million a year. And then it drops off to Hines Allen at 28.2, Burns 28.2. I think you're right. I think to get him under contract at less than 28, coming off of leading the NFL in sacks and 35 over 2 years, it's gonna be really damn
I think
hard.
you got to beat the Burns deal,
Yeah.
right? Because now the cap's gone up. You probably have to beat the Watt deal because that was a couple years ago.
And 4 and 120's fake number anyway. If I guarantee him like 75 or something, basically it's a 2-year contract with some dead money after that.
Again, that's about what Burns got guaranteed. Hines Allen was guaranteed 76 at signing.
I think that might be where it is. All right, let's open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Do you guys think Washington should trade a 1 and another high draft pick, which we'll say is a day 2 pick, second or third round, for Trey Hendrickson, if that's what it takes? 800-636-1067. By the way, I'm not convinced that it would because he's got a year left on his deal. And, yes, they could negotiate with him, but they've already used the franchise tag. So if they actually can't afford him and they're trying to clear some money, yeah, he's under contract for 1 more year, but you have to trade him now to get the most possible. If you wait and then he walks next year, you tag him, the whole thing changes. So they might be able to do a little bit better than that. But if the hypothetical is a first and a second next year or a first and a third for Trey Hendrickson and then paying him $30 million a year, is that something you would do? Yes or no? Want to hear from Commanders fans on this next. 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny.
About 13 years ago now, my wife and I bought our first condo. What's up? It's Danny Rouillet for my friends Sarah, Debbie, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. And we bought it, and it was time to start moving on. Right after about 4 or 5 years, we've been living there for a while. Had a second kid on the way. We started looking, and it was time for more space, a yard, the whole 9 yards. Well, the problem was we weren't really sure that our condo would be in demand at all. It was in an older building, not much public transport close by. Everything you had to walk a little bit extra. That neighborhood, we weren't really sure if people were going to want to live there. So we weren't really sure how to navigate. Thank goodness we had Sarah and Debbie Reynolds and the Power Home Team with Keller Williams on our side. They found a way to get us well over asking price. The whole thing was done in a weekend. There were multiple showings right away. We got offers, all cash, way over asking. As I said, the whole thing was done so quick. They put more money in our pocket quickly. Let them do that for you. On average, they net their sellers $30,500 more into their pockets. That's the whole point, right? Give them a call. Let them do for you what they did for us. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
No, it's always so hard to try to determine what a guy's value is on the trade market in the NFL because it seems fairly chaotic year to year and there's a lack of consistency. How much time is left on your contract in terms of years? How much money are you owed? Who's taking on the deal? Like all of those things are factors.
Yep.
So it's hard to try to figure out what Washington would even have to give up for Hendrickson. That said, with Trey Hendrickson available from the Bengals, who led the NFL with 17.5 sacks last year, back-to-back years with that total, this is a guy who's put up just absolutely prodigious numbers as an edge. 35 TFL, 61 hits on the quarterback the last 2 years. And the Bengals, because they've tagged T. Higgins, and they're paying Jamar Chase, and they paid Joe Burrow, can't keep him. So we're saying go get him. If Myles Garrett's not available, this is the next best thing. But you're going to have to pay him $30 million a year potentially on an extension or close to that. Are you willing to give up a first-round pick and more in compensation if that's what it takes? And then pay him that $30 million. I posted a poll at Grant H. Paulson. Right now, 37% of people are saying yes. 63% are saying no, they wouldn't do that. You and I both would.
Yeah, I understand Washington fans here. I'm with you. I'm one of you guys. Anybody that's achieved elsewhere at any point in time, you get half the fan base or more that's terrified of the idea of a trade or free agency. You've been Hainsworth too many times, too many restricted free agents to the Jets. You've been Chad Morton so many times. I understand the reservation. Here's the point. Jaden Daniels is here. A correct ownership group with a real process is here. So if Adam Peters burns one resource, aka this is how we're going to acquire players, first round pick this year, a third round pick next year, or whatever, he's going to figure something else out. Bruce Allen couldn't figure out his own way out of his personal washroom. He can't figure out how the lock works. We've got competent ownership and leadership right now. So they're going to use whatever levers are at their disposal to build you a good team. I promise you. This is one of those things that he shouldn't be available. It took bad management by Cincinnati to make him available. They made too many big promises. They wrote checks their body couldn't cash, Top Gun style. And here we are with a chance to add talent at a desperate position of need. I understand the reservation because anybody that's a big name, anybody that's been any good anywhere, we're all terrified that they come here and all they want to do is collect their paycheck and lay it down on the field while Andre Carter jumps over them. I promise you this isn't that. And if you don't want it because you're going, hey, he's 30, he'll decline quickly, you've got some metrics and analytics, I'm willing to hear it. But I can't do I'm scared of someone else's free agent or someone else that's good coming here and being bad, which I think is the pathology a lot of us have.
I think it would be multiple picks. I feel really good about that. The question is, are we talking about like a 2 and a 3 getting it done? Because that's really easy for me to do comparatively. Would 2 3s do it? Like nothing would shock me when you heard it, but that's the information you're privy to when you're on the inside, when you're Adam Peters and company, and you just have a beat on what other teams are talking about and what everything costs, and you've got your charts that you're looking at that we're just speculating at on the outside. 800-636-1067. Would you give up a 1 in a multi-pick deal and then pay $30 million for the edge rusher from Cincy, Trey Hendrickson? Let's go to Eric in Kansas City listening on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Hello, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
Doing great.
Okay, so I'm not smart, but I'm thinking if they can give us this year's second, give next year's second, and then maybe offer Jonathan Allen, and maybe Cincinnati could maybe send back a 4th for him. That's what came in my mind when Hendrickson was able to seek a trade.
Here's the only issue with that, and it's a good idea, good call, but the reason this is happening is because Cincinnati can't afford to pay people. So adding John Allen in a trade means you'd have to do something contract-wise, either take on what he's got or sign to something new to get out of what you got. The whole point is they're trying to limit roster expenditures as they've got 2 huge ticket items they're trying to deal with. T. Higgins, and they're eons apart on a Jamar Chase extension as well. They have to clear the deck. So a player that's on a veteran deal would not be exciting to them, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, the Bengals have to say yes to this, right?
Right.
That's always what I counter with. So I just texted somebody on a team side to just get a little bit of a feel for this. And he said, I don't think a 1 would be on the table personally. Got to give him 3 years, $90 million or upwards of maybe even $95 million. He says, I assume a 2 probably is the top pick and then maybe some fluff stuff on top of that. So All right, let's change the hypothetical with the information coming in. So I'm going to repost my poll here. Would you trade a second-round pick and something else, probably other picks or another decent pick, for Trey Hendrickson if it takes $30+ million a year? I'm still saying yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I would, out of desperation, especially because I'm picking 29th. That's the other thing to remember. The Washington doesn't have the 4th pick this year. We are so used to this team picking in the top 5 or the top 10 or the top 12. They're picking 29th, which is not to say that that's not a valuable selection. It is, but it is basically a second-round pick compared to their normal standards. In 2024, according to Louis Riddick, Trey Hendrickson was number 3 in pressure percentage, number 1 in sacks and sack percentage, number 3 in pass rush win rate in the NFL. In 2023, he was number 7 in pressure percentage, 2nd in sacks and number 1 in sack percentage, and number 11 in pass rush win rate. He has not missed a game or start the last 2 years. 72% of snaps last year, 68% of snaps the year before that. Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a guy you should be allowing to leave your building. This is a player absolutely you push the chips in for.
One of the highest percentages of his team's sacks over the last couple of decades. In other words, this isn't one of those, okay, yeah, but someone else is commanding the double teams and he gets lucky. Like, basically, he had 50% of his team sacks, one of the highest percentages, again, in recent memory, which tells you other teams know that too. You know what I mean? Like, they're probably geared up to stop Trey Hendrickson. Doesn't matter.
You've done this show with me for a long time. You know me. I am pretty conservative when it comes to sticking my neck out to go get veterans. Go get this guy. Offer a 2 and a 5 and a 7 or whatever. If that's not enough, then up it to a 2 and a 4. Second round pick and some fluff. Pay him $30+ million a year and get an extension, and count your 15 sacks one at a time next season. By the way, it's tackles for losses, it's quarterback hits, it's pressures. He's a complete player. You've had nice players who could rush the quarterback. You have not really had a DPOY caliber guy. Finished the runner-up last year. You have not had a first-team All-Pro at that position. He did that this year. This is not the type of player that should be allowed to leave a building. The Bengals are an incompetent team most of the time, and because, and I give them credit finally, they paid Burrow, and they're paying now 2 receivers. I would have chosen Chase and letting Higgins walk, but they're paying them both. They can't pay this guy. So take advantage of that. Let's go to Mo in Largo. What's up, Mo?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So I appreciate you changing the parameters, because when I first called in, I was saying no, I didn't want to give up a first or whatever else you deem that might be necessary to acquire him. But with the second, you know, I'm good with that. I mean, it's incredible production. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, granted, they're just mock drafts, so, you know, the orders change. I get that. But it seems like a lot of the quality defensive players that will be available are gone very quickly in the draft. So, you know, I mean, I guess it's all about whether they want, if they're going to pursue a DN now, then I guess you maybe try to get you a D tackle in the draft or vice versa, because it's obvious that our defensive line needs to be shored up. But for a second round pick for all pro, I'm with you there. And I'll be honest, I mean, I was screaming this guy's name back when everybody was screaming Myles Garrett, because it was obvious that they weren't going to be able to pay him. But, and we knew that he wasn't going to cost as much as Myles Garrett. So, yeah, I like the pick, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. Let me bring this up too. So he's saying yes, I'm saying yes. You're also agreeing, Danny. You get rid of that pick. It's 61 overall, 29th pick of the second round. At that point, they would have to give up something else too. Now they don't have a lot left in this draft, honestly. Like, let's say they give up their 6th, maybe, you know, a 2 and a 6 and a 5 next year or something. Then you have your first round pick at 29, your third round pick at 79. And then you have 2 picks in the late 7th round. You have 4 picks, 2 of them before the 7th round for a team where Adam Peters is saying we want to build through the draft, after you will have given up multiple picks, including a 3rd for Lattimore, then multiple picks, including a 2nd for Hendrickson, and then the 5th round pick for Debo, which I don't have a problem with. In a vacuum, all of those moves I liked. But A, you can't keep saying you're building through the draft if you're just going to be doing that.
Yeah, you're not, right? It's fine that you're not, but just say that, don't say that you are.
I don't have a problem with you not.
I'm good with that.
Don't keep saying that.
Yeah.
Would you guys be okay with that? If you wake up in a couple of days and Hendrickson's here now to go get you 16 sacks, but now you're down a few more picks, including a 2nd rounder, and you got like 4 picks, 2 in the 7th round in this class for now. 800-636-1067 is the number. We want to hear from you on the MGM National Harbor listener lines on Grant and Danny.
Lots of NFL news today, including the Cincinnati Bengals granting All-Pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. The Commanders have re-signed their kicker Zane Gonzalez. The Jacksonville Jaguars are trading wide receiver Christian Kirk to the Houston Texans for a 26th seventh rounder, according to Adam Schefter. The Bills have released punter Sam Martin. The Browns are restructuring quarterback Deshaun Watson's contract. Nationals baseball crushing the Cardinals 12-1. K-Bear Ruiz, 2 homers. Paul DeYoung, a 3-run shot. They both finished 2 for 4, 2 runs scored, and 3 RBIs. Mike Soroka, 4 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts for the win. Looking like the 2019 version. That would be a great sign for the Nats. Capitals beat the Rangers last night 3-2 in OT on a goal by Tom Wilson. Alex Ovechkin, goal number 885, 9 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky. The team is home tomorrow night against the Detroit Red Wings. Wizards beat the Utah Jazz 125-122. Keyshawn George 23, Alex Sarr 21. They're off to Toronto Saturday. Women's college basketball tournament today. Rhode Island beat GW 52-41. Georgia Tech over Virginia Tech 72-57. Virginia takes on Cal in just a few moments. Auburn women's basketball has fired head coach Johnny Harris after 4 seasons. Tonight, men's side Patriot League, BU hosting Navy, Lafayette at American, and in the MEAC, Howard welcomes Norfolk State. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
The Commanders are preparing this offseason to protect star quarterback Jaden Daniels. How are you protecting your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kandori & Murad. They'll help you draft your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation with their attorneys right now at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you for a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. I do want to get into Darren Pang's comments last evening on TNT on Alex Ovechkin. He called him a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
And Caps fans didn't take too well to it, as you can imagine. But Panger was good enough to join the Junkies this morning.
And good for him.
To discuss said comment. I want to play that audio with you, Danny. We'll react to that coming up at 5:30 here on G&D. But right now we're discussing Trey Hendrickson for the Commanders. I promise this is not an exercise on the show that we're going to do every time some big-name player becomes available. But if they are one of the better players in the league at a massive position of need where Washington unequivocally has to improve, hell yeah, we're going to talk about it. And here's why. You got the 3rd most money in the NFL before you went out and added Debo Samuel. You still have over $50 million to spend. There's going to be a lot of opportunity to upgrade this ball club. And while I'm on record saying I think they're going to try to order appetizers and not get the most expensive entree on the menu, if they were to make a Trey Hendrickson deal, which I'm advocating for, we got to recalibrate what this offseason is. Because before the league year will have started, that would mean that they went out and got Debo at wide receiver at $18 million, and then Hendrickson, who they're going to have to pay $30 million a year on an extension to. That's big game hunting. That is going out, and you see the Mooses walking along. Like, they are trying to do the damn thing if they bring this guy in. Jordan Schultz is reporting that Washington is one of the teams being linked to Hendrickson if and when he became available in trade talks, and that happened today.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's intuitive. It makes sense. It's not just the non-report report of, you know which team would make sense, said this person on NFL Network, and Washington's name.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
A team that is devoid of defensive ends on the roster other than Dorrance Armstrong, that can't rush the quarterback from the edge if Fowler's not brought back, 10.5 sack guy, that has a ton of money and is in a win-now mode with the quarterback on a rookie deal, which normally leads to urgency, and is coming off of an NFC title game. Why shouldn't they be linked to this player?
Totally. And the fact is, it's a, hey, this would make sense. And then we all do a news cycle where we're reacting to this would make sense as if it is news. This is an escalation above that, aka Washington has interest. And so now it's my curiosity has peaked, so to speak.
All right. So what's your answer to the question I fired off right before the break? And we'll get back to the phones in just a second. 800-636-1067. Line them up. You can tweet us, Instagram us at Grant H. Paulson and Funny Danny, whatever you want to do. If they were to trade a 2 for him, which is what a team guide had sent me back. Let me just read this comment. I said, would a first be in play? I don't think a 1 is on the table. Got to give him 3 and 90, 3 and 95 potentially after the fact, I assume. I think a 2 probably would be the top pick with some fluff, meaning extra pick, at least one other pick if it's decent.
A sweetener, yeah.
Or a couple of picks if they're lower rounds. So let's say it's a 3-pick package led by a second rounder. Then you're paying him $30 million. But you wouldn't have pick 61 anymore in round 2. That means they pick first round, third round, and then not again till probably like 238 and 250. They'd have 4 picks left potentially.
Yeah. I mean, it's not ideal, but again, what are we in the business of doing? What's the point of the draft? What's the point of free agency? What's the point of all of this? Is to, say with me, add talent. You're adding players that are going to help you. If this was a team that was going to win 6 games, which is the old Snyder way of doing things that everybody still references as if it's up to date, where they're not good and they're going, we're 1 player away, bring me Albert Hainsworth. We're 1 player away, bring me, name that whoever. This is not that, okay? This is a different situation. They are a few players away. They went to the NFC title game with an under-talented roster in a lot of spots, with no young talent on it outside of the quarterback and maybe a couple other dudes that you can handpick that are sub 26 years old. That's because of the previous era. They're in a win right now era. So your paradigm of let's inch forward incrementally and go from 4 wins to 6.5, and maybe we'll get to 7 if we do it great. And then maybe we can be 9 and a wild card team. Wrong. Windows open. Sorry. Jaden Daniels is too good. Act accordingly.
My favorite thing about a Hendrickson move, number one, another sign, more evidence of what I talked about earlier in the week that I love, which is Peters is not scared. He is not afraid, man. He will put his neck on the line to go make a move, and he is willing to give things a try and throw some things against the wall to see what sticks, which I think is important as an executive, and I love that. Makes it more fun, but it gives you a chance to win big. I don't think you can win big being super conservative and playing your cards close to the chest all the time. But the other thing I would really like about it, Danny, if they were to go get Hendrickson kicking off the offseason here, is it would be a sign that they really understand they can't be what they were last year and repeat last year. And what I mean by that is their schedule is way harder. They will surprise nobody. You will get everybody's best shot. You're not a 4-win team they're playing anymore. You're a 14-win team. If they just line up and go play football with the same amount of talent on the roster this year, in my opinion, they're a little over 500, and hopefully you would squeak in as a wild card team. Hopefully. If they want to get back into the playoffs, I'm not even talking about the NFC title game. If you want to win a playoff game for a second straight year for the first time since the early 90s, then you'd better be a lot better on paper coming in than you were last year against the schedule you've got lined up this year. And I think they understand that, it seems like. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast DC on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hey, doing great. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Yeah, I think you definitely got to go after Hendricks, man. I don't care what it takes. Now, let me ask you guys a question. I think if you added up his sack totals for the last 2 years, he has more than our whole defensive line, correct?
I'd have to do the math, but I would say off the top of my head, yes.
Yeah, so my thing is we should at least be able to give up 2 draft picks for him. I'll do a first this year and whatever they want for next year, first, second, or third. I think he's the kind of guy that we need on our team, and that's definitely a position of need. And the other thing I wanted to say, because everybody keeps reference Peter saying we're going to build through the draft, but I never heard him say only through the draft. I think his whole position changed because we were 1 win away from the Super Bowl.
That's possible. And it's something, part of it, maybe we need to dissect a little bit. But to be clear, he has not said they're going to build through the draft and through free agency. He has done what most general managers do. I don't know that I've ever heard of general manager, frankly.
We're going to be reckless and frivolous.
We're going to spend a lot of money and build through free agency. I don't think anybody says that, but he has made it very clear that he believes the best way to build this team is through the draft, that is going to be the priority. And pretty obviously, if you trade for Debo and then you trade for Hendrickson and you're down to potentially 4 draft picks, including 1 in the first, 2 at that point in the first 6 rounds, then you're not prioritizing the draft this time, which is fine. I'm okay with it. I want Trey Hendrickson. You don't have to explain yourself to me, Adam Peters.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, don't keep saying that. Like it is hypocritical to be a draft first team and to act like the Rams bleep them picks from 4 years ago. Let's go to Dre in Stafford. Or excuse me, Andrew in Stafford, not Dre. You could be Dre.
Hey, Dre.
What's up, Dre?
Hey, boys. How's it going?
Good, man.
You brought up where we're picking in the draft, Grant, so I'm not going to touch on that. But as I'm thinking about it, this almost strikes me as like when the Nats brought in Worth, and that was sort of the sea change of like we're a real organization now. And I like, he's really good. Go get him, and then be smart about the next opportunities because he's expensive. So I like if you can balance it because Jaden is cheap now. So if you can spend money now, do it and stock on the draft the next 2 years for the future.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I mean, so I have general rules about the rules isn't the right word, but guidelines, axioms, whatever you want to call it about team building and roster building and sort of figuring stuff out. I guess the point I've always made, whether it's the NBA or whether it's Major League Baseball or otherwise, I mean, each sport has its own nuance. But my point is, in general, you want to have a good course of action that makes a lot of sense, that's prudent and smart and coherent, and each move sort of makes sense to either a corresponding move or a move in the future or something, right? Sometimes glass breaks. In other words, sometimes something happens that's so unexpected and so unusual that you kind of go, my plan was really good. There's nothing wrong with your plan of being patient, building through the draft, taking a couple years, figuring things out that way, and hoping to find your own Trey Hendrickson in a couple years by making the right picks and being judicious and building your roster, et cetera, et cetera. Other times, this is a way to improve right now, this minute, to kick the door down and have a window that's open for a couple years while I'm trying to beat the Eagles. I guess that's kind of my point here is I have general rules about how I'd like to build a team, and I still would like to do that. I'm still majoring in that. We're talking about two moves a lot. One has already happened, Debo Samuel. The other's a potential in Trey Hendrickson. They're going to have 30 more transactions that are not sexy. They'll do a good job of those. They'll shoot a better percentage than any previous regime we've had here in a long time. We're talking about the big fish here simply because that's, kind of what it takes, and that's your headline grab.
Well, and this is a whale.
Yeah, but when you sign the next Nick Allegretti, that's going to be like, and they did this, but back to Trey Hendrickson. You know what I mean? They're still going to have a huge team-building opportunity where they're trying to find guys with this Washington tag.
Debo Samuel was a big rockfish, let's say. I mean, this is a whale if you go get him. And you've got your little javelin you're throwing in Moby Dick style.
Yeah.
$30 million a year defensive end who was the runner-up in DPOY last year. I mean, I don't know how we would even find this. We could get our research department on this, but has a player who's finished in the top 2 in defensive player of the year. When was the last time one of those guys got traded? The following season. It's got to have been a long, long time. It's just not that common that guys become available. And maybe there's one or two guys in the last 20 years that agitated and left, but this is not that. This is not a guy that wants out or is a pain in the ass or that they don't like dealing with. This is just a guy they're saying, we're not going to keep paying, which is absolutely lunacy to me.
We can't afford it.
To answer the caller's question, I did the math during that last phone call. So, yes, his 35 sacks the last 2 years are more than the Commanders' defensive line had this year, 28.5 total sacks. And over the last 2 years combined, their defensive line has had 57 sacks to Trey Hendrickson's 35 sacks. And that is combining the work of like 12 dudes, basically.
Last I can remember like this is Reggie White leaving Philadelphia to go to Green Bay, where he was a defensive player of the year candidate and all pro, either first or second team, and then he changed teams. But this, again, we're talking about rarefied air. That's 30 some years.
Yeah, I was in diapers. Let's go to Rick in Germantown on Grant and Danny. How are you, Rick?
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'll do 2 2s and get it over with.
So you got no problem. We're saying a 2 and something else. You're saying if it takes this year and next year's 2, and then you pay him $30 million, you're ready to do it.
Yep, because you're not giving up your ones.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to hang on to those for sure.
If you can, yeah.
And it would have taken at least one, if not both of those, probably in a Myles Garrett trade, I would imagine. By the way, would it be weird for Ryan Kerrigan to coach himself? Like a better version of himself?
Just a Spider-Man meme at practice.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like a all-American kid. Like, where do you want me to go, coach? number 91, white defensive end, you know, just Spider-Man memeing himself, watching himself play. I've always watched Trey Hendrickson and seen so much Ryan Kerrigan for obvious reasons, wearing the same number and obviously their games kind of both power off the edge. But funny to me that he has supplanted Kerrigan early in his career. For the first 3 years with the Saints, I don't want to say he was a nobody, but he was not a particularly productive player.
No, he was fine. Not a rotational piece.
Yeah,
and it
was
wasn't until his 4th year that he had 13 and a half sacks and the whole league went, wait, what?
He skipped mid, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He went from backup, couple of rushes that'll impress you, month kind of guy, not that helpful, to, wow, that's a good edge we need to pay some money to. Pro Bowl caliber talent, like Kerrigan level. And now he's left that in the dust. I mean, now we're talking about an all-pro type. PJ and Reston, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hey, guys. So first thing I want to say is, if we just rewind a year ago and we just thought we'd be in this situation, it's amazing. So something I'm doing every single day is I'm not taking it for granted, because I'm in my 40s and I've loved this team forever, and it's just amazing to even have this conversation.
That's right. Yeah.
I think Adam Peterson is some kind of savant. I think he's the second most important addition, as much as I'm a huge Dan Quinn fan, after Jaden Daniels. This guy is unbelievable. I think he's going to get Trey Hendrickson. And Trey Hendrickson, I think it's worth, if it's a second and a fourth, whatever it is, it's worth it, because I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, but he's at minimum a Hall of Fame talent. And look, thankfully, nobody's calling and saying no, right? But if anyone were to call and say no, disrespectfully, I would ask them to think okay, how rare is it to have a Hall of Fame type talent edge rusher? And, the only thing I would say is, he reminds me the way he plays of Howie Long. I wonder if he can kind of get a really tight jersey, like the way Howie Long wears, so the guys can't hold him. I don't know why guys don't do that, but yeah, I'm all in. Also, I'd like to see us even go and get a Christian Kirk or Cooper Kupp if it's not too expensive.
Christian Kirk got traded today,
so he's going to Houston, but yeah.
7th round pick from the Texans to the Jaguars, so he's off the market.
But the point stands is you've got to add talent with all the mechanisms that you're given. Everybody starts with the same allotment, same number of draft picks, same number of salary cap space, right? And it's your job to figure out how to put together the best roster. In general, there's a path that is tried and true and makes sense. This is off the beaten path a little bit, but given where you are at the end of each round, because you went to PJ's point, NFC Championship game in year one of all of this, you got to go different directions.
And that should change how they operate, by the way.
I think so too.
I don't think it should become their identity, and I would not go all the way on the faders to NFC Championship game mode, because you're not the Eagles, in my opinion. You're not the Lions. I don't think you're there. I think you had a great year and you played with them, and in the Detroit case, you beat them obviously when they were pretty banged up. But I think you can find a middle ground between acting as though you are building in a fringe playoff team, which you should be more aggressive than, and acting like anything less than getting to the Super Bowl is a mistake. I think meeting in the middle of those two, which is a pretty easy thing to do, I think is probably where they should be living. In case you're curious, if you're just hearing the show for the first time today and you're wondering why we're talking so much about Trey Hendrickson, you may know that he is available. As of today, he is seeking a trade. The Bengals are allowing him to do that. But the reason we're talking about him as a fit for Washington is actually this Jordan Schultz report. Schultz, who's been breaking as much news as anybody on the NFL beat this offseason and fighting as many reporters as well as anybody.
Leads the league in both, yeah.
At Starbucks specifically, you better watch your back, Ian Rappaport, because he'll whoop your butt. That's what we heard about him.
Don't step to him in that line.
I heard he was a big guy, too. He's 6 foot plus, maybe 6'2" or something.
Schultz is?
Yeah. Rap Sheet's a tiny
He's a little
guy.
fella, yeah.
Darius, were you flying with me? Who got on the flight when Rap Sheet was on our flight?
Yeah, that was me.
How small was he?
Very, very short guy. Yes.
I mean, now I've known Rap Sheet for years, so I already knew this, but were you taken aback by
I
that?
was definitely surprised. Yeah, it was my first time seeing him in
He's
person.
a wee little guy.
And Darius told the story that he actually got into the overhead bin just to see that he could. No, you said?
that is part of the story, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
First class, by the way, Rap Sheet.
He was definitely at the very front of the plane.
Yeah, I don't know if we even had a first class on that plane, but it was whatever the version was.
Yeah,
there was definitely a curtain there that they could close.
That's true.
Would it have been okay if you used that bathroom?
I don't think so. No. There was a curtain closed between me and Darius and Ian Rappaport. Weirdly, Odyssey didn't have us sitting up there. I thought that was really odd.
I think there was a mistake somewhere. We probably should talk with the airline. Yeah, about that.
Yeah, we'll get with CK on that. Probably not today, though, but maybe another day. The Falcons, like the Commanders, have also been monitoring the Trey Hendrickson situation, according to Jordan Schultz. Atlanta makes a lot of sense too, dude.
They should be, by the way, more desperate than Washington.
Let me see their cap situation.
I don't think it's good, if memory serves.
Well, the Kirk Cousins situation's not helping them financially, and it wouldn't be that beneficial
Falcons
for them.
are over the cap by, depends on where you look, $5 to $8 million. Over right now.
Yeah, by the way, they're third worst in the league in cap situation. Only the Saints and Bills. Now, the cap's not a real thing. It's kind of this amoeba that shifts all the time.
But still, the point is it's challenging.
Very challenging.
Yeah. If only there wasn't some giant contract for a guy that wasn't really going to play for them hanging over their heads.
So Washington, really good cap situation. Atlanta, really bad cap situation.
So if you're comparing one really good, the other really bad?
Schultz said Commanders and Texans want Debo. The Texans have since been the only other team to trade for a receiver, and Washington got Debo. I'd say he was getting good information. Now he's saying the Falcons and the Commanders are the two teams he's heard that have been most monitoring the Hendrickson situation. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Double shot latte for Jordan.
You know what I wouldn't say? Alex Ovechkin's a one-trick pony.
Here we go. Let's go.
That's what Darren Ping said on TNT last night. Join the junkies to talk about it. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
Big offense from the Nationals today in spring training as they pound out 13 hits and outscored St. Louis 12-1. An 8-run, 6-inning did most of the damage. K-Bear Ruiz with 2 homers, Paul DeYoung a 3-run shot. They both finished 2 for 4 with 2 runs and 3 RBI. Mike Soroka, 4 innings of 1-run ball, 4 hits, no walks, and 6 strikeouts for the win. In the NFL, the Bengals have granted All-Pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. The Giants have re-signed backup quarterback Tommy DeVito. The Commanders have re-signed kicker Zane Gonzalez. Jacksonville trades wide receiver Christian Kirk to Houston Texans for a 2026 7th-rounder. The Bills have released veteran punter Sam Martin. Men's college basketball tonight at 7 in the Patriot League. Navy at BU, Lafayette at American. In the MEAC, Howard welcomes Norfolk State. Caps host Detroit tomorrow. Wizards at Toronto Saturday. Byron Kirk on The Fan.
Well, I give Spencer Carver and his coaching staff an awful lot of credit. We all know that Alex Ovechkin's been a bit of a one-trick pony throughout his NHL career, but that has not been the case. And there's the normal spot. We saw that here on TNT. But how about this one? Right through the guts of the ice, right in the middle. Now he's again in the middle of the ice. Fires that one. And how about this one on the last one? Right in the slot. And he picks it up, has strength on it. And it's for Tampa Bay Lightning.
That was Darren Pang on TNT as they covered the Capitals yesterday. We'll get into his comments calling Alex Ovechkin a one-trick pony momentarily. I had thrown out there last segment that I wondered when the last time an All-Pro who finished in the top 2 in DPOY voting changed teams in the offseason. It just doesn't seem like something that happens. These guys aren't made available. Toby Altizer, who heads our research department, got on it immediately, and he's got our answer. Toby?
Yeah, the answer is 1996, and Kevin Green went from the Carolina Panthers, where he was second in Defensive Player of the Year voting and first-team All-Pro. The next season, he was with the San Francisco 49ers.
So he had the Trey Hendrickson season. By the way, how many sacks did he have that year? Obviously, a different guy, different role, but
14 and a half.
Silly. He was such a good player. Hall of Famer.
That guy was awesome.
I loved him in Pittsburgh. So he had 14 and a half sacks, probably led the NFL, I would think.
Yes.
And he gets second in DPOY, All-Pro, just like Hendrickson, and changes teams. But you said one of the times where it was close was actually pretty entertaining.
Yeah, so 2 years before he left, he was second Defensive Player of the Year voting. The year before he left, he was fourth in Defensive Player of the Year voting, and he signed a lucrative contract with the then Washington Redskins, Albert Hainsworth.
Sorry, a little bit in my mouth.
Albert Hainsworth, friends. I haven't said his name on the show in a while. Toby, there's a rule, man. You got to say earmuffs first. Then you can say whatever you want.
Say whatever you want. Try to make a point. Don't celebrate it, Frank.
You can curse. Just tell us earmuffs, Commanders fans. Or saying Commanders still makes me. Even though I'm not you and I don't do the thing.
It's so cringeworthy.
For some reason, there are certain times when I say it, when I look at myself.
Hey, Commanders fans.
Like I look at, a kid that was in a pocket protector or something. I'm like, that's tough, man.
Point Dexter.
Let's untuck those pants, huh?
Yikes.
Just use the earmuffs when you hear that name. All right, so Darren Pang called Alex Ovechkin a one-trick pony.
Sure did.
Capitals fans were really bothered. I heard it live, and I was upset. I was like, what in the heck did he just say? Did he just call him a one-trick pony? And I actually went back and rewound and listened to it again. What I thought he was suggesting, Danny, is, and he just keeps not saying this important phrase, on the power play, he stands in one spot, shoots from one spot, and scores one way 95% of the time for the last 12 years or whatever it is. They haven't really changed their power play. We jokingly call it Ovie's office. It's, you know where it is. It's in the circle at the faceoff dot on the left side. He gets the one-timers. He shoots, he scores, or he doesn't. Or it goes wide and rims around, and they got to go retrieve the puck and get it back into the offensive zone. But I think what he was referencing is when they're on the power play, they're moving him around. It's the first time they've done this in years. Occasionally, he never starts the power play anywhere else, but he'll skate to the top and switch with whoever's at the point. Carlson will come down to his office occasionally, and he'll go up to the point and play Carlson's role. They have him in front of the net when they rotate sometimes after going to retrieve a puck, and and he'll try to bang home rebounds at a percentage and a clip that they have not done in years and years and years. So I think that's what Peng was trying to say, but he made the point very poorly because he never said the important phrase on the power play. And then they were showing videos of even strength goals. He's like, look at this here in the slot. Look at this. He's on the other side of the ice. That's not the power play. So I think it was just a convoluted point by him in the truck not being on the same page.
So I don't. And here's my rebuttal to what you're saying. That's a very gracious benefit of the doubt thing. And I don't have anything personal against Darren Peng. Seems like a very nice guy. When have you ever complimented someone and said they're a one-trick pony? When has that ever been a complimentary thing that you're talking about someone that's proficient at something? When has that ever been a positive connotation? To say, we're used to seeing him in the office. We're used to seeing him in one spot, but he's moving around. Again, that's very gracious because it wasn't a power play thing. The whole point is he's evolved his game. So if you're saying he's always been a one-trick pony, meaning, yeah, he does this one thing, and I guess people kind of like that. There's no positive possible with that. It's diminishing. It's a way to lessen somebody or something. Like if a pitcher has, like Mariano, it'd be like calling Mariano Rivera. That's a one-trick pony because he just threw cutters. That's what that is. That's not a positive way to say it. To say Mariano Rivera was a one-trick pony, that diminishes it. He had the most dominant pitch maybe ever that he got outs for 20 years because his cutter was explosive and filthy and no one could hit it. No one could square it up. But if I was like, Mariano Rivera is a one-trick pony, but now watch this, he's throwing four-seamers. That's not positive.
A one-trick pony, there is a negative connotation, and it is a pejorative. It's a cut down. I see what you're saying. It is true, though, that he has done it one way on the power play for years and years and years. So do you have an issue if he was to have said, on the power play, Ovie's generally been a one-trick pony as the greatest goal scorer of all time with a man advantage from his office, and now they've gotten creative and moved him around, and it's really created new life?
Yeah, because it's one-trick pony. There's no way to say that and be like, 2 thumbs up. It's great. Like it is a negative. I think it was just
a phrase for saying, yeah, he was always in the same spot, scoring the same way.
Sure, Are you
okay with saying that?
That's far more positive than one-trick pony. Here's my bigger and larger point that I've been sitting on for weeks, okay? You saw this when the Capitals beat the crap out of the stupid Pittsburgh Penguins who can rot in hell. It's 2-2 into the second period. This is weeks ago when I was on Natty TV. 2-2 in the second period, and the Capitals, the best team in the NHL, with the greatest goal scorer in the history of this stupid game, running up the charts to catch your precious golden boy, Wayne Gretzky, who's the greatest player ever. 4 goals in the second period for the Capitals. You know what the entire second intermission was about? When we come up after this, PK Subban's going to remove his glasses and tell you that Sidney Crosby had a protein bar today. What do they need to do for Crosby? Crosby, Penguins and Crosby. They're not in the playoffs. They suck. We're great. They suck. The Caps just scored 4 goals, and the only thing those jackasses who represent what the NHL wants to put over is the Pittsburgh Penguins, their Canadian Golden Boy, and other Canadians, and they hope for more clutching and grabbing in the third. Back to you after this. They don't know what to do with themselves. That Alex Ovechkin is going to take this record from them, and they hate it. That's my belief. This is a Canadian league who's putting on TV programs for Canadians and then asking us to join them. Kiss my ass with that. Not you. You've done nothing wrong. I'm so annoyed about this. This is just a little window. Again, Darren Peng may be a nice guy. He's not part of some grand cabal or conspiracy. But I'm telling you, this entire saga has been so revealing to me that they don't know how to handle it properly. So there's a necessary diminishing of Ovechkin as not a well-rounded player, or just a reminder that other guys do it the way that we prefer it here in Canada, and more face washes and more fights and more checks and more really rough and tumble play. He's a one-trick pony. That was so revealing to me as to how they actually feel. So I'm livid about this because I think it's just another window into how I feel.
So I think there's actually a lot of truth to your theory, right? Even if I disagree with like the passion with which you're angry at Peng for what he said yesterday. Because again, I think his point was poorly worded or he needed to say on the power play. I know your issue is one trick pony.
Right.
And we can kind of disagree a little bit there, although I agree it's a disrespectful way to say that the guy is the greatest of all time at something. But Peng is from Ontario. He is a Canadian NHL analyst who played in the NHL for, I don't think for long. I think it was like, parts of 4 years or whatever. but has been a good media member covering this sport at a high level for a long time. I think there is absolutely something to the idea of it's a lot of Canadians that cover it. There is a kind of an unwritten underbelly rivalry between Canadian hockey and the European game. And I do think that, remember, Ovie was like the bad boy of the sport early on because he did the hot stick celebrations and he celebrated in ways that people didn't like, and he burned the candle at both ends, and he's got soda in the water bottle on the bench, and he was not embraced like Sidney Crosby or some of these other guys do that are from Canada. So yeah, that's true. Go back and watch a Mike Milbury intermission after when NBC had the rights, and they were by far to me the worst when it came to covering Ovechkin.
100%.
But Mike Milbury would point out his one turnover of the period that led to a chance in a period where he scored 2 goals and may not mention the goals as those are playing.
You can find the Don Cherries, the Milburys, all of that stuff.
Absolutely. The other thing I will mention about Peng last night, and this one's not getting talked about, but there was a comment he made that actually annoyed me way more than the one that you're bothered by. As they were going to overtime last night in 3-on-3, he referenced 3-on-3 overtime hockey and said, Ovechkin's benefited from 3-on-3 as if, 27 overtime goals, as if they've all been 3-on-3. Well, 3-on-3 didn't come along until 2015. The majority of his career was spent without it.
He's doing this for 20 years, pal.
He's got 15 goals 5-on-5 in overtime. He's got 12 goals 3-on-3, but I digress. But he said, what would Wayne Gretzky have done in 3-on-3 hockey?
Well, a lot, because he's the greatest player ever.
Of course.
But that's not relevant.
But it is relevant in this way.
You know what I mean?
Kiss my ass with that take.
Yeah.
Because Wayne Gretzky played in an era where way more goals were scored. And it was way harder to defend and to stop pucks and to be a goalie while you were wearing tiny little pads and you're playing in a soccer net, essentially, with the amount of coverage that you didn't have as a goalie. So I have no time for or patience for anyone who's talking about empty net goals when it's pretty comparable between the two of them anyway, or 3-on-3 overtime goals. He's had 12 of them ever. He's going to blow past 12 past this record if he plays next year anyway. He plays in an area where it's harder to score, period. But this was Peng on the Junkies today when they asked him about his comment, one trick pony. They actually got him on this morning. He was at the airport, so kudos to the
good for him. Seriously, good for them too.
And Drabby for tracking him down, and good on him for saying yes. But this was his explanation to calling him a one-trick pony.
Often in the past, just to clarify, often in the past, we a lot of us analysts or everybody else talked about Ovie as just going to the one side, the hash marks, and in his office, and then setting up the one-timer. And often he was referred to, that's a one-trick pony. One guy that he gets the puck there and he fires it and he scores goals. But what I was alluding to last night was how impressed I was with how flexible he's been and that he's not scoring from that same area all the time. So anyway, I'm not sure if that even clarifies.
So was this kind of taken the wrong way? That's what you're saying.
I believe it absolutely was, 100%.
And didn't they play the clip, or do you have that? They played it for him? Because at one point in time, he was like, yeah, I don't know if I even called him that. And they're like, well, can we play you the audio?
Yeah, because you said it
last
pretty
night?
clear as day.
He's trying to say I was complimenting him. Again, I actually understand completely what he was trying to say. Even then, it's clear he's talking about the power play. You didn't say the power play. You still haven't said the power play. Use those words. It'll get you out of jail here on this one. But he has not connected those dots yet. And they were showing even strength goals while he was talking about it.
See, to me, I need the phrase one trick pony ripped right out and shot into the sun. I need the greatest shot of all time from his office. That's what he's known for. He's added this to his game. There's no way to take one trick pony as anything but a knock. And now look what he's doing, regular NHL Canadian hockey stuff. That's exciting. It's so condescending. It's so dismissive.
It is condescending. I agree with that. But if you are using it as you're complimenting somebody's growth, I guess I don't have as big of a problem with it. It is the way he has scored on the power play for so many years.
He's not a 20-year-old kid. He's the greatest goal scorer ever to live. The part that's missing for me is the acknowledgement of the greatest shooter ever to walk on this planet, or the greatest shot ever, the most difficult shot to stop from the spot we know. One trick pony basically says like, it's a gimmick. You know, he's throwing a spitball. He's Gaylord Perry. It makes it sound cheap and it's diminishing.
And maybe we don't have to argue about why what he said. Why he said it is I think what's important here.
Mm-hmm.
And we agree. It is a discrediting comment.
Yep.
Just like the 3-on-3 comment was. See, if he didn't make that one, I'd give him a little even more benefit of the doubt on the one trick pony thing. But when you're going to overtime, and again, you bring up Gretzky, what would Gretzky have done with 3-on-3 overtime? Shut up. What would Ovie have done with no goalie pads?
With half the guys without helmets on.
What would Ovie have done? I've seen the highlights. I can score goals in that sport in that year if I could skate. My fat ass would be scoring goals. Ovie would have scored 90 goals a season for 20 years in a row.
Nothing but odd man rushes out there out west. Come on.
Not to mention, you know hockey, Darren Pang, better than I do. You know they haven't had 3-on-3 his whole career. 2015, man. Not even half of his career has been spent with 3-on-3 hockey. The majority of his overtime goals haven't been scored that way. He suggested, essentially, pretended like all 27 of the overtime goals were 3-on-3. Not a thing. Did you guys have a problem with the comment last night? And do you sense what Danny does, and I think he's onto something, that there is some discrediting going on, some condescension going on, because this isn't one of the Canadian golden boys of the NHL? Very Canadian media, generally speaking. 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny.
Man, I would love to hear
Sure.
it because
All right, here it is.
if I got tongue-tied, that'd be great. Thanks.
Well, I give Spencer Carver and his coaching staff an awful lot of credit. We all know that Alex Ovechkin's been a bit of a one-trick pony throughout his NHL career, but that has not been the case. And there's the normal spot. We saw that.
All right, so you did follow up by saying that has not been the case. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Because we get a lot of information talking to coaches, and they without Backstrom and without Oshie, and without Kuznetsov, where they had that set play, and it was stubbornly great, that play on the power play. But times have changed, and I think that's why I gave Spencer credit. Like, it's not easy to tell a legendary player that we're not going to have you in that same spot every single time.
Darren Pang with the Junkies this morning, explaining a comment that Caps fans did not take too well to. This is all part of a backdrop, too, of recent national coverage elevating. There's more and more games now as the local broadcast is not getting the rights to these games because the networks picked them all up thinking Ovie would be close to the record, and he is. By the way, we're probably going to watch Ovie get the record called on Turner or ESPN or something like that, and not Joe Beninati and Monumental Sports with Craig Laughlin or Alan May in the booth. And that's going to be absolutely brutal if it's not Joe Beninati's traditional call. It's going to crush Joe B. He's talked about it on our show.
Yeah, and us too.
But it's going to be a national network very likely calling this, and it's going to be awful because they take their pot shots and their condescending remarks, and there definitely is a little bit of a rivalry, long time, unspoken thing between the style of play, European hockey and North American hockey. And most of the media members we watch are Canadian, some are American, but even some of those guys, over the years have been rubbed wrong by how some of the European players play and skate. But this is mostly a Canada thing with people like Pang, frankly, or Milbury, or whoever you want to cite or go to, these North American analysts who will take issue as often as they can with Alex Ovechkin. Milbury happens to be an American who was from, Boston and had a
but
background.
Raised in that school. Yeah, that's what
Islanders, Bruins background. But you know it when you see it. It's one of these old guys, Sidney Crosby can't do anything wrong. Ovie can't do anything right kind of guys.
I'm at Funny Danny Grant's at Grant H. Paulson. Damon had a perfect tweet here. I'm going to read it. How would people react if Alex Ovechkin was exchanged with Steph Curry being a one-trick pony? Bet you people wouldn't be happy. Like, that's the point. Is you go, Steph Curry just hits threes, one-trick pony. There's no way to say it in a positive way. And then when have it confronted with it, go, yeah, but now he's hitting layups. So he's grown. Exactly. You mean one of the great point guards of all time, one of the great players ever to play this game, a guy that's going to have 16,000 points with his next one, a guy that's, top 50, I think, in assists or close to it because he's been able to play at this level for this long. Like, come on, dude. It's just, look at this. He's getting after goals now. He's moving around the ice. It's so condescending.
I will let you get upset at that.
I'm all over it.
I am going to be upset at the audacity that Peng had to make the suggestion that Ovie has it easier when he talked about 3-on-3 overtime hockey, which accounts for 12 of his nearly 900 career goals. Give me a break. If you look at the numbers and goals per game from Gretzky's career, where it was closer to 4 goals per game, and Ovie's career, where it's been under 3 goals per game in the sport, there is no arguing who has had it harder, who plays in an era where it's more difficult to score. It's not even close. You don't want to have that conversation if you're pro Gretzky, Darren Pang. I promise you. He also made this point today on the Junkies, which I thought was, again, ridiculous. He went deeper into this idea of like offensive hockey getting easier now. Listen to this.
The goal scoring's changed. I mean, let's face it. I mean, if people don't see that, then that's okay with me. But I mean, I didn't grow up in an era where you get you're on the power play and you get an offensive zone faceoff and you can pick either side, or 3-on-3, or no red line. Those are just the facts of the game. But the game also changed from Gordie Howe to Wayne Gretzky to now to Ovie. So
yeah, goal scoring has changed. You're right. It's down a bunch. It's harder to do than ever. So they've had to change some rules to try to get it even closer to the old era because there's less space and because goalies are better and because defensemen skate better and are bigger and more physical. Are you kidding me? The offensive zone faceoff is your big takeaway on the so he's got it better than Gretzky I mean, that is just asinine. It really is. But this is all feeding from the same trough, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
And we're getting ready for a lot of national calls here in lieu of Joe Beninati instead of our guy, including the night when the record's broken, probably. Do you guys perceive what we do? We'll hit the phones hard next, wall to wall. 800-636-1067. Are you okay with the comment Peng made? Do you have any issue with the coverage of Ovechkin? Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, big news in Cincinnati where the Bengals have granted all pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson permission to seek a trade. In the NFC East, the Giants have re-signed quarterback Tommy DeVito. The Commanders keep their kicker, re-signing kicker Zane Gonzalez. Jacksonville trades wide receiver Christian Kirk to the Houston Texans for a 7th rounder in 26. And Sam Martin, the punter for the Bills, has been released. What a day for the Nationals. They defeat the Cardinals 12-1, pounding out 13 hits. K-Bear Ruiz had 2 homers. Paul DeYoung, a 3-run shot. They both went 2 for 4 with 2 runs and 3 RBI. Mike Soroka started, went 4 innings, allowed 1 run, 4 hits, no walks, and 6 strikeouts for the victory. Capitals beat the Rangers 3-2 in overtime on a goal by Tom Wilson. Alex Ovechkin also at 8.85, 9 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky. They're back home tomorrow against the Red Wings at 7. Wizards dropped the Utah Jazz 125-122. Keyshawn George 23 and Alex R 21. Wizards open a 7-game roadie Saturday against the Raptors. Navy's at BU. Lafayette at AU tonight in the Patriot League at 7. Howard welcomes in Norfolk State at 7:30. This March only, get 10% off windows, 5 window minimum, and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. Byron Curb on The Fan.
You know, the goal scoring's changed. I mean, let's face it. I mean, if people don't see that, then that's okay with me. But I mean, I didn't grow up in an era where you get you're on the power play and you get an offensive zone face-off and you can pick either side, or 3-on-3, or no red line. Those are just the facts of the game. But the game also changed from Gordie Howe to Wayne Gretzky to, now to Ovie. So
to pretend like it's easier to score now than when Wayne Gretzky played is blood boiling, which is what he was essentially doing there without an acknowledgement of goaltenders not wearing pads, basically. And watch a highlight. Danny, I have goal 802 up right now. It looks like the ice is twice as big. It looks like they're playing on a rink twice the size of this one with all the space and the speed of the defenders in the game. The goal that was scored here, the goaltender looks like a fly, a gnat, from the 400 level. Are you kidding me?
So the year that Gretzky, and again, he's the greatest ever. I'm not telling you anything different.
He's the greatest player that ever lived.
Yeah. When he
not
had
the greatest goal scorer, though.
Well, when he had 212 points, which, by the way, say that number. You kidding me? 212 points? Just by way of example.
But that is the whole point, isn't it?
Yes. Teams averaged 4 and 3.95 goals per game, respectively. The point is the average winner scored 4, the average loser scored 3.95. It means there were 8 goals a game scored. That hasn't happened anywhere close to that since. The average NHL game over Ovechkin's career has been just under 3 to just over 2. That's the league. So it's irresponsible to claim anything different than that.
Yeah, and you know too much hockey, Darren Pang, to play that game. But Canadian player, Canadian media, we kind of know what's happening, don't we? And that's, I think, your larger point. We're going to hit the calls on this in 60 seconds at 800-636-1067. Real quick, I've got a very fast game. Darius, I want you to play the game show music for me, please. This is a very quick game. So during the break, we were talking about Evan Ingram becoming available, I think. Yeah. And I looked him up, and he's going to be 31 years old. And I'm like, man, nobody that becomes available is young anymore. And then you started talking about Delman Young, and then we talked about Delwyn Young, and then we talked about Jacob Young. We started playing the young guy game, right? Here's my question. First one in wins. All 4 of you are available, okay? What in Nationals history is Delwyn Young known for? What in Nationals history is Delwyn Young relevant for?
Ryan.
Yes.
Was he the first walk-off homer?
Delwyn Young?
No, never mind.
No.
Wrong Young. I was thinking Dimitri Young.
Did he play for, and I don't think that happened either. Did he play for the Pirates in the Strasburg game?
He did.
That was as far as I could go with that.
Well, you're on to something.
Okay.
Delwyn Young
for Strasburg strikeout?
2-run home run against Strasburg.
He had a bomb that game.
In that game. 7 innings, 14 punchies, 2 runs allowed. The only blemish was a Delwyn Young 2-run homer.
The Delwyn Young bolt to right center field. I remember it.
That there is the only reason a Nats fan would even be able to recognize his name. But all right, you guys have been waiting. Let's get to you. Darren Ping called Alex Ovechkin a one-trick pony. Danny's mad about that. A lot of Caps fans are. I get it. I think that's condescending. That is a pejorative. I'm more mad about the fact that he pretended when they were going to 3-on-3, like that's how Ovie scored 700 of his goals, when he scored 12 of them in that way, and it just came along in 2015. And it was pretty clearly an indication that he was suggesting it's gotten easier to score goals, which he doubled down on with the Junkies today. I'm beside myself with that logic. I'm so upset about that. Tony's in Manassas. What's up, Tony?
Hey, guys. No, there's a lot to unpack with this one. The bottom line is, yeah, the goaltenders now look like the Michelin Man. They had got to a point not too long ago where they had to restrict the equipment, so there's less net to put the puck through. But here's the one thing. You call him a one-trick pony. How about this? He's the secretariat of horse racing, right, as far as with hockey, release from a puck. He's got a release that no one's ever seen. It's so fast and it's so complete. He doesn't dust it off. He doesn't fool around with the puck. He rips them, right? And with the technology of the sticks and the quickness that he has, that's the difference. Goaltenders can't move that fast. And Pang should know that. He was a goaltender.
Yeah, and I'm sure he would also agree to that. He just didn't bring it up. But that is something I would listen to, by the way, is if you wanted to have a conversation about equipment and the curve of Ovie's stick or some of the things that are done differently now. I am happy to do that. That's reasonable. To suggest that 3-on-3 hockey is some game changer in this chase is just not only statistically inaccurate, it's preposterous. It's a dozen goals you're talking about, by the way. That's it. That's how many he scored. And he acted like it's been 27, which is the overtime goals total. It hasn't been. But you have to also acknowledge all the other stuff. Let's go to Stuart in Fredericksburg. What's up, Stuart?
Howdy, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
Good, man.
Look, have you ever once in your life called someone a one-trick pony and it been a compliment? Absolutely not.
Correct.
It's insane to call him that. The greatest goal scorer of all time, and you're going to call him a one-trick pony? Look at the heat map of his goals. They've been all over the ice, 5v5 and on the power play. And Grant, you make a great point. If Ovie played in the Gretzky era, I'll tell you exactly what would happen. He'd score 4 goals a game, and he'd probably kill a couple goalies every year with his slap shot. 100%. Right. The goalies would dive out of the way of the shot. He'd probably score more goals. He'd probably put up 100 goals when he played with Gretzky. And here's the other thing that I truly do not understand in the coverage of Ovie, as he's not just a great goal scorer. He's transformed his game over 20 years. When he came into the league, he was a bull in a china shop. From that goal in Arizona where he charged through everyone and scored from his back to a guy now that goes to the net. He weasels his way through the ice to get tips and deflections. He scores goals completely different than when he was younger. And look, we're not only talking about chasing down, we're talking about chasing down Gretzky this year. But if it wasn't for 2 lockouts, COVID, some terrible coaching moves with Dale Hunter, Adam Oates, and Todd Reardon spilled the chili, Kevin Malone, we'd be talking about going for 1,000 goals. And I just don't understand how you can get on a national broadcast with the New York Rangers, the largest market in the United States, and talk about Ovie as a one-trick pony when he genuinely, in concert with Crosby, saved the NHL after that 2005 lockout. I mean, the NHL was in the dumps. Ovie and Crosby saved the NHL.
Well, you ask during a lot of that media, they'll tell you Crosby did it by himself. But I think you make some great points.
Yeah, he needed a foil. Yeah. By the way, the Kevin Malone spill the chili bit was a 10 out of 10 on the Todd Reardon thing. I want you to make sure that when you're listening to this, I noticed it. Good for you.
You never hear the national media talk about the 2 work stoppages, the COVID break, the amount of games that now I'm sure Gretzky had some of those if you look back too. I bet it wouldn't be the same extent, but the amount of games he's missed out on and how many goals that has cost him in his chase. But they don't want to give him any of the benefit of the doubt or talk about what could have been or how much different it'll be. But I don't even need that anymore because he's going to break the record this year and he's still got 1 year left on his contract. And unless the Caps win the whole thing this year, he'll be back next year to score another 35 or 40 goals. Maybe 50 the way he played this season if he doesn't fall off in his final year. and he'll blow so far past the record that no one's going to have a word to say about it. But it is a belittling statement when you say one-trick pony. That is obvious. It is a belittling statement when we're going to 3-on-3 hockey, and apropos of nothing, you bring up Gretzky again and say, well, how many points would he have had if he had 3-on-3 overtime? What you're obviously doing is questioning the credibility of the accomplishment and the chase. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, while these networks, by the way, are climbing over themselves to take the call away from locals.
Give me my Joe B back.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brian in Springfield. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
Good. So I'm so glad that, Danny, that you called out the Canadian anti-Ovechkin bias, because I'm someone who likes to debate hockey online in places like Reddit and stuff like that.
You're a brave man, dude. Good for you.
They will do anything they can to disparage him and play down his accomplishments. They constantly won't even include him on lists of top 10 wings of all time, saying ridiculous stuff that guys like Brendan Shanahan and Luke Robitaille were better. And those
you know what
things,
bothers me too? I'm gonna let you keep going, but
yeah.
the people that will argue, like someone had tweeted me and said there was somebody last night on national radio they were listening to saying that he's cherry picked throughout his career, like these lazy takes. He's not, he never plays defense, he doesn't get back, all that. It's all crap. It's all basically been designed to belittle how great a player he was from the beginning.
Oh yeah, 100%. And just what we go ahead and see here is they're going to do anything they can just to play down his accomplishments. And they've done it since he was a rookie in the league and broke onto the scene. And even anytime he does something good, one of them has to say, oh, but Crosby's better. It's you can make an argument. Maybe Crosby is the better overall hockey player. But I mean, when it comes to goal scoring, there's no question. If Crosby could have scored that many goals, he would have, but he didn't.
I just can't imagine this in another sport. This is what drives me crazy about the NHL.
You mean the tearing down your own superstar?
Yeah, I mean, there have been times where baseball or other sports don't accentuate their stars enough. But imagine during the home run chase when McGuire's trying to catch Roger Maris, people are like, he's not that good defensively. They're Will Clark was better at picking balls at first base.
Such a good point.
You know what I mean? I know he hits a lot of home runs, but how many bases has Mark McGuire stolen this year?
But bro, this is geography, right? I mean, this is about because there's players from all over the world. We just saw throw on a jersey, hockey takes it seriously, right? That argument of Canada and America and Russia and Sweden, European hockey players kind of band together against North American. And then when you really divvy it up, Canada, US, Russia, they're all kind of on their own in this. That's to me what this is about. How many Russian analysts are we watching night in and night out? Sorry about it. I mean,
very few.
It's Canadian analysts or the occasional Milbury from here that are most of the time going to be fairly anti the superstar Russian player, especially earlier in his career when he was, a partier who on the ice was a hot dog. Now he's kind of just, I'm not saying he doesn't do anything. He's still jumping into the glass.
He doesn't have time for it.
He's old.
Yeah.
He's just here to score goals and chew bubble gum.
This Albert Pujols is a great hitter, but Mike Boyd,
let's go to Phil in Tacoma Park. What's up?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Thank you so much for calling this out. I was watching the game last night and just mildly annoyed at the way the conversation was going until the 3-on-3 comment. And, I'm an idiot when it comes to NHL history, but even I know that was only in the league recently. Thank you for the 2015 reference, so I appreciate that. But, the other thing that you need to talk about is not just the goalie's pads, but these guys are monsters now.
Yes.
Look at the size of these guys in the net now. I mean, what if an NFL team from the 60s played one of these teams today? They get destroyed because of the size and speed. The athleticism of these guys and the size of them and the training and all that, it's just completely different. And I don't buy things like back in my day junk. That back in my day thing just doesn't fly in this situation. Everybody knows that goalies were wearing skivvies out there and they were getting, and goals were flying past them.
Yeah, the numbers don't add up for it. And I appreciate the phone call, dude. But you're right. There's no more two-line pass, and that was something you guys are limited by. Look at save percentages. Look at goal game. There's no anecdotal evidence. There's no statistical evidence. There's back in my day, none of that stuff flies. It would take a cursory glance at the same tools that I have as a regular peon, and I'm not a professional hockey commentator. The fact is, This is the attitude that he has, and he delivered it more nicely than some of the other guys. Again, the Capitals, the best team in the NHL, are kicking the crap out of the Penguins, and the story was about the Penguins during that nationally televised game. Look out for PK Subban's going to take his glasses off and let you know that it's a disgrace as to what they've done to support Sidney Crosby, our great hero. This is this league. They can't get out of their own way.
Let's go to Eric in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for taking my call. First-time caller, long-time listener.
We appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah. I can't agree more with Danny's last point. I think, I watch a lot of the home games, and my wife and I, when the national broadcast comes on, we're like, oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Oh, shoot. It's such a anti-Caps, anti-Ovie kind of call on the national broadcast, on the play-by-play, and in the analysts. And it is just a disgrace that the NHL can't promote their biggest star and just has this it feels for years now, when the Caps have just done really, really well and they're kicking the rear end out of the league. They're just they're just basically saying that the Caps are no good. It's only an edgewise in comment that, and the Caps are leading the league right now.
So, Eric, now we're going to get into a little bit of what sounds like, crying over spilled milk or, being babies or whatever, but I'm going to be a baby with you. Let's go get in the crib together. I 100% agree with what you just said. And I think the Capitals have for years been undervalued, underappreciated, under-talked about, under-respected because their captain was Alex Ovechkin. Like, we have not mentioned this in this conversation, but a side effect, Danny, to the disdain for Ovie from a lot of the Canadian Capitals have in some way for that because they weren't picking them or didn't think they could win the playoff series or because Ovie's their leader and he can't win the big one or whatever the stupid thing was before they won the cup. But even just generally speaking, is your team led by, the Canadian players that do it the right way like Crosby? Then we like you. Is your team led by, it was Ovechkin and Semin and then it was Kuznetsov. You think about the Russian influence here in Washington for so many years. They definitely paid the price in terms of coverage for that. I really believe that. I think it's a really smart point. Mike Woodbridge, how are you?
Doing good, thanks. Appreciate you taking my call. Yeah, someone, especially as iconic as Gretzky, you're always going to have people, especially Canadians in their sport, idolizing them and, wanting to keep them propped up. But, Ovechkin's the best goal scorer and, it deserves to be considered one of the best all-time great hockey players at the same level as Gretzky. I went to the Hockey Hall of Fame in Toronto, and there's so much about Wayne Gretzky and his career, and it's as much a Wayne Gretzky museum as it is a Hockey Hall of Fame.
I saw him play. He was unbelievable.
I don't think there's a sport where there is so obviously a number one player ever. In basketball, I would say Jordan, but young people who are incorrect would say, what about LeBron? Or there's some debate. There's no debate in hockey.
No.
I can't imagine there ever will be a debate in hockey. We debate football, obviously. Basketball now, although, to all of you who actually think it's a real thing.
Baseball's impossible.
Baseball, you'll never know. So there's nobody like him in the sense that if you're talking about the greatest player to ever live in a sport, where you just name him and nobody can argue with you.
Yeah, you call the guy the great one. You don't do that for like the pretty good one, the guy that's probably the best. Like everyone knows who you mean.
But there is a backdrop to this conversation that I want to reiterate, and that is the anxiety, the frustration, and the nerves that local fans have already. That this national media group that has been at best unkind to, I would say, or just not appreciative of the Capitals over the years, and at worst, specific to Ovie, condescending and belittling, is going to get the night to cover his record-setting goal, while Joe B's sitting at home, while we're all having to see what PK Subban has to say instead of Craig Laughlin. And that is a kick to the ribs For those of us that have watched Ovie score 90% of his goals live, night in and night out for 20 years. Brian in Alexandria, what's up?
Guys, how are you? Thanks for doing this, Amy. Great podcast. Three quick things. One, no Canadian will ever accept that a Russian is a good hockey player. You go back to like the series in the 70s, Canada versus Russia. It was nasty, amazing series.
So real quick, you believe that what we're saying is correct then? In terms of the rivalry, like the Canadian media is going to have a stick up their butt about a Russian player.
The Canadian media was angry that he came here. They didn't want him to come here. They said, oh, he's going to be wasted. He's a hockey backwater, not a hockey town. It's the total waste. He's going to play there for 5 years and then come to Toronto. Just you watch. I hate the fact that he played his whole career here. Third thing is that Darren Pang should know better, because that goal that Ovechkin scored on his back against Phoenix, Pang was on the color commentary for the Phoenix Coyotes that night.
It's a good point. I mean, now I will say, again, I think he was talking specifically about the power play, because if he was talking about a game in perpetuity, the entirety of a game, well, he's just so wrong. It's ridiculous. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt of not being an idiot. He's seen too much hockey. If you're saying Ovie only scores the one way, no, on the power play, he scores that way 99% of the time. But at even strength, he scored from both sides of the ice. He's made unbelievable plays where he passes off himself off the boards around Hammerlick, when he scored from his back, when he, used to be. He hasn't done it in a long time, but the curl and drags and the crazy power moves to the net. He scores on the rush. He scores with his shot. He scores on rebounds. He scores being dirty in front. He's done this stuff his whole career. That's why I think that part of it, even though I know you don't like the lingo of one-trick pony, I think he was saying on the power play, he's always just been in his office, and you even heard him talk about that with the Junkies. And now he's saying they're moving him around, which is true. Let's go to Addison in Churchton. What's up?
Howdy, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I was, I thought, let me preface this by saying I thought I kind of had a hot take here by saying that the folks in Canada have been trying to discredit Ovechkin for years. I thought nobody else had noticed that, but thank God I'm not alone. Yeah, at first it was, folks said he would never break the record. Then since he got close and it became inevitable, they've just been trying to discredit it. But, everybody knows that the physicality of his play. I mean, look at the year he had when Dale Hunter was the coach. I mean, he almost became like a different player. It was kind of crazy. But he just became so much more physical. But, yeah, I don't know. They're just going to try and discredit it. And, they can try and say that, he's only taking shots from the one circle. But, I mean, if it were that easy to stop him, more goalies would be doing it. And that's not even true at this point. I mean, he's scored in so many different ways.
For sure. And I appreciate the phone call. I mean, the point I want to keep getting back to, though, I know there's other stuff besides the one-trick pony part. I need the why that one trick is so good. You see what I'm saying? Like I know it was one manner of scoring because he has the greatest shot ever. That never gets mentioned when you go one-trick pony. We know him as a bit of a one-trick pony with the greatest shot of all time. Say that part.
What if Locker said, Ovie on the power play sometimes turns into a one-trick pony because he's got the greatest shot of all time from his office?
Way better. Because you're acknowledging that the trick is the greatest trick ever.
Right.
Again, I keep going back to
Ping wasn't saying it was great, but
I think it's exactly what he was saying. It's like, well, it's this one thing and it's fine. But now look at it.
My point was, in real time, I didn't think that. When he came back to the Gretzky thing 3-on-3, it changed how I viewed the whole night.
Like I know it in my heart.
Brian in Silver Spring, you get the last word on this. Go ahead.
All right. Hey, guys. I agree with you all in theory. We've been dissed for years and years. Zabe even did a piece back on this during the Cup run, and people sent him messages of this is what Doc Emmerich said, even all those great guys. And he's like, all right, it's enough. It's been going on forever and ever. And I just embrace it almost like the villain role. People who, I know it doesn't make for great radio, but people who know, let those idiots think what they want. And if you do want to argue with them, nobody brings this up. Gretzky, Lemieux, they always had to have two guys, extra people on their team to act as goons to protect them. Ovie doesn't have any of that.
Oh, there's
he
no
protects
doubt.
himself.
Well, this is my favorite thing to bring up with Ove, Brian, when it comes to Crosby. And Crosby is the greatest player of the era in terms of completeness.
Overall, absolutely. Yeah. No question.
Look at the resume, right? What he's won, all of the medals and the championships and whatever. But Alex Ovechkin, when you look at all-time goal scorers and then put right next to it the all-time hits sheet, come on. There's nobody that does that. Nobody's as physical and as violent throwing their body around. Like Sidney Crosby has 2 career hits. I'm doing a bit. Alex Ovechkin, though, I mean, when you put them side by side, it looks like a guy who's played 20 years against a guy that's played 3. You know, that's what the numbers look like. They're just different. They're different players. I'm not trying to take away from Crosby or Gretzky, but yeah, there's never been anybody like Alex Ovechkin. And he's going to be the greatest goal scorer of all time. He already is. But statistically, very soon, he will be the greatest goal scorer to have ever lived, doing it in an era where it was harder. Really good feedback on this. That was fun. Good to let our hair down a little bit as I'm wearing a Caps hoodie and a Caps hat and take some calls from some angry Caps fans.
That's right, man.
Thanks,
Plenty of us
Darren
out there.
Pang. Darren Pang, you want to keep shouting your mouth off, you can do that.
The Caps hat that you didn't throw on the ice, by the way.
That's true.
You kept that hat.
I'm glad I did. It's a good-looking hat. At first, I felt a little bad, and I had to, apologize to you guys, but now I'm glad I did.
Well, there's more ammo coming. We got plenty more national television games where they're going to talk about the other team if they've got a Canadian.
The thing I don't like about Ovie is after he gets the 3 goals, we got to spend all this time picking up these hats. Oh, I just don't like how he's not thoughtful of the people that clean the ice. What a jerk he is, man.
The bill of some dude's cap brushed my head, Enzo. Someone come rescue me.
Linnell's got overtime next. We're live at 2:00 tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.